A warm welcome to day 2 here in Coventry at the IPA British. I'm delighted, Stevie Walker, to be joined once again with Andrew Betts. What a day we had yesterday and what a day we have in store today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to another great day of action. If it's anything like yesterday, then we're in for an absolute treat.
Yeah, we actually crowned a champion yesterday from Tour 1. Obviously there was some issues at that, and obviously the IPA family came together to allow Shona to get away and deal with family problems, and she came back yesterday and won the title, beating Tilly Edwards.
Yeah, and I remember you speaking to her yesterday about how she's been running well in these tournaments ever since she come back, and she's had another title to the list, and commiseration to Tilly, like she's done a great thing in being part of the rescheduling of that final, but unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be. But congratulations to Shona on another title.
Yeah, congratulations. And there will be a little bit of fun popping out at some point, Shona and Tilly, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
But on to today, we're at the quarter-final stage of the pro event. Craig Marsh, Mark Boyle, they've obviously come through some tasty ties up to now, and this one should be a cracker as well.
Yeah, Mark beat Morgan 8-0 and then come through decider after trailing all through the match against Kean, who's obviously coming into some form here, and then Marshy came through decider against John McAllister and then beat Matt Steeple last night. So it's set up to be another cracker, and then obviously the other quarterfinals are currently ongoing.
Yeah, some of the score lines right now, I don't want to call them underdog stories, but they kind of are.
Yeah, well, if you had a bookie, all the outsiders are currently winning. You got Dave Adnall currently getting some revenge on Liam for the professional final last time out. Sheppy's beating Hibbert, who was incredible yesterday, and Clint's on the hill against Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, it really is absolutely exceptional. If these guys come through, the bookies will be taking a bit of a battering.
Yeah, it's obviously nice to see someone different maybe go take down a title as well from the usuals, but obviously we've got no favouritism, but we'll see how they all unfold, and we should have another cracker here on the main table.
Well, it seems like Clint is through in that one. Just been given a little eye look there from our main man Craig. So Clint is through in that one. So Mark Farnsworth out, and obviously Craig Marsh, Mark Boyle. These two play the game in such a fashion that everybody wants to see.
Yeah.
So this should be absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, it should be fireworks, obviously. A methodical Mark Boyle, and whenever I see Marsh, he seems to be quite exciting on the table, and that's how he's as a character, and he sort of expresses himself like that on the table as well. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, both of them are having the time of their lives, having a joke with each other right now, but it's about to get serious. Craig Marsh, Mark Boyle is about to get started, and I'm going to hand over to the commentary team of Dan Wiley and Dan Fairway.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies. For those who couldn't hear us, we have been sat commentating, myself and Dan Wiley. But a bit of a technical hitch. So we're with you now. Craig Marsh getting himself back into fairly prime position to be able to take this frame out, but this is not an easy finish, actually, for 3 fairly open balls.
And I think Marsh is one of the best cueists in the game, and he's going to have to cue a real good one here to get up for this last yellow. I'm not quite sure what he's played on there, but that's not where he tried to be.
No, absolutely not. And he's actually going to play a safety. Pretty unusual for Craig Marsh, you'd have to say, but he's played it quite well.
I don't know what you think, Dan, but for me, Craig Marsh, when he's in full flow, has to be one of the best cueists in the game.
Oh, absolutely. One of the best to watch as well. Yeah, very much in the... I really like watching him and or Ben Davis for almost the same reasons.
Yeah, they're two of the only players that you can, they can play any shot off 5 cushions and land on a 5 pence. Their cue ball control and action is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and also sort of effortless as well. They look like they're just stroking the ball in, and yet that cue ball does a serious amount of work. And Craig drawing the foul from Mark. It's not the best angle ever. Just about far enough over, I think. You can punch this in and bring the cue ball back out.
And this is a bit of a steal for Craig here in the first frame. I don't think he was thinking he was going to get a shot.
No, I don't think we did either.
No, that's pretty fair.
But as it happens, he did, and he takes the first frame. Craig Marsh leading by 1 frame to 0.
I don't think there's going to be much in this game, Dan, by the time we get to the end. It's going to be a very close finish, I would think.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But I have to say Craig's positional play in that frame wasn't exceptional. It looked like a pretty open and relatively routine finish when he came to the table, and a couple of shots later he was in trouble. So,
but then again, for the start, Mark did the same. Mark had chances to take that frame, and he lost his cue ball, which again it's unlike the two of them.
That's very true. The one thing I would say is Mark had more work to do. Craig had quite an open table. He didn't have to move anything, whereas from the start in that frame, that break went awkward, and Mark, at least when he went wrong, it was because he was trying to make things happen.
Yeah, that's fair, Dan. That's fair.
Here's the amateur quarterfinal. Kyle Brown and Stephen McGurn. Stephen, of course, amateur winner in Tour 1.
It's a great opening pot from Craig. I did think yellows were the slight favourite there, Dan, but he's gone for the reds. Just with the yellow goes to the left middle, the red's kind of tight, but he does have a couple of balls to break them out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the red closest to that one that you're talking about over on the left-hand side, that's such a nice breakout ball for that I don't think it matters too much necessarily.
No, I put yellow slightly favourite myself there, just because you didn't have to move a ball. That was all.
What he wants to do is leave that red that the cue ball's just gone by now, because then when he plays this breakout shot, he's guaranteed to be on that one.
Yeah, irrelevant to whether he makes contact with the red or the yellow, he's gonna have a shot.
Yeah.
So. And that's the way these top guys go about. You know, you guarantee yourself a shot.
Yeah, there you go. So playing it that way, he couldn't not be on that ball. It's not the best angle ever, this. I don't know if he can nip it back and avoid the other red. Because I feel like if he goes forward with the cue, he's definitely going into the yellow. So he's just chosen to play into the yellow. That's a good shot. He sees the game so quickly, does Craig Marsh.
Yeah, you find that with a lot of the players that play really quick, Dan. It's not the fact that they're quick players, it's mentally they're quick. They're seeing the shot instantly.
Now, you may have heard that in the background, so I'm assuming someone's just won that deciding frame in the Amatuer quarterfinal. I don't know who it was yet. We will bring you that as soon as we find out. As Craig Marsh takes another frame, he leads by 2 frames to 0. So table 2 is the score we're looking at, but the tablet hasn't been updated yet, so we are awaiting confirmation. It's Kyle Brown. There it is. Kyle Brown through to the amateur semi-final, ending the run of Stephen McGurn, so he won't be able to pick up 2 amateur tours in a row, but still a fantastic effort to win the first one and then get to the quarters in the second. Here's the state of play in the professional event. Craig Marsh, that's his run to this match, beating John McAllister in a final frame decider, Liam Irving and Matt Steeper before this game. You can see there Clint Jansen safely through as well. Mark Boyle didn't drop a frame against Morgan McInnes and then came through a very tough final frame victory over Cian Monaghan. We are getting down to the business end in this professional event as Mark Boyle steps up to the table to break in frame number 3. It's almost a carbon copy, Dan. It's not the split you expect from Mark, but it's still a very good cut break.
Yeah, and he's probably a bit happier with the split there because all these yellows are on. You know, the last one he broke, he tied 2 or 3 up. This time you can't really see a lot of problems here.
No, absolutely, but it's still clustered up, and that's quite unusual from his break.
I wonder if he's actually managed to master this, Dan, because he seems to cluster Craig's balls up.
Yeah, it's true.
And leaves his ones in the open.
Yeah, maybe he's worked on that.
To be honest, it wouldn't surprise me.
Me neither. Has got to be a little bit careful, and actually he's going reds. And you can see why, because it's the yellow closest to the bottom right corner, the one that's not on the cushion, is actually quite an awkward ball to get onto. And you can't get down to the 2 on the bottom rail from there. So I can see this pattern. It's a little bit more fiddly, but in many ways I think the reds are actually easier.
And the number of people under the shot clock, Dan, who would just have looked at that and went, yellows are best balls, let's go.
Yeah.
That's one of the differences between the top players and the next bracket underneath.
I'm assuming the red closest to the yellow goes to the left centre. That would be a result if it did. It's a lovely little shot. He's gone after both of them there. It didn't matter if the one went in the centre, but he knew that it probably would, I think. Yeah, nicely controlled. This has been an excellent visit from Mark Boyle, and one that he needed at 2-0 down.
Yeah, it's always nice to get your first frame on the board in a match, and he's worked those out really, really well, and that'll have settled them down, and I think we are in for a good match here.
Yeah, Mr. Magic coming up with the goods when required. He's back in it. It's 2-1. Don't entirely know what's happening in the arena.
I think it's one of those rare things known as banter, Dan. I think these two are...
What is that?
Well, don't ask me.
Good.
I think my pool game's up there with banter. But
Yeah, that's fair. Mine too. A word for our sponsors. There on the screen, providing all the equipment for the IPA that makes this tour such a joy to play on. And here are the upcoming tour dates, and the previous and the current tour date as well, to be fair. Obviously, we have had the European Open, we are in the British Open, but the UK International and the Grand Final. There are single event entries available, so if you want to test yourself against the very best, then do go to ipapool.com and sign yourself up for one of those 3 events. We would love to see you in Glasgow, Coventry, or the beautiful Comis Hotel on the Isle of Man.
that event in the Isle of Man, Dan, is phenomenal.
Isn't it just? It's a wonderful, almost week of pool. Really, really enjoyable time there we had last year, and we are looking forward to going back. Now here is Craig, breaking off, needs a ball, got one. That last red rolling, has that made life difficult for the yellows? I think it may well have done. Does he have the opportunity to attack it from the one over the centre, or do you just take your medicine and go reds and accept that you're going to have to play a difficult shot down the rail, probably?
I don't think he can go into the cluster or for this one in the middle, but I do fancy leaving the one next to red as the last ball. If he can get on that into the top right corner, once he's cleared the other yellows, it's a perfect connector to the black. But
yeah. It looks like we're not going to find out, because it looks like red's the colour. That's well struck, that first shot. Made that look simple, but it really wasn't.
yeah, and like you said earlier, Dan, no effort at all, just cues the ball so lovely.
So really, the problems here are just the two reds on the left-hand side. Obviously, you can land quite nicely on the outer of the two. But I suppose it's landing with the right angle. Are you sort of aiming to get on that in such a way that you can then screw into the other one to promote it? Or are you just trying to drop on it?
I think wherever he leaves the white to be on that red, he's going to have an angle just to push it up towards the middle pocket.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't want to be hampered. Well, that's about the only way he couldn't have an angle.
Yeah, so hard to judge that when you're cannoning off another ball.
Yeah.
But he's, very unlucky to have landed under that yellow.
He is still on the red on the right-hand side, so he could try and give himself a nicer shot at that. I suppose it's either that or he drops it in down the rail and then plays the other one up to the top left corner.
Yeah, and he's even more unlucky on the fact that he doesn't really have another option.
No.
You know, it's not as if he can take... He might have the one on the right-hand side thin, but you struggle to get back to another red.
Yeah, I think that's the shot, though. Just trying to drift back through the gap between the two yellows here. And he's undercut it. So it's a good miss in some ways, because at least he's covered that pocket. It has made some work for Mark, but probably not enough. It's quite isolated, that yellow. It's not easy to get away from that corner pocket.
If he takes the yellow near the bottom left, I don't know about develop the yellow, but he could certainly clear the red off the pocket, and he would still be guaranteed to be on the one next to the black to the left middle.
Yeah.
Looks as if it's going to be
It's
really
gonna
the
be
only
now.
way of going round it.
Yeah. I think this angle, to be fair, he could probably do either. And he's if he did go into the yellow, he's nudging it the right way. He's nudging it away from the pocket and up table. Just don't miss both of them, basically. Just don't find that gap here. Perfect.
Personally, I think I would have went for putting the red in, but who am I to argue with Mr. Magic?
I think it's one of that. Honestly, I think the difference between going for that shot and going for your shot is probably half an inch of where the cue ball is, and you can't actually tell that from the cameras.
No.
If you're right behind it, you can see what angle you've got. But yeah, I just think it so much of that shot depends on where the cue ball is.
I just felt that if you pot the red, you're guaranteed the one to the middle, and that yellow goes. If you cannon that wrong, the yellow maybe doesn't come out. So, but it's came out lovely. He's played it really well.
I think you'd have been unlucky not to be on any yellow, though, bearing in mind where the one at the top of the table is as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Does have a full pocket for this yellow, but that red will be in his eye line for this shot. It's not absolutely straightforward. Not that you'd know about it. Lovely bit of cueing from Mark Boyle. Nice finish in the end from Mark Boyle to level the scores. 2 apiece here between these two titans of the IPA. Referee for this one, Darren Maidment, aka Jim. Doing a fine job as always, as all of our tour staff are, keeping it running so smoothly.
How did somebody get Jim out of Darren?
Everyone asks me this. It's the most boring story ever, but I quite like it. He got a new job. I think I'm getting this right. I sometimes get this story wrong, which is amazing because it's not particularly interesting. He got a new job. There was already a bloke there who worked there called Darren, so they decided they couldn't have 2 Darrens, so they called him Jim. That's it. That's the story.
You were right, Dan. That was a boring story.
I know. But he is now Jim. Everyone calls him Jim.
So what happens if we get a referee at the IPA called Jim?
We'll have to call him Darren.
Call him Anne-Marie.
We haven't actually got another Darren, so he could take Darren.
Yeah.
They could just, roll reverse. What a break that is. That's a bit more like it. That's more like the Boyle break that we know and love. Balls spread far and wide.
It's a bit surprising, Dan, with how good Mark's break is. that none of the other top players have managed to master that break. You would think that they would have tried it in practice just to see.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you see plenty of players using the cut break, but very rarely you see someone putting that much power into it. You're absolutely correct.
I mean, I tried it once and I thought I was playing cricket. They were fielding round me.
Yeah, I don't think I probably have tried it in the past, but you're absolutely right. I did probably get someone with wicket keeper's gloves on hand just in case. Something they're not happy with out there. I think it's more than banter. This.
I think if I can pick up what Craig said there, I think they're talking about this bottom cushion, Dan.
Yeah.
I think it's either bouncing too far or not far enough, and they're just struggling to judge it.
Well, Mark doing the obvious thing then and not using it.
It's kind of difficult in a race to 9 to miss a cushion out completely.
Yeah, I'll just won't use that one.
Well, there's one for your social medias, Dan. See if you can have a breaking dish without touching a cushion.
That's a great shout.
Or
Presumably after the break.
yeah. Or we could play in one where you just try and have a breaking dish.
No, we don't have time for that. That's the problem.
We'll do it at the end of the season. We've got 3 months.
Yeah. We are in the Isle of Man for 6 days, so we might be able to squeeze it in.
First person wins their boat ticket back.
I'll take second prize. I'll get on the plane, I think.
I'm not allowed on the plane, too heavy.
Ooh, now then. That's an error from Mark Boyle. Didn't give himself enough angle to get across nicely and ended up having to punch that one. You would say for 5 reds that spread far and wide, they couldn't be much worse.
No, and the one that was in a good position, Mark's just knocked it so it doesn't go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the table's not easy for Craig.
That's nicely done. So is the plan here going to be a double on that one, this side of the table on the left?
I wonder if he can get on the bottom ball and leave it just to drop it in the left middle. He's guaranteed to be on the one up the rail for the linker to the black.
Yeah.
And it saves, again, the chances of it going wrong if he tries to move it.
Well, I don't know quite. I imagine he was trying to run the cue ball through considerably further there because I think he was playing your shot, but now he won't be able to. It might even be worth taking this double on now. A suggestion I suspect from the cue ball being cleaned is that Craig got a kick there, and I have to say it did look like it.
Yeah, the white just stopped dead with it rather than coming through. He is a little bit fortunate that he's got this double as a backup, because otherwise he's in the middle of nowhere. And I think he's got a good angle just to pot it and stun down for the one on the bottom cushion. Oh, he's missed it.
He's played that almost with a bit of safety in mind.
Yeah.
I think he definitely didn't want to run into the yellow with the cue ball, so he's caught it thick for that reason.
They're having another debate here, Dan. They're obviously not happy with something.
Yeah. Yep, there's obviously some kind of issue. Mark hoping for the cover there as much as anything. It's left Craig a decent chance. Probably going to have to play this one down the rail with a bit of pace. He's almost got too much angle to hold it, but not enough to naturally drift across.
Yeah, I was just wondering there whether or not he was going to now have to leave the one at the bottom as the last ball, which he has.
Yeah.
Which again is not a great linker to the black, but if you're anything but straight on this last red, he should be okay.
Yep, looking for the Goldilocks angle, that one that will just drift up table, and that's a little bit too straight. He's got enough angle to get across to the left hand side and get reasonably good on this 8 ball, but it's certainly not the angle he wanted.
You also feel if he gets a shot at this 8 ball, it's a free shot, because the only thing he's going to leave, he's going to take the pocket, so he's going to have to leave Mark a skill shot.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to, if you're going to miss it, you want to miss it and leave it like tight on a jaw with not enough space to get by it, but he's trying to screw this. This is a huge shot. Oh, it's a beauty. He's a bit lucky. He's a little bit lucky, and he's held his hand up, but you know what? I think he deserves that. It couldn't possibly have gone in off from that angle. Not really. So he was always giving himself a shot. That's a great hit.
Yeah, as you say, they've been unlucky not to have had some kind of shot on the black there, but you've got to take the luck when it goes down.
Yeah, I mean, I just think he deserves it for the way that he's played the pot. You know, he's taken on a really brave shot there, and it's just worked out well for him. Jonathan Bushnell versus Gavin Robinson is one of the games on our second stream table. Here we go. Gavin Robinson 1-0 up on Johnny Bush. You'd suspect it's going to go 2-0 looking at that. Awkward yellows, but...
And just having a quick look down at the other quarterfinals.
David
Adenall 7-5 up on Liam Dunster.
Oh, it's not enough yet, is it?
Lee Shepherd is on the hill, 8-6 up against Gareth Hibbett.
That's not enough either. The Hibbett and Dunster can come back from absolutely anywhere.
And the result that's already in, Clint Jansen victorious 9 frames to 3 over Mark Farnsworth. And Clint will play the winner of our main table match, Craig Marsh and Mark Boyle. And Gav has made a mess of this. Jonathan is back to the table.
Yeah, they weren't easy, to be fair, those yellows. I sort of thought there was a way to open those yellows up, but evidently it wasn't quite as on as I thought it was. So we are now into the second round of the Open broadly, so the professionals are entering the tournament at this stage. Dean Shields off to a flyer, 3-0 up against Ian McMullen. And Paul Harkness, your mate, he's trailing Neil Toms, assistant TD on the IPA Tour, by the odd frame in 3, 2-1 to Neil in that one.
Yeah, Paul's having a hard weekend. He had surgery about 9 or 10 days ago.
Wow.
Had a hernia operation that he's been suffering with for a while, so he's been in a bit of pain, but he said he was going to come and give it a go. And
well, fair play to him, because I can tell you if I was in surgery 10 days ago, I wouldn't be here. So full respect to Paul Harkness for turning up and giving it a go in that instance.
And his match in the pro event went 8-6, so it was a long game. So by the time he came off, he was pretty sore. But yeah, fair play to him to give it a go.
Understandably, yeah. So 1 each in this one between Gav and Johnny. going to stick with Gav Robinson versus Johnny Bushnell for now. Oh, if that red had just dropped in, this would be easy street for yellows. But now it is anything but, actually. Let's update you on the state of play across the rest of our tournaments. The elite ladies are going along nicely. We have 3 of our 4 semi-finalists. So Gillian Hayes is through to the semi, where she will play Kelly Egan. Gillian beating Tilly Edwards by 7 frames to 3. And Kelly coming through a very tight battle with Danielle Randall, but it was Kelly who prevailed by 7 frames to 6. In the top half of the draw, Rhiannon Graham was a comfortable winner, 7-1 over Caitlin Heptinstall, and she will play the winner of Emma Cunningham and Shona Lucas. That one currently 6-3 to Shona. So Shona on the hill. And if you want to watch that match, that is available. That is our Table 3 stream on YouTube. That is the dedicated ladies stream, I believe. So one of those 2 semi-finals will also go on that table. But it hasn't been decided which yet, by the looks of things. Now then, the players are back in the arena, and Craig Marsh is ready to break again. He leads 3-2 against Mark Boyle, and he's put the cue ball in off the break. That cue ball really gripped, didn't it, Dan?
Yeah, it's surprising the action you can get with this cloth, Dan, compared to other stuff. You know, you can play shots that you didn't think were on.
Yeah. So Mark using that free shot to try and open things up for himself, and seems to have done a rather good job, has to be said.
Which colour set would you go here, Dan? Because we've been wrong in the last 5.
Well, here I'm going reds. I think the I don't know actually, because that red close to the 8 ball, that's the key to the frame for me. And he's tried to move it now, and I think he's just about done enough that red will pop down to this closest corner pocket. Millimetre perfect, I think, that one.
I did wonder if he would leave that red where it was, Dan, and just take the one below it and then play a plant to clear them. But
yeah,
it does the same job.
It certainly does. It's not super straightforward, this. He'd love to be able to... The red he's looking at now to the left centre, I think he'd really like to leave that for his 3rd last red. But he obviously feels like he can't get nicer on it than he is now. So he's now got a bit of a shot to play off the one on the rail, where he's got to come down and... Oh, he's going to play it now. Okay, that's going to be his last ball. Right.
Yeah, if he leaves that for the last one, Dan, he's got so much table to be on the black.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good thinking. He's worked this out nicely. In-offs from the break are so costly in this game. And it looks like Craig is going to suffer the consequences. Doesn't want to be hampered by the yellow. It's just far enough away, but this is slightly more awkward than it needed to be now, this 8 ball. And as a result, Mark Boyle has missed it.
So easy playing them shots to just throw a tiny little bit of side on.
You could actually see that that's what happened as well. You could see with the dots on the cue ball that, yeah, he just dug down slightly off centre. And in the end, the 8 ball didn't actually really get that close.
And now Craig's gone granite on him.
I don't often like a shot like that because it gives your opponent the chance to fluke, but I have to say this would have to be some fluke. 2 cushions and looking at it, and he didn't even get close, Mark. I feel like he rushed that one a little bit. Is that fair, or am I being harsh?
No, I think just with the severity of the shot, I don't think he had... There was nothing to really study. It was the only way he could go.
Yeah.
So it was just a case of hit it and hope. But it does show that Craig's thinking. You know, time's gone by where you would just pot that ball in the rail, leave a difficult shot, and end up losing the frame from a position where you should never lose. So Craig's obviously thinking clearly, and he's cueing well.
Yeah, I think, assuming he gets these yellows, and there don't appear to be any issues or reasons why he wouldn't, I think he'd be good value for his 4-2 lead. I think it would be a fair reflection of the game so far.
Yeah, Marcy's probably just edged it. I think performance-wise in the balls, they've been pretty similar. But Mark's just made that 1 or 2 mistakes more than Craig. But it's still a long way to go to 9. There's plenty of time for this to change.
Do you think it was careless to leave himself hampered on that 8 ball?
Yeah, but I mean, he had plenty of table.
Yeah.
Even if he was up near the bault line, you would still back him to pot that black. And the only problem that he could make was the one he made where he left the sill bridging. But I think he's obviously played it with a touch of side off the cushion, because you could see as the white came down, it turned towards with the side on the ball.
Yeah.
To come in. Whereas if he plays it plain ball, he's maybe not going in underneath that yellow. He's judged that really nice.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. Can be very difficult to judge those shots. Positional shots from a ball over the hole. But no such problems for Craig. He leads by 4 frames to 2. And here's the state of play elsewhere. Lee Shepherd is through to the semi-final of this professional event. He will face the winner of Liam Dunster and David Adenall. And David Adenall is trying to fend off the Scotsman. It's 7-6 to the man from the Isle of Man. He has led all the way through that game, though. But as you know, as you probably know well, Dan, it's no guarantee at any point against Liam Dunster.
I think there is times where, like in this game, when you get to 9, you're still not sure whether Liam's going to come back at you.
Yeah. Generally when it's a race to 10.
No, even in a race to 9, you still fancy Liam. Sitting in the studio talking to Stevie and you think he's going to come and take your seat.
Mark Boyle break again. And again, this is better. That's a proper Boyle break.
I mean, he's even tied 2 reds up, and I think they're a plant.
Yeah, they may well be. It's a bit tight, but yeah. But I very much doubt we'll find out because these yellows are glorious. And I mean glorious.
Yeah, I think even we could clear these up, Dan.
Yeah, I think you can chalk this one up now, to be honest. I have to say it's been a slightly surprising lack of dishes in this match so far. We are 6 frames in and we only have the one.
Yeah, and considering the way the balls have opened of both their breaks,
Yeah.
you would have fancied there would have been more from the break, but
I think I just got a bit spoilt last night by the Gareth Hibbert-Dean Shields match.
yeah, I didn't get to see it, Dan, but I heard the stories.
Because it didn't last very long. 10 dishes in a row, 8 for Gareth and 2 for Dean. He did absolutely nothing wrong in the match.
But again, it just shows you a different day.
Yep.
I mean, Gareth's come out today and, he's lost his first game today, so
Absolutely.
the way he performed last night, you wouldn't expect him to have lost, but that's just the standard in these events.
Well, certainly sounds like the players are enjoying this experience. I don't know if enjoying is necessarily the right word, but pretty chatty out there. Craig always is, to be fair. Here's Johnny Bushnell looking to level the scores against Gav Robinson. Good game that, actually. Johnny's a very, very talented player. That's Gav at the table, isn't it? Yeah, Gav looking to level the scores. My apologies. It's been a long weekend.
Yeah, we're only at Saturday, Dan.
Oh, don't say that.
Okay, I won't.
Oh, Craig Marsh, you lucky boy. How has that cue ball stayed out? And look what it's left. It's dry, but my, it's awkward.
Yeah, Craig's break's certainly different from Mark's. I mean, the balls have opened, but they've all went back together, cover each other.
Got to take reds, doesn't he?
Yeah, you would think so from there.
Oh, that's not great. He has opened up that red, but
Now, I'm assuming the way that he's went about that, the one on the left cushion must pot up the rail once he clears the pocket.
I was almost wondering if he was trying to play that, if he was going to play that as sort of a plant kick type shot, where he'd play the red into the cushion first and then into the yellow. But no, he's just trying to tie things up here, it's Mark, and that's not a good shot, actually. He hasn't managed it.
Does Craig have the angle on this one in the middle to top it up and clear that pocket in the top left? We can get it to grip the cloth.
Yeah, it's lots of top, isn't it? And not too hard, this shot. It's
Yeah. I mean, he only wants to pot the red, leave the yellow where it is.
There you go. Oh, how's your luck? That is unlucky.
A superb effort. He deserved better than that.
Now, is he on the other one in such a way that he can screw back into it and try it again, or is he's just taking the pocket? Okay, so we could be in for a relatively long frame here.
And probably two players that you don't really associate with this type of game.
No.
So that could make it even more interesting.
I feel like Craig's going to play quite an aggressive safety here.
Is he looking at trying to make a plant?
Do you know what? I wonder. Thing is, you can't play it full bore, can you? You can't play this plant and try and clear that pocket. Surely that would be too much. He's got the plant though. That's a terrific shot. And now he'll be disappointed he didn't go for it harder, because he could potentially have screwed back into that red from there.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot to make. As you say, the thing is, if he plays it and clears the pocket, he probably misses the plant.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? I think he's just got to take the one down this end of the table on the rail, hasn't he? And
well, I was wondering, is there a way he can get that yellow out, but leave Mark's red tied up on the other side, and then that would get his balls in open play.
I just don't see how he can, because if he comes off the right-hand side of that yellow, it's not really going to go far enough. If he comes off the left-hand side, he's going into the red, he'd probably pot it. Is he going to try it? He is. Oh, he's tried that. That's not worked out well at all. I did see that shot, but I didn't expect him to remotely go for it, because I just didn't see how it could come out well.
So the way the last two shots have gone down, are we looking at a double? Can he see enough of the yellow to double it?
I don't think he's got enough. Can he cut it down the rail? That'd be some shot.
Pot the one next to the black, 4 cushions, bring all the yellows out.
I mean, why not? He's got to do something. I don't know what. He's thrown his hands up in wonder, but he's almost gone after the treble there, hasn't he? But it was never on. It was always going to slide too much.
The thing is, when Craig's in this spirit, we're really redundant. You'd be better miking Craig up, sitting in that arena, because he's actually quite funny to listen to at times when he's playing.
He is hilarious, yeah. You're not wrong. I do think he pushed the boat out a little bit too far there, though. He had a bit of control in that frame. He didn't necessarily have to go game after he played that plant. You know, he still had the top right pocket covered. He still had his yellow that he was closest to, making life awkward. I do think that's one he can look back on and maybe say, yeah, could have reined it in a little bit there.
Yeah, once he played the one to try and get the yellow out and knocked his ball in on the top right pocket, he's handed everything back to Mark. Unless that ball came out perfect, you know, he was always going to be second favourite after it.
Yep. Yeah, that's nicely done. You can see there the gap between the red and yellow is enough that Mark can keep an angle on this red to the left centre, where he can just drift down table. Sort of angle. Has he got enough angle here? He must have. It just, for a second there, it looked like he was almost too straight on this. But I think he can just punch it in. Tell you what, it wasn't the best angle, and as a result, that's not the best shot. This is a tricky little 8-ball now. And there's an in-off to contend with as well.
He played that as if he was a little scared to overscrew it.
Yep. Screwed it in nicely.
Yeah, he's played that bat lovely. Made it a little bit more awkward than it needed to be, but you still fancied him to get it.
Yeah, I had a vision of potentially him playing that and then the cue ball going into that yellow on the side rail and kicking in off it.
Yeah, you're lucky enough on, as I say, on this cloth, the reaction you can get it to bite enough where on other cloths you wouldn't be able to play that shot. But yeah, Mark and Craig back at 4 frames all, and as one game's draws level done, Liam Dunster is back at 7 frames all against the Manxman.
And no, he's not. He's 8-7 up. We're slightly behind the times here in the commentary box by the looks of things.
Nothing new there, Dan.
You're not wrong. Can also tell you, Shona Lucas did beat Emma Cunningham in the ladies' elite quarterfinal. So she will face Rhiannon Graham. And that one is getting underway as we speak, I think. Rhiannon Graham versus Shona Lucas. And Gillian Hayes taking on Kelly Egan. 2 England v Scotland battles in the elite ladies event to see which 2 players will make the final. Here's Mark Boyle breaking in frame number 9, and how has that that 8 ball stayed up? And more importantly, how has everything else on the table? And this is a good, if not great, opportunity for Craig here. There's one problem red that really will need a bit of work.
I think if the red 2 up from that right hand pocket goes down, you can play that and just go in behind the red, just push it into open play. And he's guaranteed to be on at least 1 to the left middle and the 1 in the bottom right.
I agree, but I think he needs to clear the other one first. I don't think he's quite... It might just slide in, but you want to play it with a bit more pace. So he's going to clear that one first and then take on the shot you suggested. Left himself a little bit thin on this one. To the point where I think he will now be trusting to luck somewhat with getting on another red.
The one thing he wants to watch here, if he goes too far in behind this red, he could actually end up tied behind those 2 yellows.
Yeah, there's no guarantee of this coming out nicely. Wow. Was that the 2 yellows you were thinking about, or was it the 2 on the side rail?
Yeah, no, it wasn't those 2.
Yeah, same. Thought I'd double check. Yeah, he's in real trouble. He needs to get out of this and pot, really, if he's going to win this frame, I feel.
I don't know. Is he on the one to the left-hand side of the table? I don't think he can get through to cut it in the middle, but I think he can take it top corner.
Is he on it long? Yeah, I didn't realise that. Looks like it. Big shot, this. So tough queuing off the rail, but he's queued it in an absolute dream. Magnificent from Marshy.
That's Craig Marsh at his very, very best.
It's just his body language after that shot. I know he was annoyed, obviously, but I really did think he'd left himself nothing. But that was a terrific shot. Just careful not to overscrew that one and have to play the plant, so he's left himself the up and down instead. Side kicked in nicely, and this will be 5-4 to the man they call Marshy. It's ebbing and flowing, this match. But thus far, Craig has been in the driving seat the whole way through. At no point has Mark Boyle led this match just yet. Craig actually has opened up a 2-frame lead twice. But both times has been pegged back, so He'd love a bit of breathing room, would Craig. And he does have the break next up to give himself an opportunity of another 2-frame lead. There's Gav Robinson. He's taken the lead against Johnny Bushnell. And he looks in prime position to go 4-2, but he's got a positional shot here to play. And he hasn't played it. He's going to have to play the skill shot here. And bearing in mind he's under-hit that quite a long way, Dan, he's quite lucky to finish that nicely on the skilly.
Yeah, that's where he would put it with your hand for a skill shot. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't think he's played that.
And he's missed it. So, great opportunity for Johnny as Marshy breaks off in frame 10.
I mean, the balls are everywhere and he has nothing easy to go at.
Yeah, the cue ball is awful, isn't it? Oh, what do you do here? Problems. There's a problem red and a problem yellow as well. So it's not entirely straightforward even what colour set to choose. And so Craig's just going to turn the table over and...
I think he's left this one to the right middle, Dan. I think he marked... Oh, maybe not. I thought he could get past to cut the one in the middle.
Yeah, evidently not, because you're absolutely right. If that was possible, he'd have had a good look at it. Definitely a more difficult shot for Craig to play this time. It's harder to keep it contained from this position, you would think. He won't want to use his extension yet either, because this could be a long frame.
Yeah, in frames like this, you need good management with your clock.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that when you need it, the time's there. I think I raised it when I was in with Stevie at Newcastle. For me, on this stream table, the first visit after the break, I think the time should be increased slightly to whether it be 45 or 60 seconds on the first one. Because a lot of these players, when it becomes a problem, they've already used their extension. So then it just becomes, more. I know it's to be difficult at the highest level, but you find some of these players are just rushing because they've not got that extension there to use.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I think the people who program the shot clock might. But I wouldn't be unhappy with, say, 45 off the break and an extension. I can see that logic. Good shot there from Craig. That's a very good shot. He's kept it very tight, and this is quite a difficult position for Mark to keep it tight from.
The thing is, now that red's been moved away, the yellows are not horrendous.
No.
So if he doesn't... I mean, before, they just didn't want to leave a red. Now you don't really want to leave either.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. There's now really just one problem ball on both colours, and it's the two. Okay. He's gone after the yellows, as you said.
I think Marshy fancies this yellow as a double. And that's why he's gone. He's gone now.
It's not an absolutely dead set double, is it? It's not one of those that's sort of a 9 out of 10. It's a little bit further down the table and a little bit further off the cushion than perhaps you'd necessarily like.
Yeah, but it's one of those, it doesn't matter where you land on it. As long as you leave the ball in the middle of the table, which I think he's going to have to clear now. But if that was there, plus a yellow at the bottom, whatever angle you have, you just have to concentrate on making the pot.
What's the route from here then? Is this, he's going to clip this into the centre? Or oh no, it goes long. Okay.
Is he going into the yellow here?
Could be.
No.
Another roll on that cue ball would have been lovely.
Yeah, he's just about an inch or so short of perfect.
This is the key shot then. He needs to play this with a trace of running side this ball down the rail, which is no great shakes, actually makes the pot slightly easier, but it's just got to avoid the red coming off the cushion afterwards. He needs to be quite straight on this double so he can screw it back. If the cue ball's going forwards here, he's in it's sort of double kiss, or you might not get back off the cushion far enough.
I think it's a straight double here. I think he can screw the white roughly back to where it is now. Well, he's topping it through.
That's a peach. That's an absolute peach.
What a shot, Craig Marsh. That is an unbelievable shot.
That's so much better than it looked, because to judge the cannon on the red as well, if he catches that red even, an eighth of a ball thicker, he ends up absolutely nowhere. That's brilliant from Marshy, and he leads by 6 frames to 4. Superb stuff from the Welshman. And there's the state of play. Liam Dunster is through to the semi-final. He takes down the Isle of Man's David Adenall by 9 frames to 7. Dave, I think, was 7-5 up in that one. But as you've said, Dan, you can just never, ever write that man off. So, state of play, you can see we have 3 of our 4 semi-finalists. Liam Dunster will take on Lee Shepherd. That will be the next game on this feature table. That will be followed by Clint Jansen versus the winner of this game. That will be followed tonight by the amateur final, and then that in turn will be followed by the professional final. Plenty of action still going on. We are in the early stages of the Open, which of course will be played through to its conclusion tomorrow, along with the Ladies Open. The men's and ladies events following broadly the same pattern across the weekend. As Mark Boyle, with a crucial break, needs a ball here really. Was dry with his last one. And is dry again. And what an opportunity this is for Craig to open up a 3-frame lead.
I can't see a lot of problems here, Dan. That little nudge has just opened that red, and there's virtually no traffic in the way for him either. It's one of those again where you fancy just chalk it up.
Yeah, the only thing I can see really is the red on the bottom rail that you've just got to make sure you leave yourself nicely on. Whenever you attack that, you don't want to land straight on it, because then you will be on nothing. So I think that's the key to the frame. Probably in a shot's time.
I actually think you'll leave that till the last one, because even if you're straight, you just screw it out towards the pocket and you've still got at least a shot at the black.
Yeah, it's a fair point. A little bit between the 2 shots here on these 2 reds, I think. I don't think he's got the perfect angle on either, so you can either take the left-hand one and come on and off the side rail, but then the yellows could come into play here if you're not careful. He's played it well. Yeah, probably, 2 or 3 inches off straight after this. Just run the cue ball through half a ball or so.
Yeah, just enough angle to get it so that you're not hampered with the cushion. And just anywhere in the gap, even if it's where the white is just now, he's got a good shot at the black.
Oh, that was close. Any more pace on that, and I don't think that would have dropped. Certainly grazed the near jaw on its way in, but it dropped in, played at a nice pace. And Craig Marsh opens up a 3-frame lead. He leads Mark Boyle by 7 frames to 4. Here's Gavin Johnny once again. 3-all in this one. Would be a good win that for Jonathan Bushnell if he could knock out the man they call the Rocket. That's a lovely shot.
It was a great shot. I think it was a bit careless for Gav to leave him the chance at that.
Johnny desperate to be on that one to the top right corner. I'm not convinced that he is though, so he's going to have to play a good positional shot to get from that down table for the one nearer the corner pocket.
I think he's lining it up. I think he is on this, Dan. Take the one top right and then he's loads of table to play with for the one in the middle.
Oh yeah, he's on it. Okay. I just wasn't sure he was on that.
It's difficult to see it.
Back to the main table and Craig Marsh with a decent looking break. Can he get a red? That's the key here. The red near the black spot. Does that pass to the bottom right corner? And it did. And I think that may well have been the key to the frame. I think if Marshy can hold his nerve here, we really should be looking at 8-4.
And you feel as this game's going on, Dan, Marshy's cueing more and more like the old Marshy.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, all the little shots, little screwbacks, he's hitting them so well.
Again, that's another example. Now, do you take the plant now or do you take the one down the rail?
No, I think you take the plant now. 'Cause the red should just bounce off the cushion enough and then take bottom left and then the rail ball.
Yeah, lovely. That is beautiful.
And I'm going to put my neck on the line here, Dan. I say if Marshy continues to cue the way he's cueing now, Marshy's name's on this trophy.
That is a bold call when you look at who is left in the tournament. But I think for me, it's, if I agree, as long as he can keep his head, that can be Craig's biggest flaw. But he's doing a pretty good job of it so far. He leads Mark Boyle by 8 frames to 4. Craig Marsh on the hill now. And that break dish is what takes him 1 frame away from a semi-final. Here's table 3, Gillian Hayes versus Kelly Egan in the bottom half of the ladies' draw. The elite ladies draw, I should say. And Kelly's in trouble there. She trails by 1 frame to 0, and she needs to find a kick pot off the side rail here, you feel, to prevent her opponent from going 2-0 up. Close. To be fair, that's a pretty good safety shot at the end. It's worked out quite well.
And Mark Boyle's break has deserted him once again. His break was so big at the start, Dan, and they still seem to be spreading pretty well, but he doesn't seem to be threatening a pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, this is absolutely the chance you'd want to win a match, isn't it? These reds, although the table looks quite clustered, it's quite similar to Mark's second break of the match, where there was a big cluster of reds, but actually they all went and nothing was in the way of each other. The 8 ball goes up to the top right. It's just about the order now, really. It's also about that red in the centre of the table. Obviously, that will only go to either corner, top left or bottom right. So you do need to land nicely on that one.
I think here he just screw back into that red now, Dan. He's guaranteed to be on the one to the top right.
Yeah.
And just free it up.
Yeah. I think that shot could have gone wrong, you know. It hasn't, but...
yeah, he could quite easily have pushed that on top of the black, and then it meant he'd another bust out to do, but...
I think you're right, though. I think the shot here is surely to screw into the one that's sort of on the blue spot. As you say, if any sort of decent contact, and you're bound to be on that red to the left of the 8 ball. Here we go. Oh, we didn't get the contact. Well, you can hear it. You can hear what Marshy thinks of that. I mean, has he still got a shot here? Can he cut the red closest to the right centre back?
Is it a double?
It might be a double. It's a double. It's not there.
I'm not an expert, Dan. I think Craig's took that well.
He needs to get it out of his head, though. That is exactly what I meant when you talk about Craig's mindset and Craig's mentality. Is sometimes he can pull himself back from the brink and give himself a telling off, but there are definitely moments where he does the exact opposite of that.
Absolutely. I mean, the likes of the majority of this match, him and Mark have been laughing and joking, and when he's got the chance, he's been on it. But yeah, as you say, he can just flick a switch, and all of a sudden, we're back to the old Marshy.
Massive visit now for Mark, really, because if he takes these out, this is not an easy finish on yellows by any stretch of the imagination. But if he gets them, it's going to be such a blow for Craig Marsh.
Yeah, the only thing in Craig's favour is the fact that he's 4 frames ahead. So even if Mark takes these ones out, if it was a frame to go 8-6, 8-7, you would then put Mark's strong favourite.
Yeah.
But you fancy in a couple of frames, Marshy puts it out his head, and he will pull a finish for someone.
A lot will depend on I think probably, if Mark takes these out, a lot will depend on the next break. If Craig gets a good break and leaves a decent chance, then I'd probably expect him to take it. If he breaks dry and Mark dishes, then it could be a whole different story.
Especially if after that Mark then gets his break back going.
Well, that's it, and that seems to be the way this sport ebbs and flows a lot on the break. Mark's going for the safety here. I would say that's pretty good. That red in the centre of the table, I'm 99% sure doesn't cut in. Although looking on the overhead, we've got an overhead view here. It looks like it might.
Yeah, I think it goes. I don't know if he can. He's looking at positioning the white up in this top right corner, so I don't think he's going to go for it. I think he's playing a safety.
Yep, there you go. Keeps the cue ball out of the pocket. It's not the worst result ever, but
He's left mark attempter.
he has. Oh, is he? He hasn't gone through all the way and off, has he? I mean, he's cued it sweet, but maybe a little bit too sweet.
Is that not one of the shots he has at his Lola's party? He's maybe been practicing that.
It is, but I think he's jawed himself on the one on the rail, you know. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I think he jawed himself on the potting angle, and that cue ball's gone too far. Craig Marsh now has a great chance.
So this is where we find out where Craig's head's at after that last shot.
I mean, really, it's one good shot here, isn't it? The red on the balk line.
Yeah, and when you play that, you're pretty much going to be on both.
Yeah. Oh, he's overhit it. I'm amazed at the way he's played that. He's actually not landed too badly. But I thought he'd just drop that in and land on the one. You know, as you said, he could have had a choice then.
He maybe just felt he wanted to punch the ball rather than roll it.
Can he screw back and avoid the 8 ball here?
No, I think he pushes it on and off the rail.
He does.
Fantastic shot, Craig. What a shot.
Yeah, that is terrific. He's a little bit thin.
If he really wants, he can play it a bit pacey and leave it for the top right.
I think that might be the way.
Just depends how he's feeling. Does he want to drop it or play it with a bit of pace?
He's dropped it, but he still plays for the top right.
Yeah.
Terrific shot. And that should be all she wrote.
Yep. Angela Lansborough, eat your heart out.
Craig Marsh is through to the British Professional semi-finals here in Coventry. A terrific performance. Mark Boyle started well, but wasn't really at the races for the whole thing, Dan.
No, I think halfway through the game his break deserted him. And of course with Mark's break leaving the balls everywhere, Craig mopped up a few to take that lead. But yeah, I mean Marcy missed a chance in that frame and Mark's let him away with it, which you don't expect from Mr. Magic, but Craig will take it. And yeah, I'm still putting my neck on the line. Marcy for the title.
Well, thank you very much, Dan. It's been a pleasure to have you in the commentary box with us. I hope you've all enjoyed it at home, and I hope you continue to enjoy our coverage here from Coventry throughout the day. As I said, there are just 4 more matches of today left to come on the stream. We have the 2 semi-finals coming up, followed by the amateur final, followed by the professional final. So next up on here will be Liam Dunster against Lee Shepherd. That will be followed by Clint Hansen against Craig Marsh. But for now, we will hear a few words from Marshy. Well, a few more words from Marshy, because he's definitely been loud enough for us to hear him here in the commentary box. He will be very shortly in the studio with Stephen Walker. So stay tuned for that, and stay tuned for the rest of the coverage today.
Welcome back, guys, and I'm delighted to be joined by the victor in that one, Craig Marsh. Marshy boy, still flying away here, mate.
Aye, still batting, having a go, trying for a bit, but Yeah, Mark was he was poor there. He went himself. He didn't sort of. He didn't play very well. And he did break very well for a change. So that was nice for me. Don't be wrong, but yeah, he won himself. But I'll take the win. I'm happy with the win.
Well, when someone like Mark, who's one of his biggest weapons is his break, when that's not there, you're kind of hoping you get a chance to just pounce and take the finishes and get the opportunities, and you did that.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, all you could do is just pot the balls in front of you. Like, it doesn't matter who it is. Do you know what I mean? As long as you pot the balls in front of you. I mean, a lot of people are not going to win. Like, do you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm happy to win, and hopefully I can crack on now, try and win the tournament.
Well, one step closer, mate.
Yeah. It's nice to be a deep for a change, to be honest. But yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm really happy with that.
Well, mate, congratulations. Semi-final.
Yeah, semi-final. Who's next? Who did I play next?
For you?
Is it Farnsworth? The winner of Farnsworth?
No, Clint.
Oh, Clint beat Farnsworth today.
Clint for you.
So Clint for me.
9-3. So the other one's Lee Shepherd and Liam Dunster, and that's on here now. So
happy days.
Clint Jansen for you, son.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we'll have another go.
Well, stick
on we go. Kick on and then have a go. Yeah, that's it.
Congratulations to Craig Marsh, who's in the semi-final. He's going to play Clint Jansen. But next up on our mainstream is Liam Dunster and Lee Shepherd. Guys, don't go anywhere.
These playing no good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Really have to apologise for the delay. We did have a few minor issues with the technical details, but we are back now, and I'm delighted to be joined by the one and only Ryan Hopkins. And cheers, mate.
Yeah, good to see you, Stevie, again. Nice to be back in the comms box.
Yeah, big semi-final. Liam Dunster, Lee Shepherd. To be fair, Lee's absolutely flying. Dunster looked like he was heading out at one point against Dave Adenall.
Yeah, I had a chat with him actually in the toilet, and he said he was struggling with his game a little bit. He went 3-0 up, and then he said he missed a sitter, he said, in his eyes, which probably went a sitter. And then Dave's ran away with, I think, 7 frames. Found himself 7-3 down, and then comes back, wins 9-7. But is that not just typical Dunster?
Exactly. I said to him, I take it he started tapping the pack, and he went, well, not exactly. But he obviously turned the screw a wee bit and made things a bit tighter than Dave probably liked. So, yeah, I mean, it's never a surprise to see him at the latter stages, but it did look like he was heading out, and that would have been a surprise.
Yeah, and Lee's had a great tournament as well, hasn't he? I think I was sat on the comms yesterday with Dan, and I think we're looking at Hibbert's results. He had 7 dishes out the out frames he won against, I can't remember who we played yesterday, and then he did it again in the next round, and then Lee's obviously beat him today. So, yeah, Lee's, it just shows how strong Lee's playing, and he's keeping up with the big boys. But I'd like to say he's probably one of them with the way he's playing now.
That's probably one of the things for me that Lee, it's maybe the only thing he's missing is the realisation that he is up there now. He is considered one of the top players. So it's now a case of flicking that switch, just to the realisation, wait a minute, I'm one of the big boys, so let's show it.
Yeah, absolutely. I noticed him last year from watching him. He seemed like he had that little bit of edginess to him. He was still a little bit nervous coming from an amateur, obviously the amateur background. So he obviously smashed the amateur team, didn't he? And you could just tell in some of his pro matches he weren't as loose as he is now. But like you can really see he's so much more confident, more composed. He's taking out much better finishes as well, isn't he, all the time? So and that consistency level. So yeah, it'd be a very good match if he gets going.
Yeah, I must admit, I had Gareth Hibbett down as the winner yesterday. 15 dishes out of 16 frames, and it looked like, I mean, someone's playing in that kind of form, he's going to be hard to stop. But Lee is such a fighter, but he's obviously playing at the top of the game himself, so who's to say he won't be the man standing? And I think it's a case of probably sooner rather than later that he will get his hand on a title.
Yeah, definitely. And he'll definitely be up in it this weekend.
He's taking these well. Wonder if you just drop it in, black in the left middle. You don't want to get too greedy on these. Or do you power it in and go back up and take it in the same pocket?
Yeah, I think you're probably going to drop this off the bottom cushion, yeah. Yeah, tired little finish that, to be fair. I know we were talking then, but that was well constructed, that, to be fair, from Lee.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I think the shot to come high on the yellow to the left middle, that was the one that made the difference. And Lee Shepherd goes in front. Ladies Elite semi-final, Gillian Hayes, Kelly Egan, 6 frames apiece. I don't need to tell you that it's gone all the way because it has. Kelly turning the screw a wee bit there. All the way from Isle of Man, Andy Neil. Hope you're well, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for the comment as well, Andy. Hope you're good as well, pal.
Absolutely loves it, Andy. Loves being involved, loves helping out, especially when we're over there. And he came to the Worlds this year. It was good to see him. And we'll see him again at the end of the year when we go across the water once again.
Yeah, my first time this year on the Isle of Man, it was really, really good. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, out with. Out with.
I was being sarcastic there.
Yeah, lovely place, but it's a lot better when you've got all the right equipment with you.
Yeah, for people listening in, my queue got left in Manchester Airport, so I had a bit of a disaster. But no, the hotel and everything about Isle of Man was such a good event, wasn't it? Nice to see like they did the I think the newspaper article, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right.
On it as well. So yeah, well documented as well, which it needs, which is a good addition.
Yeah, it was. Liam Dunster, good break. The yellow normally goes towards the left middle, but he got a ball anyway, and they've opened up quite well. A good opportunity. Just the yellow and the reds that are close together. He's going to have to work on that. Yellow does go to the top right corner, I think. They might be able to just go into it right away here, right?
Yeah, I think it looks the more simpler shot, doesn't it, to play that one first, and then you can hold on this one in the middle as well on the left hand side of the table. So yeah, you think you're going to see him develop it earlier.
Yeah, just as you said, holds on the one to the left middle. A good chance now for Liam. I think Lee will be scratching this one off.
Yeah, they're pretty routine from here from a player of Liam's standard.
I mean, I know it's probably kind of hard on Liam, but it would be good to see someone else win something. I love him to bits, and he's a good mate of mine, and it actually took a lot of years for me and Liam to hit it off. Not in the sense of we didn't try, it was just he played in a Scotland team with myself a couple of times, and it takes Liam a while to get comfortable with certain people, and that's just his way. Well, once he is, he's a character that a lot of people don't get to see enough of. So we're trying to get him to do some social media stuff this weekend, and he just keeps saying, after I've finished playing, I'm like, Liam, you're not doing us any favours here. we need your help, mate. But
yeah, it's funny you say that, because I actually spoke to him a few times now. I spoke to him in Isle of Man quite in depth as well, and he's a really interesting character. I think am I right in saying he's Taekwondo black belt or something like that? I think we got talking, and I spoke to him actually this weekend, and he is, like I say, he's got that sort of dry sense of humour as well.
Yeah,
and
he has.
I think if you just give him a bit of time, he has. But do you know what? I think that just shows the level of player he is as well, because it is in his game, and you can tell that personality.
Yeah.
He's not. People don't buy into it for that really over excitement side of it, do they? But do you know what? If you're a purist and you really enjoy quality pool consistently, my God, is he the man to look at? And I've just cursed him.
yeah, but he's trying to hold there, and for me, I thought just get off the bottom cushion and back out, and he's trying to kind of ghost it in. That's very unlike him. This will feel like a steal for Lee.
Yeah, and these are the frames that you need to be winning when you Lee as well. You know, when someone as good as Liam lets you off like that, it's not going to happen often, is it? So you've definitely got to jump on him when he does give you a chance.
Yeah, opportunities are few and far between when you're playing Liam Dunstop. And Lee Shepherd, I mean, he was off his seat quick there. He was at the table before the clock had even started, so I just think I see something different in Lee over the last while. That thing you spoke about when he was in the amateurs, he had a bit of a swagger about him, and I think that's slowly starting to come to the fore here in the pro ranks, and yeah, he definitely looks a different player.
Yeah, I think from just from a viewing perspective, what I saw a lot on Lee is when he was at his chair, you could tell he was quite agitated when he made mistakes. Whereas now I don't see that in him. And even prior to matches, I spoke to him actually in Wales, because obviously we're good friends, me and Lee. I go to his house and practice with him when I go to Newcastle. So he's such a nice guy, but he just seems so much more calmer about his level. Like I was talking to him down at the Worlds, and he was so relaxed. It was like he was just playing a flyer. And like before, I think he'd get probably a bit more, upbeat, and he knows that he needs to relax that sort of tension. And I think it's definitely helping him. You can tell. Needs a touch here.
There's work to do now. He's going to be bridging as well. Off the bottom cushion, loads and loads of side, and try and get up. Can he go two cushions, bottom, left cushion, and then up?
Yeah, I think that's the choice. Good shot.
Controlled that very well. A great chance now for Lee. He needs to get this, because even if it doesn't go, I fancy Liam not to make any more mistakes.
I did not expect that one.
He's played it quite positive, but maybe just up a little bit too quick. But it wasn't easy.
Yeah, he's throwing a lot of side into that to obviously hold the white and get an easier black, but yeah, you don't expect that. And again, that's what we spoke about, isn't it? About he's got to jump on and punish Liam on them scenarios. He's not going to get many of them.
You might see Liam drop this in and then play a snooker behind the yellow. I don't think he meant to come out as far as he did. Oh, nice little touch here. Yeah, just like that. I mean, if he finds the gap, he's got half a chance here.
Yeah, it's not the most fantastic safety, but obviously.
See, I think I liked if Liam was below it, he could have kind of drifted through, and that's the reason.
Oh, wow.
That is the reason. Because if Liam was above the yellow slightly, there's no shot, there's no possible way through. What a shot, Lee Shepherd. Yeah, wow. Played the percentage, and it's gone against him. Lee Shepherd 2-1 in front. Liam Dunster. It's not like him, as our sponsors, the people that make it happen here, are on your screen. Some of the best equipment in the world of Cuesports. That is never in doubt. A massive thanks to each and every one of them for their support. And next up, we're in Scotland.
Yeah, in your hometown, aren't we, Stevie?
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that one. Not too far to travel home.
Yeah, that's not a 4 or 5 hour round trip, is it, that one? So.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm not a. I used to travel all the time for work, so it doesn't really bother me. But this is the furthest away for me. Then saying that, down to Wales and stuff for the Grand Prix and things like that were a little bit far as well. But again, I've never really been one that's had a problem with that. What a creamer!
Wow.
Well, what a chance! What a break!
Yeah, he's had a monster there, hasn't he? And if you can break that out every time, you'd absolutely rock that one up, wouldn't you? I think from what I remember as well with Lee is he's invested in a new brake cue, so it must be clearly working for him.
Yeah, what a break. Cue ball flying off the table. Matt McAllister is one of the best breaks in the game. He does that, and it looks like he's not even hitting it, and the cue ball flies up. But Lee didn't half catch them. Three balls, 3 yellows kinda in each other's roads. He just wants to get...
Yeah, the only thing he's got to think about here is just the way that yellow is on the bolt line.
Yeah.
If that wasn't there, then probably 2-3 balls length left. There's nothing to think about here, but it's just in the way of the other two a little bit. So he's got to mind his work here, make sure he lands nicely on it.
Yeah, I wonder if he can get to the left-hand side, kind of where that red is. Would be absolutely perfect, but it doesn't look easy.
Yeah, I think the shot here is to play this yellow down on the bottom, obviously, and then was looking at screwing near this red on the boat line, and probably play the plant next. So you got the yellow in the middle. Just got to be careful. Don't want to land behind that. Ooh.
That's okay.
Yeah, so after this shot, you can play that awkward yellow then in the middle pocket, which opens everything up then.
Yeah, just stop the cue ball here. That'll do. Came back a tiny bit further than you would have liked, but that's okay. He's now giving him a shot to play though. I think he can just jab past this. He's looking at running into it. For me, just a little jab. Even if you flick the yellow, you should be okay. Yeah, that's all right. It's been a touch far again, to be fair.
Yeah. Should be okay. Should be able to run around the back of the black here. He's just got to make sure he gets out enough to make sure he can play it in the same pocket, I think. Yeah, where his cue is there. Look, I think that's the right place for the white.
Yeah, that'll do it. Just enough.
And great start if he gets this one as well. 3-0 up against Liam.
Yeah, so trying to come around the back of the red there.
Yeah, he went a bit quick on that one. I think that's the speed where he just sped up a little bit of excitement, I think, there. Just needs to make sure he keeps that composure, but should be fine. Yeah, never see him missing that.
Yeah, 3-0, Lee Shepherd. And just like that, Liam Dunster once again up against it.
Yeah.
Some of the scores in the Open just now. See John McAllister just getting started. Young Kieran Kate. Liam Mervyn, Keith Keldy. Keith Keldy went on a good run in the last one, even in the Open. And he's 6-all with Liam Mervyn right now. Greg McMillan, Kieran Hawkins. A lot of big games going close. Lewis McHale's just beat Reece Chisholm. Charlie Hindley just starting against Gareth Hibbert. That's 1-all. Liam had a good break in the first one. He now needs one. He needs a big one. 3-0 down. He caught them okay. I think the ball in the same bottom corner. This is a horrendous open up. What are you doing here, mate?
I think just looking at it from... Again, it's different, isn't it, from this point of view, but yellows do look a slightly bit better, just purely because of this red near the cluster of 3 yellows on the left. Unless it goes in the middle pocket, it doesn't look like it does, but I think yellows are the better ball, but again, it's his opening shot. If he takes his yellow going top left on corner, he's probably losing the white a little bit, so I won't be surprised if you see him go reds here just to control this first shot. Nope, he's gone against me.
Yeah, yellow balls.
He's played that really well. So yeah, yellows were definitely a better ball, but it was just that first shot and he's played it lovely, full ball in that red.
I wonder if that outside yellow passes, that's what he's looking at. Into the high side of the pocket, but I don't think so. He's going to play it, so he must think it does. Oh, he's on the bottom one. Didn't think he could play that one. I would have loved that to come out a little bit further. I think he needs to pop this in the bottom right, come back across for the one closest to the bottom left, and then possibly middle bottom again.
Yeah, the big thing is you don't want to be leaving these two to last at the bottom left because there's just no easy way of getting on that second ball. That's why you see him come for it now. Yeah, great shot.
Yeah, so bottom, then back up for the one in the middle.
Yeah, he's just got to get straight on this one in the middle as well, though, because
That's
of that red. Just to left of the 3 in the middle. He's blocking the obvious path to just land on it. So he's got to come quite nice on this. Yeah, I think he'd like that one back. I think he's just under it that slightly, hasn't he?
Is he on the one to the bottom left? Don't think so. So he's going to have to... Just going to drop this in, maybe just drift high, 5 or 6 inches.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay. Just use all the baggy and just roll it in.
Yeah, he's landed on the gap as well, so that's a good shot. I wonder if he ever feels pressure.
I know, that's the thing, isn't it? That's what I'm saying about his personality. I think it definitely helps him with these scenarios. And obviously he's an absolute serial winner, no matter what. But yeah, he's just the most composed man in the room, isn't he, all the time?
Yeah, black belts, he's a chess master. Serial winner on the pool table. Who knows what else he can do?
It's more like what he can't do.
Yeah, that'd be a quicker list to make up. So this black for Lee Shepherd to have a 3-1 lead. If he misses, which he was never going to do, Liam brings it back. Lee 3, Liam Dunster 1. Nothing Liam could do there. Lee could do there, just sitting watching. But that's what it was like in the early frame when Liam missed, uncharacteristic. You're in that scenario now, playing in the pro ranks. You're just hoping that your opponent that you don't expect to miss maybe gives you a wee opportunity, Ryan, so that you can step in.
Yeah, you definitely need that. Like I say, from the strength in depth from the pros, it's very difficult to go into a match and be like, oh, I'm going to get loads of chances here, because you're not going to do that. And obviously coming off the amateur tour last year, I will be honest, you do get a little bit more chances, and that's just purely because, like I say, there's a different range of abilities. But yeah, these pro lads, it's not one you can pick and you're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to get loads of chances here. They're all very consistently good, and especially let's argue the veterans, if you like, they just don't miss, do they? And so difficult. I mean, I played Ross Fernie yesterday, and it uncharacteristically missed, I think, 1 or 2 balls, and I did jump on it, but then I've thrown one in and straight back at me. So it's brutal, yeah. And the standard just is outstanding. So
not the same result this time on the Lee Shepherd break. Liam out his chair quickly.
Yeah, definitely didn't hit them as well as his last one. Be hard to match that one again, won't it, though?
Yeah, he absolutely creamed them. Reds stand out like a sore thumb here. Big control in the frame. I don't think there's a straightforward finish though, so...
Yeah, I won't be surprised if Liam pulled back here a little bit. I don't think there's an easy way to go about these and get these reds in.
Yeah, he might play the red at the bottom and just leave the cue ball on the yellow. Yeah, I think he would have liked it a little bit tighter, but it's not the worst. He's giving Lee a shot right enough that he maybe wasn't expecting.
Yeah, I'd like to see how Lee goes about these sort of frames, because, as I say, with Liam, he's such a good tactical player as well. And probably, admittedly, he's probably one of the best on tour, isn't he, at these type of frames? So, and he'll happily sit here and slug it out. But Lee's just not that type of player. He is really aggressive, and I'm just keen to see how we would go about these type of frames, especially with so much on the line. Obviously, this is getting to a pro final, so it can change your mindset, can't it? I'm sure.
Yeah, you don't want to give anything away easily. You want to make your opponent work for it. Oh, there's nobody better at that than Liam Dunster, but I guess if you want to go and win these, you're going to have to be a little bit more like Liam. So, the same as yourself, I wonder what Lee's thinking here. He could pop this in the bottom, kick the one at the top left, and then worry about the next one.
Yeah, I think you're seeing this now, look, in the way he's playing. He's just thought, there, I've got to go and make something happen here. Yeah, so tough finishes. I think he's looking at the treble as well off this second ball. So I think the plan here is roll this in the middle and play the treble as a big bag. That's what he's just lined up.
Yeah, I wonder.
I mean, this will be some finish if he gets this out, I must say. Hope I don't call it too early.
I'm looking at that yellow next to the red. Does it go in the bottom corner? It looks like it's a bit tight, but maybe it does. Oh, well. So he's tried to kick the yellow out at the same time. I'm not sure he had the angle for that, but...
Yeah, that just slid straight away as he hit that.
Advantage, Liam Dunster.
But I think that's the thing from a player perspective, how the mentality can change, because like I said, Lee is a very aggressive player, and he will want to go for as many finishes as he can. But then if you start going into Liam's game and start playing a bit more tactical, you're thinking, well, I'm not playing myself here. I'm not playing the way I'm playing. And you sort of go against, should I play safe or should I still be super aggressive? But then if you're super aggressive and you're missing, it's like, I'm getting the frame away. So, yeah, God, it's, mentally it's such an horrible game sometimes.
That's one of the biggest things that people that play the game know, and they say, a lot of it is ability, of course it is, but the majority is played between the ears, and that mental difference in how you approach it and how you go about it, that's what makes the biggest difference. It's the reason why this guy is so solid. But if the balls are wide open, you would bet Lee would get them every single time. It's just as you said a minute ago, when the question's asked, you're wondering how's he going to go about the frame. Obviously, he could go and put a ball on top of a ball, but he's maybe thinking, what's the point in doing that against Liam? He's just going to outfox me, so he's tried to make something happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, like I say, that's that fear factor that Liam brings, I think, as well, because he has got every element of the game in his locker, hasn't he? So naturally, as a player, you're not doubting yourself, but you've got to probably go, right, got to push the ball out sometimes, and then you might see players really reel it in, and then it suits Liam from the attacking side. So he does. I do think he puts fear in a lot of players.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if this red went, but the evidence is right now. Oh, this could be a quick turnaround. It's not to say we didn't expect Liam to go and win a couple of frames, but that'll drop in. Yeah, that'll do nicely. He never looks flustered. There's once or twice I've looked at him and I thought, does he look a little bit unnerved here? Is he changing colour? Is he? You're trying to find that sweet spot so that you can watch for it in future, but he just never looks like he's in any kind of trouble, even when he's miles behind.
I'm sure he'd be a very good poker player.
Probably tell us he's got a World Series bracelet in the house. Do you know what I mean? He's done everything else.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, so should be 3-2 after this 8 ball. And it is, and it will be Liam to break in the next frame. Chance possibly to square the match. But I tell you right now, no matter what level you're playing at, if someone says to you before, listen, after 5 frames you'll be 3-2 up, you'd bite the hand off. So Lee will just be, I'm sure he'll be quite relaxed. He's not done anything majorly wrong. He pushed the boat out there. Can't blame him. I think most players would have done that against Liam in that situation.
Yeah, it was a tight frame, wasn't it? And like I said, Reds were definitely favourite no matter what, even if he'd have pulled the safety. So I think he's just resorted to a bit more gung-ho then. But just going back to Liam, you can see there just on that finish, you'd argue that's an easy finish. But what I really respect with Liam is how he takes every shot. I think the way he goes down to it, I mean, that black then, he took a little bit longer than what probably people from viewing point of view will go, that's not exciting. But that's why he doesn't make any mistakes, and that's why he's so consistent, because he doesn't look at a ball and give it any sort of sympathy, or at the same time doesn't look at it from any difference of whether it's over a pocket or it's a full table shot. And yeah, that's why I think he is so good.
It's so true. He's a kind of guy, if you were saying, listen, Liam, I'm going to be in Scotland, I fancy a bit of practice, are you up for it? Race to 21, he'd say, yeah, of course. So you could get in there and he could be 15-1 in front, and you say, right, Liam, we'll just call it. He would say, no, you said you would give me a race to 21. And it's as if there's something in him that needs to get that full match done. And it's, well, I suppose if you tell someone you're giving them a race to 21, you would have it. But I think the match he had with Gio, they had a race to 50, and Liam was quite far in front, and Gio said, right, Liam, we'll just call it a day after this, get something to eat and whatever. And he says, no, we need to finish the game. And Gio was kind of like, we've played about 70 frames, man. But in his head. I don't know if there's some kind of weird switch that would malfunction if he doesn't get to finish what he was planning. But if you continually execute what you're planning, then you're going to be pretty good at stuff. So fair play to the guy.
Yeah.
Race to 50.
Crazy.
Just for practice. Wow. Oh, that's not a bad opportunity that's come here.
But yeah, just going on that as well about Liam is, I think people who put that time in are deserved of that success, and I'm a big believer in that. I think you've got to, you've got to dedicate yourself to it if you really want to win and achieve so much. And like even last night, he's played. I think he got through to the pros, and obviously he's played late last night. He's back on the practice table that night as well, playing till midnight, 1 o'clock. You know, and putting that time in. So he does everything right if you want success.
Yeah, for me, he's one of the biggest examples in the game for putting that effort in, the time and effort, and getting the rewards. And no matter what sport it is, me and yourself have obviously backgrounds in football, and there's loads of other people in different sports, no matter what it is, or different walks of life. It could be work life, it could be anything. But if you put the time in, there's a much better chance you're going to get some kind of reward out of it. And Liam's, he's the biggest example, I feel, in the game.
Absolutely. Your preparation is what performs, isn't it? And that's like
make up the numbers. He's want to make sure he's in there competing, and he's definitely doing that. He got himself quite high in the rankings. He's mixing with the big boys. He's getting to the latter stages. It's just a case of winning one now.
Yep. And he's not far away.
He's going to have a little bit of distance on this. Maybe play it into the top side of the pocket. Yeah, he could. That's okay. That's okay. He's one of the best. Even though we'll all manipulate the bag at times to try and get to a certain area, he's definitely one of the best in the game for me, Liam, at that. Even when he looks wrong side. A few of the guys talk about when he's dead straight on a ball and he doesn't hit them hard. You know, a lot of people power stun to the left, to the right and whatever. Liam does it so effortless, and the balls, how he manipulates the cue ball for someone that doesn't hit it so hard, incredible.
Yeah, it helps when he's just super accurate on every pot as well. That's the thing, isn't it? His angles and his lines are everything. He hits it to an absolute millimetre, doesn't he? So he can toy around with that cue ball a lot more efficiently.
3-0, just like that. And Lee Shepherd had the 3-frame lead. Liam Dunster was never going anywhere. Lee knows that. It's time to kick back into gear. Can he cream the break like he did before? We're going to find out in a few moments. Need to find out if Lee can get a bigger top to fit some more sponsors on there. Just looking at that big patch. Surely could have got that made a bit smaller.
It's like an A4 piece of paper stuck on, isn't it, that?
What is on that, man?
At least they're getting the money's worth, eh?
I don't even know how I've not noticed that till right now. I'm looking and thinking, stuck that on.
Yeah, I think they are patches, I think he's put them on with patches. Yeah, he went for the extra large, didn't he, bless him?
Frame number 7. Lee Shepherd needs a biggie.
Yeah, let's see if he goes with that more monster power approach.
I mean, he caught them good. He didn't hit them as hard as the one he did before. Almost every ball has gone to the top half of the table. Yellow balls look pretty good to me. Maybe start off with a plant.
Yeah, I think if you can play this yellow over the middle and maybe move the red, I think that would be the best choice.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure if he is. It might be too much angle to do that.
No, you're right. I didn't think he was on it, but he's lining it up. It tells us that it must be.
I think he's just off. That's the thing. That's why it's might load it with side a bit more. Yeah, great shot. Played it as a planet and then top through.
Yeah, it ends up landing really awkward here. He might have to play the yellow off the red unless he can get through. I think he probably can. It's a thin cut though, and the issue is he's going to be running into the other yellow at the top left. I think he's...
Apologies, guys, for any issues there with the sound. Should be back going now. Stevie just took a little small break. I'm sure he'll be back soon, just to double check. So big shot here for Lee. Just got to keep still here and take this long.
Great shot. It's all about composure. Cushioning back out.
Oh.
So surprised that he's played that. There's a time to take your medicine. I think that was it. Just drop it in. Even could he play off the top cushion maybe, Ryan?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm curious to what he tried to play there, because if he's playing that with deep screw, you're thinking he's going to make that a lot harder and maybe come off the side rail and go back to middle, or he plays it really deep screw, which it looked like he played, and try and come around the back of it.
Yep.
But it's like he got caught in two minds. He kind of pulled out a little bit there, so yeah, he won't be happy with that one. Yeah, that'll frustrate him.
Yeah, and he's a fiery character, as we know, and that. I mean, there's a difference between fiery and the swagger, and obviously that'll frustrate him. We've just got to let it go. Yeah, I don't see Liam making any mistakes from here. I struggle to see him making mistakes at the best of time, Ryan, but not when they're as straightforward as this.
Yeah, he's not going to be missing these very often, is he? Absolute collector's item if you've seen Liam miss these.
And this is what you were talking about a moment ago. There's a lot of players would have had this finish 5 minutes ago, but that doesn't fall into the routine that Liam has and the care and attention to detail that he has over every shot, and that's the difference.
Yeah, and he knows how important these frames are, because obviously as a player as well, you're looking at Lee there. Look, he's rubbing his eyes and he's had a little bit of a frustrated sort of cue bang, and that's just like a double whammy then when that, you know, your opponent comes to the table and clears up. So he's got to clear his head, but Dunster again showing his class, knows how to make sure and put it right back on him. So, and Liam's never going to feel sorry for you, is he? He's that type of player where he's just going to do what he needs to do and absolutely, you know, double down when he can.
Yeah, what a turnaround from 3-0 is now 4 frames to 3. Liam Dunster. And it's not what you want either when it's Liam to break next.
Absolutely. Where do you see this going then, Stevie? Do you think Dunster takes it? Are you going with your nation, or are you thinking Lee's going to come back?
Do you know what? One thing, I mean, me and Lee have got quite close over the last couple of years, and I don't know if there's many on the tour that are as big a fighter as Lee. I know Liam, you need to scrape Liam off the table, but in a different way. Liam, but different to Lee, and the fact that Lee wears his heart on his sleeve and he gets passionate at the World Championship when he shed a tear after that marathon match he had, and it just goes to show what it means. And although the two of them are different characters, I think they're very similar in the sense that Lee won't give up. He'll get frustrated, but then he'll batten down the hatches and go again. And it would not surprise me if Lee went on and won the match. It never surprises me when Liam wins. That's just became normal. But yeah, I mean, if you beat Liam Dunster, you deserve all the credit in the world. And I honestly think, even though there's some people probably sitting at home thinking, that's his head gone. It's not the way Lee is. This is just how he reacts and tries to fire himself up.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. He's that type of player, isn't he? He shows his passion, and I'd like to argue I'm similar to that. I think that's why we get on.
Yeah.
Me and you are like his host.
No,
we
that's
like
it.
to wear his
and he's obviously involved in football coaching and stuff like that. Maybe that's just the football in us. It's that.
I think
that
it is.
passion.
Yeah, he's got great energy for everything he puts his mind to, and you can just see that in him. And like I say, it shows off a lot more than what some people will. But like I say, I think to see him as a winner would be great. I'd love to see his reaction to winning an event, but.
Yeah, I must admit that would be arguably to this point one of my favourite ever interviews and presentations. There's just some people that you just love to see do well and you would like to see them win, and Lee's up there for me.
Yeah.
The yellow between the reds, does it go? It looks like it might.
I think it does off the overhead we've got here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
And this is what he needs to do. This is from a Liam Dunster break. Pounce on any small opportunity that Liam gives you, because he doesn't give you many, so jump on them and then just deal with what you can yourself. And I know it sounds simple, and if it was that easy, everyone would be at the top end of the game, but if you want to win, it really is that simple.
Yeah, like we said earlier, you're not going to get much chances are you off Liam when he's making balls off a break. He's relentless on them on the dishing side, and so when he does go dry and they open up like they do, you've got to make sure. He threw a little one in, didn't he, earlier, where he let Liam back. Luckily got away with it, but yeah, it's good that he's put that little mistake off the last frame straight to the back of his mind, and he's straight back to it now. So
yeah, if you could go inside the mind of a pool player when they're at this moment, when things go for them, go against them. I mean, if you could see it visually, that would make some TV.
Oh God, I don't want to do that. I'll leave that one to you.
No, but I'm just thinking, right there, I'm thinking the way I would have been there, I'd have been screaming inside myself, even rolling the last two balls in, basically saying, that's what you're meant to do, that's the way it goes. Now, and I think Lee's one of them, I could see his face was a bit screwed up as if that's what I'm talking about, whereas Liam's probably listening to opera in his mind. He's just floating around as if everything's just the norm. Whatever happens is, I mean, I would love to. People say to me there's wee tiny cars in my mind just crashing into each other, and maybe it is, but it seems normal to me.
It's a fair point. Yeah, cracking another semi-final as well, isn't it? Clint versus Craig. I mean, two absolute veterans of the game there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, two big wins for both of them, taking out Mark Farnsworth and Mark Boyle.
It's nice to see Marshy back playing well. I like Marshy a lot. He's got a superb personality, hasn't he? And I know he's been struggling a little bit on the table from professional results-wise, but yeah, it's nice to see him back up the top end of the tournament. Dan
Wiley was in here on comms with Dan Fairway in the match against Mark Boyle, and he said, I put myself on I can't mind the words he used, but he put himself out there and said that if Marshy continues to play the way he did against Mark, now I didn't see a lot of it because the football was on out in the lobby area. Some big game happening in Scotland this weekend, and when I came in and I was speaking to Marshy, and he was telling us a wee bit about it, but Dan said he played that well, that if he continued that, nobody would stop him this weekend. So that's a big statement.
Yeah, he's always got that in his locker, isn't he? I mean, he's not a world champion for no reason. I always remember watching that because that was like the first time I actually watched the Worlds, and Marshy was just unbelievable. Like the way he floats around the table, his cue ball when he's on it, he's unbelievable as well. So yeah, if he can hit any form like he knows he can, he's definitely the one to beat, isn't he? But again, his opponent Clint's not going to let him off with anything, is he? So yeah, superb match, that one.
I think it's good to see Clint I think over the last while, he would probably be the first to say he's underachieved a wee bit. I know he's been playing other Cuesports and he's been trying his hand at probably everything, but what a talent, what a player, and it's good to see him at the deep end as well. So one of they two are going to be in the final, and probably at the start of the week, and this isn't me doing anyone a disservice, probably the last four, maybe Dunster's maybe the only one that's been tipped that would be in that, and that's not me, because any one of them are capable of winning it, but some of the names that have dropped,
Yeah, I think a bit again that just shows again the depth and strength. Strength and depth of the pro ranks. It's you can't really pick a top four every time, can you? And probably get anywhere near. There's always that one player who seems to outdo themselves, and then you just get players who, like say Clint, who's probably not put as much time into the game, and look, he's in a semi-final beating top players. Marshy again not being anywhere near the probably top four for a bit, but he wants to go and prove himself right, and that's the thing. It only takes one event to turn up, doesn't it? And absolutely, turn your tour around if you like. So
that's the thing. It's like I've noticed over the last while, Ryan, that certain people when they win their first title. I mean, Lee was speaking about it on that year on the Amateur. He won. I think he won 3. I think he won the 2 early doors, and then I think he won in Isle of Man, if I'm right. But he was by far and away the top pro. I think Rob Stephen won a couple on the year he won it. Gio Edgar the same. It seems to be that when you get that first one, if you get it early enough, you always seem to go and get 1 or 2 more, and who knows what could happen for one of the guys. Even yourself, who's obviously new to the pro ranks, probably remind me a bit of Lee when he stepped in there. Certain players have stepped in, and you're just finding your feet, wondering what style of game you're going to play against different players, and then eventually you probably realise at some point, you know what, I just need to concentrate on me.
Yeah, definitely fair. I think you're more than right there, Stevie. To be fair, I have felt it difficult to be straight, comfortable early days. But again, I know I'm new to it, so I've got everything to be free about, if you like. But I think when I get that first, I've had 2 absolute stinking draws. I've played Dan Davey and Ross Fernie. You could argue they're, on the day they're top 5s, aren't they? Yeah. So I've had a tough draw, but again, I've stated a decent game. But I do feel like I'm still, lacking in that sort of comfortability side of things. It definitely will come with time, and like you say, I think when you look at Lee from last year, it was that, wasn't it, where he was finding his feet, little agitated, little things would bother him, but now he just looks like a really, like he cemented his position. And I think the only thing, like I say, missing is that title, and being able to really say, yeah, I'm here now and I'm going to compete for them all.
That's exactly it. I think probably once you realise you deserve to be there, because it's a battle. There's a lot of people here. There's actually a few people that frustrate me on the tour. That some people complaining about the Open. So the Open draw, for anybody at home doesn't know that you basically play your first round. If you're lucky, you play an amateur and then you run into a pro. That's great. For me, when I came on the tour, I only wanted to play the best players. I was so desperate to get those first couple of games won, so I was playing the pros. What a shot, Liam Dunster. But there's a lot of guys now chomping at the bits to get rid of that and have like 2 amateur events and 2 pro events and stuff, and I'm thinking, what other time then are you going to get an opportunity, and why are you here? If you're not here to play the best players, I don't get it.
I'm glad you said that, because the big reason I chose to come on the IPA was because of that. I used to love the Open and being able to say, look, if I win my first round, I'm going to play a pro. Now, I'd be so excited about who I was going to play, and I was like always buzzing about playing the best. I remember last year, actually, as the amateur, it wasn't on an event, but I played in the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
And I played Mark Boyle, and Mark Boyle is like one of my idols from a young kid, just growing up watching him, and I absolutely love looking at him as a player. And then to play him, I thought this was unreal. What a feeling it was, and I got close as well. I was really happy with my performance. So,
but that for me, I think again, and I don't want to take it away from people that maybe weren't involved in the world of football, but I think when you're involved in that world, your aim is to try and get as far as you can. You want to get, and you want to play against the best teams, the best players, the best. And when I stepped into the Cuesports world, I played snooker as a youngster, but I didn't compete at snooker. I just played almost every single day. I grew up on the table, and then right next to my school on the way home, there was a snooker club, and it was £1 for an hour after school. So I used to keep my dinner money and go. My mum used to say, Mum, I need my lunch. When she'd go, but you get a school dinner. And I'm going, just give me my. And I would go and play snooker every single day for 1 hour. I just loved it, but football was my passion, and I see certain things and certain people that I go, that's from the world that they've came from. And then other people, well, obviously we all grow up different. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. I've always had that, like I say, with football background, aren't we? I think you look at the competitions like the FA Cup. I absolutely love the FA Cup. So I've got quite a lot of local sides, from my end, who do quite well. And just like the Macclesfield story and things like that,
incredible.
You could argue they're not technically the best players in the world, but then they go and turn over a team like, I think it was Palace, wasn't it, or West Ham? I can't remember which one they beat, but yeah, stories like that are just what competition is about.
Exactly.
And for me, as a player, Steve, I totally agree. Just going back to pool, is you want to be playing the best, in my opinion. I don't think, I've always had a big thing locally where I never wanted to start off anyone. I always wanted to play the best, and whatever happens, I can learn from that. I'm not going to learn from getting a 5-star to 21 of someone. So, yeah, I think just being ambitious and wanting that drive to get better is so important to, in my opinion, play at high level competition. So,
can you imagine all the amateurs in a room? And the draw's getting done for what pro they're going to get. You get Liam Dunster, someone jumping up in the air going, yes, I want to play the best players. Now, that's what happens in the world of football. They sit in that training ground and they wait to see who they draw. And when they get the big guns, they celebrate. Here, people go, oh, I've got Dunster. And it's all of a sudden, I think it's 2 different worlds, I get that. But you and me know personally, if you want to get to the top, you need to play the best players. You need to beat the best players. That's Liam.
That's it, and that experience, it's so valuable. And I think people probably don't look at it that they're more bothered about the result and I need to win and oh God, I'm going to get someone who's going to beat me now. But actually, when you watch it, and you never know. I mean, if you put the time and effort in and you know you're good enough, you believe in your ability, what's to say you can't go and beat them?
Exactly.
Go and make a result happen where people will look at it and go, you know what a result that is, by the way.
Yeah, that is exactly that. It's why the world of competition exists. So we can get an underdog story.
Yeah, and a player I'd like to mention, to be fair, is someone who does that, I believe, and that's Liam Power. He's come to the pro ranks this year, and I get on with Liam so well. He's such a nice guy, but he's prime example of a young lad who just wants to play the best. Got offered the pro, not by being seeded, but it just shows his ambition. He wants to be around the best players, and fair play to him, because I do feel that he's probably thick and far between now, which is in a way a shame, because you want them players to be coming and going, I'm going to go and beat you.
That's exactly that. Liam's obviously, I played Liam last year on the tour. It was a weird game, a wee bit scrappy, and I think the older head in me, it suited a wee bit, just the way the balls were breaking and stuff, and I won the game quite comfortable, to be fair. He did look like a duck out of water when the game was like that. And I knew quite fairly quickly that he needed the balls open to show how good he is, because he's different class and he's such a good kid as well. And he's, again, a great addition to the pro ranks.
Yeah, it'd be good to see how he does this year. And he's getting close already, I think he had a close match with Newell, didn't it, yesterday? So
yeah, I think he lost that 8-6. He was pretty close. Jake actually said he was quite fortunate to get over the line in the match. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 things happened in the middle of it, but you need that as well. You need that. You need to ride your luck a wee bit sometimes.
Yeah, of course you do. Especially with these shorter races, the race to 8s, they're a little bit more lengthier now, but again, you do need your run, you need your break to work and things like that.
Liam's left this pretty thin. Just kind of dink it into the top end of the pocket. Even if he catches a red, he should be fine. That'll do it. I says to Liam, it was actually here last year and he played a shot. I think he's knocked it in off 3 or 4 balls. It was real imagination, Ryan. It was one of them that he doesn't get enough credit for, because probably at the time he could have played some kind of safety, but he's played a wonderful shot. And I've interviewed him after the match and I said, you've showed real imagination in pulling that shot off. And he looked at me and went, Liam Dunster? Imagination? Never. But then that was kind of the end of it, and he was just that dry sense of humour. Quickly done. Next question. But I thought it was class.
Yeah, he's brilliant, and he's got them in his locker, and that's the thing. People look at him and might think, "Oh God, he's going to keep everything simple." And he gets labelled that boring. I honestly do not find him one bit boring. No. I think he's so interesting as a person and as a player. And again, if you do really understand Paul if you really want to buy into it from a technical perspective, he is exactly someone you want to be looking up to, because he's got everything. He's got the big shots. He's got the safety game. He's got the ability to break and dish simply and more technically. So I find it difficult to understand why people don't look at him like that and rate him that high. Maybe just because he's not got that overdone flair factor, which is crazy to me.
Looked like it tried everything to stay out there. Clint's 3-0 in front in that one. Marcy having a little laugh and a giggle.
Yeah, he started well as well, obviously, for 3-0 lead. That was to go 4-0 as well.
Good with one hand. I'd be surprised if Liam can't turn his hand to anything, to be honest. There's a lot of people like that in the world, but I couldn't imagine him playing football, mate.
Oh yeah, he's definitely not the type for that one, is he? Wow, what a break again.
Yeah. Do you know the other day, Keane Monaghan was breaking, and he was doing a cut break yesterday, and we're in here doing the comms, and I said he's found a new break here because he's hardly hitting them. Balls are flying in everywhere. He was getting chances, and I spoke to him after the match, and I says, "You've obviously worked on a new break," and he went, "No," he went, "There's something wrong in my mind right now. I'm actually pulling out it and decelling on it, and I don't know what I'm doing." And so he was basically breaking by accident. But I spoke to Lee. I was talking to Lee last night, and he said he had a problem with that a wee while ago, and he felt like he just wasn't. So it seems to me he's maybe worked on it because he's creaming the break when he's catching them.
Yeah. It's strange that, because I'm the same. I've come with all intention of cut breaking, and it's not working for me. So I've gone and changed it straight away. But yeah, it can happen, and it does differ table to table, as bizarre as that sounds, because of the, like I say, the cloth can be slightly different, if you could argue. But yeah, that break shot, I mean, you could ask every player, that just drives everyone mad, doesn't it? Because it's the only shot you can't guarantee anything on, and that's what definitely does get in your head.
It's probably one of the worst when, as you say, you could be on one table and breaking like a god, and then you come off and say, my break's working great, my first 2 matches incredible. Next game you go and play, come off, how'd you get on? My break was terrible. It's like, there's never an in-between.
No. And it's frustrating because you don't want to use that as an excuse, but it genuinely can be like that sometimes. I mean, against Fernie, I was 4-1 down and I've broke dry every time. And I'm like, what is happening? I've had one visit and I've took it off a miss. So it's a frustrating game sometimes, but you just got to ride the wave, haven't you? And that's the thing with these comps. You do need a little bit of luck to run your way, don't you? You need to be able to make a ball on your break. But like I said, to be fair, when Lee's hitting them that well, you should argue we will get a ball every time. It's just being able to do that consistently.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, he's took these really nicely as well.
And that's the difference I'm talking about in Lee, where although he wears his heart on his sleeve, but although he does get a little bit frustrated at times with certain things, and he shows it, he's passionate, he channels it very well. He seems to settle himself down and then go again. And there's a lot of people that, in that situation, you can sometimes think he's gone. Yeah,
and that's the thing what I was just speaking about earlier. It just seems like that's not lasting. He's able to probably get it out, and that's fine. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think you've got to get it out sometimes, but he's then able to move on quite quickly. Whereas before, when I watched him a bit last year, you could argue he probably kept it in his head a little bit, and maybe that was what we're holding him back. And you'd see that a lot out of the younger players, don't you, Steve? I mean, like I say, I work him now a little bit in coaching with the younger players, and they get so quick to be frustrated. And admittedly, myself, I've done that before when I was a younger player. But when you understand the difference of just being able to try and move on so quick, like the ability to get back to form is so much easier.
100%.
And that's definitely an holdback for a lot of players.
Just looking at the score that came up there, it's Matty Rowland 5, Kev Austin 4. I know Kev was kind of up and down over the last while. I actually played him in Wales in one of the Grand Prix, and the performance that both of us put in wasn't great, but you would have swore probably that day that Kev hadn't lifted a cue in his life, and he just had one of their days. But he's been going through a big change in his life positively, and it's shown on the table. I was speaking to him earlier on today, and he's mixing with some good players. Matty's one of the best about, so 5-4 in that one, still behind, but well in the match.
Yeah, a little shout out to Ben Clayton as well in the semi-final of the amateurs, my good friend. Good to see him back on the tour and doing well.
Yeah, he's got one of the best cut breaks in the game, Liam. I wonder if he might opt for reds, but you never see Liam kicking a ball out. He's perfect to do it, but you just never see it usually, unless he can guarantee 100% he's going to be on something else. I can just imagine his brain deleting cookies right now, just thinking, don't kick it, but I think he's got to play that shot.
Yeah, the thing is with yellows, they all go, don't they? It's not like there's any bags covered.
Yeah.
They do go, but there's them two tricky ones on the rail. Probably the one above middle, which is harder to get on. And they're just a little bit fiddly, whereas this red, if he does get it out well, they're on, aren't they? So, but when you're playing this shot, again, because you're kicking it onto the rail, you're going to have to be careful that it doesn't hit the black, move it into somewhere safe. So think that's why you see him choose yellows here.
Yeah, definitely.
I do understand that choice.
So again, plays the percentages very well. Didn't try and knock it down as far as he did, but he knew he could play that in and guarantee position on the next ball, and that's the difference there. The yellows might have seemed a lot more awkward from the start, and I think 90% of pool players would have went pot kick right away into that red, and then, but Liam's, it's just not his way. He's thinking guarantees, percentages. Do you know what? I actually played him a while back, and I played a shot. Let's say it was similar to that, and he said to me after the game, he's beat me, I think it was 7-4, 7-5, something like that, and this mistake, this was for me, I think, to go in front at one point. And he says, Steve, do you never look at the percentages? And I'm like, what do you mean? And he went, well, if you land in this area, what percentage do you think you'll finish the frame? Is it 50, 60, 70, 80? And so I'm saying, right, probably if I landed there, maybe 100%. He went, well, that's pretty high. He went, if you land there, and then he went back to where I ended up landing. And I was like, I get you. I've just not taken into account, and I've just been down and potted a ball thinking I'm guaranteed a shot. Didn't even look. Everything he's working out, right, if I land here, what percentage am I going to get the next one? And it's, I mean, I've never in my life looked at it that way. I probably still don't, but it stands out like a sore thumb how simple that is.
Yeah, and I think that's why you're seeing, like I say, someone like Liam, he's always on a ball. He's never really in a position where he can't play a pot, and I think that's because of that what you just said, Steve. I totally agree. His percentage play is superb. I mean, even that shot there, he's played on 2 balls. He's able to take either ball there, and whether he's played like that or not. But for me, when I'm looking, he's not, even though he can play on like a 10-pence piece, he's not always trying to do it, and I think that's why it's an important factor to take into account when you're playing, whether it be a developing shot or just landing in position, that he's not trying to over-perfect himself all the time.
I think that's actually a fantastic point, that it might seem, because everybody always says, listen, he's never out of position, and it's maybe that he plays the percentages so well that he gives himself so many options. It just seems like he's never, ever out of position, as you say. 3 or 4 times here he said numerous options.
Yeah, and that's how I see it. I just see it as he's always giving himself a chance. He's never in a position where he's having to land so specifically in one part of the table. So it looks simple, but to be able to do that consistently and actually see the shot all the time, it's just shows his class again.
Yeah, he doesn't miss them. Lee had his cue in his hand, just hoping, more wishful thinking, but yeah, mentioned it earlier, you don't get many opportunities against Liam, so when you do, you have to take them. Right now, Liam with the break in this one, and Lee will break off in the next frame. I mean, I'm calling it the break, that's the way I've always done it, but there's people call it a serve, and you can't really call it a throw. But somebody says, you can't call it a throw because that's in darts. And I'm saying, well, you're calling it a serve, that's tennis. But that was me and Goobsy talking about it a wee while ago, and I'm like, but it's your break. He says, but you can't have a break of break. I'm like, well, that's what it is.
Yeah, it kind of is like a serve, isn't it, I suppose, if it works for you. It's not if it doesn't.
No.
It's like dealing with second serve every time.
I know.
Having to tap it over the net.
3-2, just like that. Craig Marsh coming firing back.
Yeah, I think Clint's on yellows here and he's in a bit of a bad spot. He might be on reds actually, but
and off it. Ooh, wasn't far away.
took control of the table there though.
Needs a big one. Gets a big one.
Wowzers. Yeah, he generates so much power, doesn't he, on that break?
Yeah, what a chance. The thing is, it's no mistake pool now, and he needs to hope that he can get an opportunity from Liam. They don't come very often. He's had 1 or 2 in the match already. Sometimes it's about all you can hope for. I mean, Jake Dillon, New Love in Glasgow last year, beat Liam 7-6. He had 6 breaking dishes, and the other one was one of the best finishes I've ever seen. And he won 7-6. And Liam, I think he only got a ball off 1 break. And you think about 6 breaking dishes and a monster, and you still couldn't shake him off. He's just like, I said to Jake, and he went, well, now I know what you have to do to beat Liam, just breaking dish all the time.
Yeah, that's the only way you can do it, really. And that's the thing, he's never going to go away, is he? And you can't expect him to start throwing your frames. He's just never going to do that. Yeah, important frame this filly, obviously, to keep Liam off the hill. He's got to make sure he gets these, really.
Yeah, just needs to get slightly low on this so that he can get on the next ball. Yeah, he's under hit it. He wanted just enough, I think, to just drift through the gap, maybe. Even just nudge the red and be on the yellow to the top left, but yeah, not bad.
Yeah, it's a good shot because he's left this one now for the top left pocket, and then obviously he's going to use the one in the middle, drift up and land short side of that yellow. So it's just all about cue ball now, really, this finish. Looks difficult, but he's in perfect position here to make sure.
Yeah, that is nice.
But just doesn't want to be straight or get too close to this red here. Probably between middle and boat cushion. Boat cushion and boat, sorry.
Screwing back.
Must go then.
Yeah, the overhead that we've got doesn't look like it does, but maybe he can just slide cushion first, red, and just nice and easy, just take the cue ball to the right-hand side. Yeah, just like that. He's overdone it. Nah, it's perfect. That's okay.
Yeah, this overhead is definitely deceiving, isn't it, Stephen? That red yellow did not look like it went.
Yeah, quick fire frame from Lee Shepherd. And back on the Liam Dunster break. And Lee, desperate for some kind of mistake, something dry, something uncharacteristic. And that's what he needs.
Yeah, it's been a great standard, obviously, here, look, as well. Like, I think that's dishes, isn't it? So 5 each for each player. Shows the calibre you've got to be at this level to make semi-finals.
Yeah, 13 frames and 10 dishes. It's been a decent standard, that's for sure.
I mean, even in the amateur semis, like I said about Ben, but you've got like Pete Fisher and Kyle Brown battling out on table 6. So
is Ben playing Andrew McPhee? Yeah. So 2-1 to Ben just now. Andrew is Dunster's practice partner.
Well, that's it, and they're the top 4 amateurs, so it shows how strong the amateur field is as well to get there. I mean, you could argue any of them could easily be at pro level, couldn't they? So yeah, I'm sure the amateur final will be top class as well. So a big break this. Lee will be absolutely begging for it to be dry, won't he?
Yeah, he's going to be desperate here. I'm not sure you would have a more popular winner than Lee, but it's going to require some kind of gift from Liam. He just doesn't give too many away. He might start with a 3-ball plant here. It's nice and soft. Make sure the red doesn't cover the bag.
These look a bit messy, but the yellows aren't bad at all, really. They have all got a pocket again. Some McPhee fans in the chat.
He's actually a world champion. Andrew and Liam won the doubles in.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah,
right.
They won the world doubles earlier in the year, so.
And these are the finishes as well, which I hope I don't curse him again, but Liam is very good at, where it's just very touchy, just moving the ball around the table, not having to develop too much. But I mean, even with the developing finishes, he can do them. But I love the way he takes these out. He doesn't make them silly mistakes. And again, hopefully I've not cursed him, but I don't like doing that.
No, he likes to watch the games back, so if you have, you'll hear about it in the next event.
He might not talk to me again now.
No, he's obviously. I think he's such good fun, and he'll chin me like 3 months later and say, "Oh, Stevie, I was on that ball, or I did play that shot," and I'm like, "What?" It's totally went out my head what he's talking about. But he likes to go back and watch it, and he probably goes back and gives himself a hard time. It's maybe one of the reasons why he is so good, but I know he used to, I don't know if he still does it, he used to go to the club on the Monday after any tournament, and any of the shots that he got wrong or played badly, he would get the balls out and he would play, I think maybe 40 or 50 times he would play that one shot and then just put the balls away and that's him done. He wouldn't play, he would just punish himself on that one shot and basically telling himself he would never make that mistake again on that one at least. So
yeah, and that doesn't shock me with the type of player he is. Like I say, ironing them mistakes out as early as he can.
Needs a big bounce and he's got it. Now for the black. Just a little drift through the gap would do him. Even if he could be straight and just, he might play it off the red. Just a bit of imagination, Liam. Come on, play for the crowd.
No, that's not what he's going to do. Yeah, he's just going to use the gap here, I think, between the reds. I don't think you're going to see any fancy stuff, unfortunately, Steve, here. Too much on the line.
Yeah, that's all he would need. Play that, miss it, and then I'd get the blame. So I held you through the wall. Oh, nice and easy. Oh, he did?
Oh.
Oh.
I'll take it back.
That must have been a guarantee.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done, Liam Dunster. No mistake pull. Lee Shepherd in desperate need of one of those mistakes, but all he can do is take his chance in the next frame and then hope for the best. Clint 4-2 in front here and at the table. Potential final for Clint unless Marshy can turn it around.
Yeah, I'm sure this match will go close. I can't see it being a runaway game. Saying that though, he's going to get 3 in front if he does take these.
Oh. Yeah, it wasn't easy. He had a little bit of traffic trying to get himself back up on the red over the middle, but I would never have bet against him getting that red. He's also left a big pocket at the bottom right, so chance for Marshy. Get himself back within 1. But now, Lee Shepherd with the most important break of his weekend so far.
Oh my. You could argue that's too powerful, couldn't you, Steve,
Yeah.
to be fair?
Do you know what? I was actually going to say that 1 or 2 breaks ago, that maybe needs to take a little bit off it because there's so many of them travelling to the top. Sometimes they're covering each other and landing slightly awkward, but because he's going to have to take reds, I feel.
Yeah, he's just got that one red, really, hasn't he, next to the black, and obviously the one you could probably argue on the boat line as well.
He's looking at starting off with a double here and off the big bag. Wow, I mean,
This is
8-6 down, race to 9 against Liam Dunster.
bravery.
Yeah, this is brave. You take that.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, yeah, to be fair. I mean,
He was hoping to open things up, but, I mean, let's settle down a bit here. You're in control. And your dead ball, well, it's not dead anymore, so all of a sudden...
yeah, no, actually, he might be perfect here. So you can roll this in and then use the one on the rail. Play this as like a plant and actually keep the bag as well, which is great.
See that on the overhead that we've got, I know the people at home don't get to see it as we get to see it 24/7. It looks like the red's going into the jaw, so he needs to get the pace right here. Oh, he's played it to the other side. I think he's okay. But that's the reason why, because if he played it on the inside to hold it in the right corner, he might not have potted the red. Knocked the yellow across and Liam would have had a chance to win the match.
Yeah, I think he's all right here from the normal view, I suppose. It does look like it's going in.
So, would you be pulling the cue ball back, playing the one at the black, drifting down, and then right middle, or?
Yes, I think that shot he just took before. I think he did want to be lower because I think they take the one nearest to the black first, and he's just got middle. But he's still okay here now. Yeah, he's just dropped down. Use the yellow here, I think, just to hold the white. It's pretty perfect. He's gone through. Yeah, well controlled that.
Yeah, nice stuff. And it's all Lee could do is go and take out a finish, take an opportunity, and it's now over to you, Liam Dunster. What a match! What a standard! And am I right in saying that's 12 dishes now?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, this, like I say, the standard's been great, hasn't it?
So Marshy did finish that one. It is 4-3. Clinton Jansen to break. And it's dry.
A good chance for Marshy there.
I wonder if they're red. The two of them together at the line, if the bottom one goes. And Marshy was having a little look there. If it did, those reds look pretty good. If it doesn't, there's a bit of work to be done there. It must not go. I think he's going to...
Yeah, he's taking yellows from there.
Good chance on yellows, right enough. The one at the top left, it goes in the top right. You just need to drift behind it. Goes in the right middle. Goes in the bottom right if you just drop on it. I used to look at that a long time ago, well, a number of years ago, and I would think, I need to try and kick those reds out the way, I need to clear that bag. Because it was closest to that pocket, whereas started to practice with Robert Stephen, and he used to just drop inside them, play it long, and I remember thinking, a lot of pool players are just thinking, I need to get that kicked out, I need to get the bag cleared, and just watching them go about his business when we used to practice just opened a new light to me. And it's funny because although I was playing at a decent enough level and competing quite well with a lot of people, the simplicity of just dropping into a gap. The amount of times now, Ryan, I'm no joking, I've probably dropped into a gap that's 3 inches, thinking, well, it goes in the opposite bag, so I'll just drop in there. Made such a difference just like that. Fantastic.
Yeah, I think from a perspective, like we spoke earlier about, like from the Dunster, like we said about them percentages being so high, when you're cannoning balls, especially if you was going to, let's say Marshy used that yellow to go into the reds, there's absolutely no guarantee of cue ball, and that's why you see a lot of players, if the pot is on in another bag, they're always going to take it into there because they know then it's just about timing the white, getting the white in a good spot, and again, these lads full back their ability to be able to land in little areas, so when it's needed and they need to be there, they can trust that, whereas, like I say, playing a cannon into 2-3 balls together, it's a bit of a guessing game, isn't it? So you're not going to see that often from the top lads.
As Liam Dunster puts his cue ball just above the line. Could it be the last break of the match? Will it continue with these breaking dishes? Marshy has just about squared that match up. So Liam Dunster breaking off. Lee is desperate for something here. Open the door. He's not gonna.
The amount of times he guarantees that second ball down in that left middle.
I think those two reds might be a plant as well.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it, for Lee, to be fair? You've got to...
All the yellows go as well. They've all got some kind... Well, the one closest to the black's kind of awkward. There's a tiny bit of work. Let's throw some doubt in there. Let's throw some doubt in there. There's
Definitely.
A tiny bit of work.
Come on, what a decider, don't we?
From this view, that looks like a plant in both bags. The overhead, yeah, I mean, it does look pretty straightforward to me for someone of Liam's calibre, but easier said than done.
One thing about Liam as well is that if you could hide the table from the camera, you would never know what type of finish he's got. You don't know whether they're drop-ins or they're absolutely difficult as anything, but he's just the same every time, isn't he?
Well, he's got that one wrong. A little grimace from Liam. You don't see that very often.
Definitely like that one back.
It's a shot he likes, running around the angles. He's got that one wrong, and is this a little sniff that? I mean, if I'm Lee, I'm just thinking, I don't care. He's finishing it. Just don't get your hopes up just yet.
Yeah, you just want a chance, don't you? I think you're right though, Steve. I think that being a plant has saved him a bit there, hasn't it? So I think what he's looking at here, he just doesn't want to nudge that yellow near the one on the rail, because obviously that red being there, he's not going to want to put it in the way of that and create more traffic. So he's just got to be dead careful here that he don't move that yellow into a dangerous area to stop the finish again. Yeah, see there, he's played that really well. Like, he stopped it from going near the red, and also he's still got this shot now with the one nearest to the boat line. So still things to do here, though. It's not no easy way out, is there, really?
Yeah, I think does he have to push on and off the cushion here, try and get back out for the one over towards the middle?
Yeah,
he's got a shot to play.
I think he just looked at that, hasn't he? He'd love it in the other.
Like, does it go in the bottom corner as well?
I think he's going to have to try and drop on this straight in the middle. Yeah, played it really well.
Yeah, he's very annoying. He just makes, even when you think there's a little sniff there, but this is not done yet. But he's the one man you very rarely put any doubt in, so...
This is just, he's got to be really careful here that he doesn't land too on the cushion, because if he lands on the cushion, yeah, well played. Obviously the white was coming away then from the rail, and that would have created a possibility that yellow would have got in the way. So he's absolutely ball in hand perfect really there from my perspective. Just two good pots really to play here to get on the black, and
yeah, couldn't have landed any better, and I think that's all she wrote, mate.
Yeah, just got to keep still here, but again, you can never go against Dunster, can you, on these shots?
So is this for 13 dishes out of 16 frames?
Yeah, it's been a crazy standard, and definitely not something, if Liam does get out here, at least you'll be disappointed in, because he stayed with him superbly well and made another fantastic encounter himself. It's a shame that Liam's turned up. And there you go.
Yeah, so I think Lee, 6 dishes out of 7. And Liam going for 7 out of 9. Some standard.
Wow.
What a game.
Unbelievable. And fair play to both lads, because that was a cracker. Like I say, Lee just again proving himself why he deserves to be there, and Liam again, you know, what can we say about him? We lose words, don't we, sometimes, I think, from what we can say anymore, because he's just such a serial winner, and another final. I mean, wow.
Absolutely sensational, Liam Dunson. I'm going to head out and have a few words with him, so guys, I'll be back in the next few moments. Cheers, Ryan Hopkinson. What a guy. Big appreciation to Ryan. He's always popping in. So cheers for that, mate.
Thank you. Enjoyed it again, and look forward to a cracky final.
Welcome back, guys, and I am now delighted to be joined by a man that just seems to be in every final going, Liam Dunster. That was different class there. I know you had a wee wobble at the start, but that was good.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. The wobble at the start, I don't know, I went about it all the wrong way, and then so far out of position, and then just took my eye off the pot, and on an easy pot, to be fair, just try to hold the weight too much. And yeah, other than that though, I was good, and I was actually breaking good for once.
I actually mentioned in comms that I felt you've tried to hold the cue ball and maybe forgot about the pot, because obviously you're trying to pot it, but I wasn't sure if you could pass. Was it you were on yellows, weren't you? Could you pass the red, hit the bottom cushion and come out? And then I thought he's maybe just tried to hold it too much. But after that, you've had 7 dishes out of 9. Least had 6 out of 7. Some standard.
Yeah, I just said to myself, just hope you get a ball. If you get a ball, dish it, and that's exactly what I was doing. And then I was like, right, hopefully you get a chance off of his break, but he just kept on breaking dish as well. So fair play to him. Yeah, I just kept on having to do what I was doing, breaking dish, and then luckily I just fell over the line.
There was a cut, obviously the cut break that you'll have to get that ball that goes towards the middle, but there was actually, I think maybe 2 or 3 times the ball sitting the side cushion and getting in this bottom corner, and you got that a few times. You weren't hitting them overly hard, and you just seemed to be catching them, but at the end that probably looked like the most difficult. And then when you knocked the red onto the side cushion, and we're thinking, oh, what a time to be. But yeah, you took them well.
I was up against it there. I was. I didn't really know. I couldn't fully map the finish from the break. I knew I had to depend on a bit of thinking and rerouting mid finish. But yeah, I think the key shot there was the 4th last ball to pot it and land straight on the one in the middle.
Yeah. So and when you've cut that in the top and come off the cushion.
Yeah. Off cushion, landed just off straight in the middle, perfect. And then I've played one in the middle, perfect as well. Just bounced off the cushion, left myself a slight angle, screwed it nice because I didn't want to screw too close in case I was because I had an angle on that second last ball. I didn't want to be cool over the ball, but I didn't want to screw it not enough to leave myself a lot of distance. So it was just a fine margin there. But yeah, it was just wee intricate shots, and thankfully it's went my way.
The finish that you took when you've ended up taking your ball in off the red in the middle, and we're looking at it from the overhead, it looks like if you play it too hard it might go into the jaw, but I'm shouting, come on Liam, give us a bit, and Ryan Hopkins going on, no chance, he's just going to drift through the gap, and then you played it and he went, oh wow, and I said,
player
that's what I said, I went, that's just imagination, but then I thought maybe it was just guaranteed.
It was. I'm not even going to sit here and suggest, oh yeah, but entertainment here and there. No, it was certainty. Yeah. Unless it was a pop out, it was certainty.
Well, that was good stuff, mate. 7 out of 9 dishes on the. I mean, to get to a final is not too bad, especially with the wobble at the start. So congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
So Liam Dunster is our first finalist. The other match is still going on right now, but coming up now is the Elite Ladies Final. Shona Lucas and Kelly Egan going head to head. Shona has been on fire since she came back to the IPA. She had to play her first, well in fact the first tour event final here yesterday. She won that one. Can she do 2 in a row in the same weekend? Event 1 and event 2. Well, we're about to find out. Shona Lucas, Kelly Egan coming up soon.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the IPA Tour 2 here from Coventry. This is the Ladies Elite Final between Shona Lucas and Kelly Egan. Shona on your left and Kelly on your right, and I'm delighted to be joined in commentary by one of the vanquished semi-finalists who didn't have to do this, so very much appreciated, Rhiannon Graham. Good evening.
Thank you for reminding me, Dan.
Sorry. Shona v Kelly then. Where would you put your money if you had to?
That's actually a really tough one. This is, on paper, I would usually probably say Shona just on past experience and also the fact that she's obviously won the postponed other ladies elite title this weekend already. She's been in top form recently, but also so is Kel. You know, she knocked me out in the final of the last Open event. And her queuing and her potting and everything was brilliant, and she's been really on top form recently as well, so it's a really tough one to call. If I were to put money on it, I can't see past Shona because she's Shona, she's brilliant, but you know, I genuinely think this could go either way. It could just be a case of how the balls fall today, like that for example.
Yeah, that's not a great shot from Shona. Had to really miss that red. She's ended up pushing herself into quite a safe position here. I think you could still squeeze through to that yellow, so she's still attacking. It's a good shot. It's not a great recovery yet.
But I think Shona's experience here will tell her to hold back now. She's very good at knowing when to pull back in a frame and not go all out attack, and she won't go if she doesn't think she's, you know, everything's there or that she can't work her way around it. So
yeah, Kelly would have the upper hand, I would suggest, in a safety battle in this particular frame, just because of the way the balls are situated, really.
The number of balls on the table as
well.
Yeah,
it's even here. Yeah, I mean, Shona's done well to sort of curb Kelly, but this is a pretty simple shot. Just knock it on and off the cushion. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think Shona's in a spot of bother at the moment. Did that graze the yellow?
It did, yes. It's a good recovery shot from where she was.
It's actually a very good shot, yeah. Again, it shouldn't be too difficult of an escape.
It's just what she leaves if she escapes.
Kelly, yeah. I don't think it's a total snooker. I think she can see the full red through the gap, but I don't think she can do much with it. I don't think she's got the potting angle. Unless it goes long, but it doesn't look like it'll go past that.
It doesn't look like she can get to that with where the yellow closest to it is.
Oh, it was a foul.
Oh.
Right. Okay.
That changes things slightly.
It was mighty close.
I was so confident when I said that it grazed the yellow as well.
Well, that certainly makes a big difference.
Yeah, she has still got that tricky one at the end of the table, but she's got a good ball to get onto it.
That's not the best shot from Kelly, you'd have to say. Because she could have done without pushing that red quite so close to the side rail.
Yeah, but I think she's got a good opportunity now to get onto this difficult ball. And
yeah, she can just run past and play it into the centre. She's got to be a bit careful not to overdo it.
Depends how far she can top this past the yellow now as well. Oh. And that red is back where it was.
That is a touch of fortune for Kelly. I mean, the ultra aggressive player says you attack that yellow, but It's not really on, and that's a brilliant shot. Has left Kelly a look at the red on the side rail, though, I think. It's quite tough to see either player going for it here, because if Kelly breaks out that red and yellow, there's every chance she just covers the pocket.
Yeah, exactly. And Shona's balls are so far away that it's going to be tricky for her to even be able to. I'd consider cutting this one if we was being ultra attacking. Could you cut that one into the corner and bring the white down into it? But
I think it's just too thin for that. But yeah, I don't think she's going to. No.
Not that one, the other one.
Yeah.
And then the other one, yeah.
I think that might be too thick, though. I think that might have gone the other way and swung round. Two cushions not quite got there.
Probably, but that's why I'm not in the final.
Definitely a bit of a game of chess, this one, because... Well, is Kelly attacking it now?
I'm not sure.
I don't like it from this angle, because I just don't think you're likely to get good separation between the red and the yellow if you attack it here. And you're relying on... Yeah, she was also relying on landing on that one ball, and that was
I think she's been a
likely.
little bit fortunate there that it didn't come out... like, that she'd missed the pot and hasn't knocked the yellow out.
Yeah, I agree. But I think Shoden's just going to bide her time again. She'll just play on this one nearer the pocket.
Yeah. I mean, mine and Shona's first frame was, I think, 25 minutes or something, because we were both just not in a position to be able to clear, and everything was a bit messy. And this is the kind of thing that she's very good at, is just biding her time and getting things into better positions until she's ready. And she's a very clever player with things like that.
Now it could get interesting, because Shona can possibly manoeuvre this cue ball into a position where the only red Kelly could hit would be the one next to the yellow.
Yeah.
That is the sort of perfect outcome for Shona here.
It's the only way to make the frame progress. She could play a total snooker, but then she's not forcing her to have to play it. That's exactly the shot, isn't it? Oh, she's covered it maybe too much so that she can't actually...
Or has she got a thin edge of the red on the balk line? I can't fully tell.
She got the gap for the one on the rail.
Oh, yeah, she has.
On the wrong side of that a little bit.
Again, I think we're going to see a similar shot from Shona.
Yeah.
Just come off the side of the yellow closest to the pocket, and she really would like to leave a full ball on that red on the left-hand side. Has she left the gap this time, or has she covered
I
it?
don't think she has.
Maybe just about. And now it's Kelly who's managed to do the same thing back. Shona.
But again, I think she's left a thin edge.
She's got an edge, yeah. But even though she had an edge, I think Kelly now has the upper hand, because she can now potentially put Shona in a position where the only yellow she can hit is the one that's in balk.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh.
Well, that is... Has she tried to hit that too thin, or did it roll off a little? It's hard to tell unless you're right behind it, but I think it's quite possible that it did.
I usually put accidental side on shots and blame it on the table.
I will say you're always chancing your arm slightly when you play one at that dead weight.
Yeah, it can do anything, can't it, really? A bit of dust or something on the table,
exactly
it can just throw
that.
it off at that pace.
Yeah. Shona probably wanted an angle to be able to break that one off the cushion there. She's underdone this. So that was Craig Marsh and Clint Ianson. We'll get you a score update on that, but it looks like someone's through to the final to play Liam Dunster. So I think, sort of slightly ironically, that foul from Kelly, because Shona's balls weren't great, I think it's actually one of the frame in the end.
Yeah, potentially she's forced her to open it up without having a sort of easy clearance on, really.
Yeah. Kelly Egan does take the first frame, a bit of a scrappy one to get us started.
And it was Clint Ianson who beat Craig Marsh to go through to play Liam Dunster in the final.
Yep. So that is a final for the ages. Liam Dunster versus Clint Ianson, two of the very best in the history of the IPA. Hell of a run from both players. But it's nice to see Clint back to his best. It's been a little while since we've seen him in a final. Plenty of action underway in the Open event. We will, of course, be following the Ladies Open and the Open through to their conclusions tomorrow. But tonight we've got the two finals for you. This Ladies Elite final followed by the Men's Professional. And Shona with a nice break there. And a serviceable chance on reds, you'd have to say. Every red has a pocket.
Yeah, it's just going to be the one up to the top right corner nearest to those yellows that's going to be the tricky one, but she has got balls to be able to get onto it, and it goes in the middle, so...
Yeah, exactly that.
Or round the other side and into the corner.
I think what she'd love to do is save that one next to the 8 ball as her last.
Yeah.
Because that's a lovely ball to drop on the 8. She is slightly off angle. She can only really take this one to the centre first, and she's going away from her working balk end.
Yeah, she's going to end up having to take on a bit of a longer pot after this one, I think.
So I think the key shot in the frame could well be this one. I don't know if she can just drag this in to the top left corner and then avoid that red, or whether she's just going to flick it. I think either could come out okay.
I was about to say, it's not the worst thing to flick off it if she can... Oh, she tried to play to open that up. I'm not sure that's... Or maybe would have just played to drop it in and land on that second red to hold it for the awkward red into the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she might have just played that, perhaps expecting the flick, and then maybe the pace has just thrown the cue ball slightly wider.
Yeah.
It did look for all the world like it was going to.
Yeah, to me it looked like she was playing to open it up.
It's not a bad result, to be fair.
No, the yellows are tricky. I think we might just see a safety here from Cal. Whether she can land the cue ball in the middle of those 3 yellows on the left-hand side.
Yeah, if she could sort of thin off the one closest to the cushion so that to open it up to the centre pocket as well. It's got to be gentle.
She hit it a little bit too thick, I think.
Again, she was slightly dicing with it. I wonder whether there was a little bit of movement there, because she hit that quite a way too thick. But the pace that it was played at, it can always happen. Shona's gone too far. I think that red does sneak into the top left, but not from there, it doesn't.
I think it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world with where Kelly's yellows are, is just to try and drop this over the pocket and just take the pocket here if it doesn't go.
Yep, just try and get it in line.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a nothing shot for me. That might be where the shot clock comes into play, because I think under normal circumstances she'd probably have taken a bit longer over that.
Yeah.
Because Kelly's got quite an easy safety here now. She can nudge that one off the rail, get the cue ball in behind.
Just like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Shona is in all sorts. She hasn't, has she?
Hang on.
She
Hang
hasn't.
on. Oh.
Well, I tell you what, it's a hell of a result, really.
Yeah.
Keeps her in the frame.
And that was Kelly's main area, to be able to play a safety if she needed to. And now the red's in the mix, and she won't be wanting to hit anything too hard from there.
Well, she can play this yellow off that red in the centre, open it all up. How's her luck?
Oh.
That is an unbelievable bit of run. Because it wasn't a great shot.
No.
She was trying to pot that off the yellow.
I think it was the right idea.
Off the red, rather. Oh, I agree. The idea was that, yeah, just the execution.
Always the way. That was a good hit from there. Oh.
Well, she hasn't quite got the snooker. I thought she had for a second. But
I think she might have stopped Kelly being able to play one back, unless she can see enough of this. Maybe see a bit more of it than I thought.
She could see enough, but she's left this on. I feel like she could have tried a little swerve there. Just a bit of right-hand side, just to throw the cue ball across. Because Shona's got a chance now. It's not, by any stretch of the imagination, an easy one. This is a tough shot.
But I feel like with where Kel's balls are at the moment, she might as well kind of have a go at this in a way.
Yep.
Because it's still messy enough.
I was with you. I'm surprised she didn't. But actually, looking at the shot she's played, it's come out rather well.
Yeah. She's not very happy with that.
No, she didn't want to push those two yellows close together like that. Every shot she's played, Kelly, she's kind of, although she's stopped Shona from attacking quite often, she's also been slightly careless with her positioning of her own balls.
Yeah.
You know, that's actually a telling safety shot from Shona, because it's actually quite difficult for Kelly to find too much safety from here. And in the end, she's just decided to pot everything.
I was about to say, it was getting to that point where I felt like Kel was just ready to go there.
Well, she's going to presumably take this one down the rail, but
She's got to hope that it covers the pocket if it doesn't go, though.
I think she actually just wants to cover the pocket. I don't see a way that she gets out from here.
No, not with those two up there. And there's too much of a thin clip. I mean, that one will go into the middle, but it's then to try and
She could just play
make
off the
anything
one
happen.
on the cushion in behind that one, but no, it's the cover. Has she got the cover? She hasn't. Has she covered that red off with the 8-ball?
I don't think so. I think she can see it.
That's very tight.
Oh, you're looking at the other camera, aren't you? That one
We
works.
do have an overhead view that you can check as well, but
It's-
to be
it's the one
fair,
I've been ignoring,
I
sorry.
still can't fully tell. I think she's on it. She looks like she's on it. for this 8-ball to tie the scores. And rattled away nicely for Shona Lucas. I think Shona's won that frame through experience as much as anything.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's like I said, she's very good at knowing when to hold back and when to go. But also, both these players, when the opportunities are there, are such confident potters.
Yeah, absolutely. They can certainly hold their own in that department. I just, like you, I think, I feel like Shona probably has the edge tactically.
Yeah. Shout out to Claire Biddle in the ladies amateur semi-final, just because she's my county teammate and my friend. So.
Well, yeah, you're
Go
allowed
on,
to do
Bids.
that. Yeah, 2-1 up on Tatiana Olasheva.
I'm not allowed to cheer on either of my other two county teammates because they're playing against each other. So.
You can cheer both of them on then, surely.
Well, yes, I can, but I just mean, you know.
Is that in the other semi?
No, it's
Oh, right.
sadly not. That's the first round of the Open.
Right, gotcha. So you've got three Cheshire players in the semi-finals.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Be, yeah.
Well, we had two of them in the final of the last one, so.
True. Yep. Hotbed of ladies pool by the looks of things.
Oh, yeah. Shame I'm the only one that can't win at all.
I don't want to say anything to that. I don't want to get into trouble.
Dan is currently sat within punching distance of me.
Your time will come.
I prefer sitting and watching anyway, it's less stressful.
Well, that is definitely true. Generally, at least. I've had the odd game where it's definitely got the pulse racing.
Again, I wonder if this is where Shona's going to look at holding back now.
Yes, that red up in the top end of the table is awful. So
Yeah.
that's a nice shot. She's promoted her red. She's basically killed Kelly for this visit, at least. Has she left an angle through to the one to the centre? Is there a gap there? There might be,
But
you
maybe
know.
if she swerves it a little bit. She can see the back one, can she? No, she has. Ignore me.
And that is a lovely positional shot.
That's perfect.
So she could break out the two on the left-hand side now.
But the only problem is the bottom right corner now is a tricky area and she'll have opened up Shona's one bad ball.
Yep. And not only that, she's not really giving herself much of a shot either. She can only take this plant on, and that is so tough. She actually cued right across that.
Yeah. I think she maybe could have taken a little bit longer on that one to actually line up the angle, but
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Now the question is, does that red pass the yellow? Because from this camera angle, it doesn't look like it.
no, from this one it doesn't, but on the overhead it makes me think possibly, but see, I don't think that's a bad shot in a way, because Kelly's got that problem in the bottom corner, Shona's put herself in a position now where all of hers go and Kelly's don't.
Yep.
You know, and she's got one on the rail that she's got to deal with as well. So
Yep.
I don't think this is awful, and also she's not left her an easy pot on.
No, she's actually literally just turned the table over and said,
There you
then.
go, have a go at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready to mop up if you miss them, sort of thing.
Yeah, and she, looking at where her balls are now, she is.
Kelly doesn't want this in. I'm not quite sure how it did.
No, me neither.
Just seemed to slide its way.
I think at this point Kelly just needs to back herself with her potting and see what she can do here.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a bad angle.
No.
She might go into the one on the cushion. She could land on it.
This is a great shot if she can land on this and take it down the rail and flick the red out of the way.
I don't know if that's on. It might be.
I think that's what her thought process is, whether it happens or not. But
Yeah, I agree.
She plays cushion first and then into the red. Oof, it's a good effort, and she's also now messed up Shona's route out. So
yeah, it was a good shot and it was worth having a go at. I don't think it was possible, but I think she's kind of played that with that in mind.
Yeah.
At the very least, it'll mess things up for Shona.
yeah, I think maybe if she'd hit the red a little bit thicker, but then you are in the situation where the red wouldn't be as safe as it is now.
Yeah. So Shona Lucas now with some thinking to do. She has got quite a safe area over on the left-hand side of the table, so she could just run this one up to the balk rail and take the cue ball over to the left-hand side.
I think that's what she's playing, is it? Oh no.
That's the cue ball. That's safe.
Yeah, I think she's tried to do similar to what Kel's done, is just sending the balls down there, so she's got one to open up the bad area. But I think she wanted that, obviously, further over the pocket.
Yeah, the issue is she's left Kelly this shot.
She needs this to go into the red, doesn't she, really?
Yeah, she almost needs to play this fairly delicately and just try and flick that red out of the way. Now it's a bit of a stalemate. Kelly's in control, but there's so many places for Shona to hide.
Yeah. Those two yellows don't really tie together particularly well.
No. Again, I think Shona could just flick off one here.
She's left herself a shot to be able to open it up, but there's an easy safety here.
Yep. And that is the easy safety. And Kelly is now in
trouble.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, there is a
Can she see the thin edge of that yellow? Can she pot that?
No, she's coming off the rail.
Good hit.
It was a relatively comfortable escape, but...
And it was really important that she got the escape, because now she's piled the pressure back onto Shona.
Yeah.
Who looks like she's thinking about sending this red into the cluster.
She's trying to get the white into the same position as last time.
I'll tell you what, that's not bad, because, okay, Kelly can pop the one over the pocket.
But then that leaves her no choice to open that bad one up.
I mean, she could play this with tons of right-hand side and very thin and come back across and contact the red, but it's really tough and it's got to be so thin.
Can she hit this so thin that she doesn't pot it? Nope, she's not going to. Okay. Never mind then.
I think she could have done, potentially, to answer your question.
She just doesn't want to leave this one to be a bad last ball now, so she wants to play it now, but she's not left herself nice.
No, I don't. Again, I just don't see what she can do from here.
I think she wants to flick the bad yellow sort of into the open if she can, while Shona's got work to do.
Shona now has so much control, she can sort of take her time to a certain extent. Yeah, I quite like that. Yeah, she's left the yellow on, but with the cue ball welded to the rail like that, there's nothing Kelly can do. Surprised Shona hasn't looked at this one on the side rail. She's got a perfect opportunity now to get it into a nicer position. She could just bump it up near the middle pocket. She could even try and snooker Kelly on the yellow at the top of the table.
Yeah, leave her in a position where she has to play that same yellow again.
Yeah.
It's a rare square chalk you can see out there.
You don't get many cubes anymore, do we?
No.
Cylinders is the name of the game at the moment.
It's just so much fun when you drop them and they roll about 4 miles away from you.
It's so true. Kelly's just keeping herself in this. But Shona's definitely miles ahead in the frame. I'm just a little bit surprised she hasn't moved. There, here we go.
Yeah.
This is the one.
She's just pushing this over the pocket now. So, ooh. This is fun. This was exactly what my previous match was like, so I know the struggle.
Well, at least you get more time in my company. How's that for you?
Joyous, Dan. Joyous.
Thanks. Shona's got to be a little bit careful now with what she leaves Kelly, because there is a potential attacking option on for Kelly. There's potential to double that yellow on the balk line up towards that corner pocket, and she's left that shot on.
Yeah, she's kind of left with not really much other option, so I think it's what she's got to go for now. It's the kind of thing that they've both been attempting to do the whole way through, isn't it, really, is push their balls over that pocket and try and create an opportunity to break them up, but it's just not quite fallen right so far.
She's not going to want to pot this, though.
No.
Well, she's gone for it.
Oh.
She went for that as a pot, but I don't think her other yellow was ever going to come out.
No. I think she needed to just bide her time a little bit and play it over the pocket and wait for her next visit.
Yeah. It's easy to say when we're sat here, though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably the exact kind of thing I would have done. Yeah. Oh, another pocket covered. There we go. This is interesting.
I actually think that's what Shona was playing for.
Oh, no, so do I.
Yeah.
I think that was exactly the shot she was playing.
Because Kelly, how do you not pot the red from here? She's almost got to hit this on the right-hand side, sort of half ball, and just double kiss it.
I think the phrase I'd use in this situation is bollocksed.
I don't know if you're allowed to say that.
Sorry. Sorry, listeners.
Have Ofcom on to us for that one.
Apologies on behalf of the IPA.
Shona's sort of deciding here how attacking she wants to be. That's not a great shot. She's left a chance here.
She has left a chance. This would be a really good shot if Kel can pot this and send the white down to play the skill shot.
I'm actually amazed that Shona's let her in with this shot.
Yeah.
Because it's not that difficult. It's a tracer running side, and she didn't play it. So Shona there was trying to cover that yellow. She hasn't managed it. I just don't see Kelly going for this. She hasn't got the angle. Well,
you were wrong.
Why didn't she? The previous shot, she had a lovely angle to go into it. Now, then when she doesn't, I don't know.
Dan, are you attempting to understand the mind of a woman?
Your point is valid. That was a little bit of a hit and hope there from Kelly. So now the opportunity is there for Shona Lucas to take a 2-frame to 1 lead. got to mind her work here. I think if she takes this plant on, then that's okay, but she doesn't want them to stick together in such a way that they don't go, which it hasn't, but it could have done.
Depends what she does. If she got to play the one over the pocket first, it's how it's going to come out afterwards, isn't it?
I think she can just thin snick the one furthest away. But not that hard.
Oh dear.
Well, neither of them seem to want it too much at the moment. There is definitely there's a lot of nerves flying around this arena.
Or do they want it so much that they're too scared?
Maybe. That's a brilliant shot. Fantastic recovery from Shona Lucas. And
Shona Lucas, that is disgusting.
Yeah, she's put Kelly under the gun again.
I think there's a chance of Kel getting out of this, but it's just whether she leaves it.
Shona has a second bite at the cherry here. And she doesn't quite look like she can make her mind up. I think she's played the right shot in the end. I think that's a good shot.
See, I would have just nudged the red over the pocket and potted it.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
But then I probably would have overhit it and, cocked it up. Sorry.
It's okay, we'll allow that one, I think.
It's a male chicken.
Precisely that. Shona Lucas takes a 2-1 lead as we are losing our minds in the commentary box here.
That happened a long time ago.
2-1 to the Scotswoman in this race to 7, and it's been a slow start to the game. I don't think that's unfair to say. Neither players really found their rhythm or their groove just yet.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just the way the frames have fallen that have kind of, led to there being little clusters that they've had to play around with and be patient with and play safe with. And yeah, there's not really been a table that's maybe been open enough where one of them's confident to go, especially in a final like this. They just, the nerves are there and they just don't want to be giving away silly frames by, being overly attacking too soon, I suppose.
No, I completely agree, and I think you're absolutely right. I think that's what has happened.
I think it's the kind of thing where if one of them were to take a strong lead, then they'd maybe start playing more openly attacking. But at the moment, it's still too early on. They just don't want to be letting the other go too far ahead.
It's a dry break from Shona, and this is a good opportunity from the break. But it's for Kelly. Yeah, they're pretty nice, these reds.
Trying to get on a awkward ball early.
A little bit straighter on this one would have been nice. But that is a very good recovery. Be a little bit careful here.
It's one of those where all the reds have a pocket, but it's also a little bit tricky to string these together.
Yeah, they don't link all that well.
She tried to play 2 and 1 and got neither.
And I think what's worse is that yellow on the side rail may actually go in off the red into the centre pocket. You want to be right behind it, but I think it's possible.
But she has covered the top corner for that yellow that's nearest to it.
Yeah. Yeah, this frame's got mileage in it.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, given the way the game's gone so far.
Yeah, I thought looking at the break that it would potentially be a kind of more open frame than it may end up being now.
Yeah. I'd still be tempted to play that yellow off the red if I was Shona, though, because you're going to push a red
even
to
if
the
you
side
just push
rail.
it in front of the red and cover the middle pocket with it, thinking negatively.
Yeah, precisely that.
Yeah.
If you get it, you get it, but if you don't, then that's a pretty good shot as well.
Yeah. She has left it there where it looks like the red still goes in off the yellow. So
Yeah, I think she was just a fraction tentative with
Yeah.
that one. Because actually now the reds link together a little bit nicer.
yeah, she can play this now. Play the one into the corner and then land on the red into the middle.
Well, she's decided to save that, and I can see the logic.
Actually, no, I didn't realise she'd be able to hold the cue ball that well on that
Yeah.
pot, in which case it's she seems to have taken it a good way round.
It did look a bit thinner than that.
She can play this one, then the one into the middle, and come down for the one into the opposite middle. And then leave the one in the open for her last ball. She's got a little bit of leeway to figure out where she wants the black then.
Yeah, there's options here. She just needs to be careful not to get too close to that yellow.
That's what she wanted, that's perfect. Just be able to drop this in off the yellow and play the red in the corner.
Yeah, just don't catch the knuckle here.
Yeah.
Thinner is better. Good shot.
Yeah. And now she's also opened that middle up, so I think potentially, looking at the angle, is she going to play across and take the black in the middle?
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
It's a nice finish from Kelly.
Opportunities where she felt like she could show that. And I think that'll be a real settler for her in this match, just giving her the chance to get her arm going properly.
Any scores there jumping out at you, Rhiannon?
Well, for me personally, I have to shout out Lauren Wright and Rach Sherritt because they're playing each other. They're my two county girls, but, you know, Sue Forrester winning as well. So many Cheshire players here, I love it.
I mean, you might as well just go home. And
I don't even come here to play pool, I just come to hang around with my team.
That's unfortunate for Kelly. Looked like she was making really good headway, but a dry break has stopped her in her tracks, and it's left a decent chance for Shona.
Hasn't it? Hasn't. I mean, has she got an easy... She hasn't got a yellow one, I would say. Not an easy one anyway, and
I think the red
she's got a red on, but it's just whether it's those three reds that are around the two yellows are a little bit tricky. The one nearest to the rail doesn't look like it goes past the yellows.
No, I don't think it does. I think the two that are further away from the rail of those three, if you get behind it, which you can from the one to the middle, they're quite an easy plant.
Yeah.
The one on the rail, it will double. So I do think there's an option here for reds. Oh, but you've got to get the first ball. I still think reds.
Yeah, so do I. But I do think she's potentially going to have to just take the one over the bag and
Yeah.
go from there.
Yeah, she can do that though. You've got the one close to the left centre that she next ball after that.
Yeah, I don't think she's too reliant on this red covering the pocket to, you know, keep her in control.
Oh, that's gone wrong.
That's, yeah, not great.
I think that was a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I thought she'd potentially just want to drift across really and take that one into the middle.
That's a nice shot though.
Yeah. Keeping herself in control of the frame, and that's all she really needs to do at the moment.
Yeah, this is actually, again, this is an awkward table. Not for the first time in the match.
That's a nice shot.
That's the one bad thing for Kelly at the moment, that all the reds are in a single line.
Yeah.
It's actually quite easy for Shona just to keep Kelly at bay.
Yeah, if she just keeps her anywhere down that end of the table, even if she leaves her where she can see the reds, there's not an obvious pot on.
No. Was that a total snooker? I didn't catch that. Kelly would like it if it was, I think. It's immaterial anyway. So now those 4 reds are all clustered together. It doesn't look like any of them particularly go anywhere nicely. The one at the top will go to the right centre, but you've got to land on it. And the other 3 are sort of covering each other everywhere. So
Yeah, and they would plant onto the one over the pocket if Shona's yellow wasn't in the way.
yeah, that they actually might be able to do that anyway. That's a good spot.
That's a good shot. She looked disappointed then, like she was aiming to pot it, but actually I don't think that's a bad result because actually she's not really on anything.
Should be on nothing, yeah. Yeah, Shona just playing the long game. I think that's the correct call. She can't really attack from here. She has left Kelly a free go at this to a certain extent, though. She can take the red in the middle of the table long down to the bottom left, and if she gets it, then all the reds are there. She's got it, and they're all there. Terrific pot.
Just needs to drop this in now and try and land in behind those 3.
Yeah, you've got a huge margin for error, really, as well, because
Yeah.
they all go to the right centre. So that's a helpful little
very
flick.
helpful little flick there. Now it should just be a case of a few neat little screw shots to get back into sort of similar area and just take 2, if not 3 of them all in the same pocket. She'll take this last one in the other middle.
Yeah, I just wonder whether it's worth taking the one over the pocket before the last one.
Yeah, I was about to say just in terms of getting on the black because it's not the easiest to find a pocket for.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be... If you could put the cue ball with your hand, you sort of put it where that yellow is on the balk line.
Yeah.
And you can get somewhere close to that line from the one over the pocket. So she'll be swinging...
She's left a decent angle to come all the way around for it, though.
Yeah, swinging it round off 2. There's a big window between the 2 yellows above the 8 ball there. And she has found it.
That's perfect.
Yeah, that's a very good shot.
Definitely feel like Kelly's sort of coming into her own in these last couple of frames and showing what she's capable of.
Yeah, I don't think it's unfair to say that she started the game quite poorly, but...
Yeah. I mean, I it wouldn't even say necessarily poorly. It's just when the opportunities aren't there and it's a safety frame, it's maybe not Kel's comfort zone. And,
yeah,
you know, in order for her to feel comfortable at the table, she needs to be able to sort of have a few balls to get herself going. And because those safety frames were very early in the match, it's she's not really had the opportunity to get into it until now.
So we roll on towards the 6th frame of the match. Let's have a look what's going on the outer tables. There's Claire Biddle, 4-2 up. And Tatiana Olasheva. And as we mentioned earlier on...
Never been a pocket there, Bids.
Curse of the commentator, I think that one. Curse of the camera. There's nothing. I hate it when we cut across to an outer table and someone misses. I always feel slightly responsible somehow. But yeah, as we mentioned earlier, the final of the men's professional event will be coming up after this, where Clint Jansen will take on Liam Dunster. Any predictions for that one?
Well, I wouldn't like to do a score prediction. I don't know. With pros, it's just one of those. It's I mean, as we saw with Gaz Hibbert and Dean Shields, it was just 10 break dishes?
It was,
or 10 dishes?
It was 8-2. Yeah, it was 10 dishes. It was.
So it's just a lot of the time it's just whether the breaks are dry and how it falls. But I mean, I don't think you can ever really look past Liam Dunster when he's in a final, though. It's but then Clint's got a world title for a reason.
Absolutely. Yep. 2 of the most decorated players on the IPA tour.
2 world champions.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just who's there on the day, I suppose.
But it is, I mean, Liam is Mr. Consistency.
Yeah. Oh, how's it found that gap?
I have no idea. It's a genuinely good question, that. I don't know how she's got it off from there.
Both of these players, international ladies players, so no surprise really to see them in the amateur semi-final. Tatiana playing for Scotland and Claire Biddle playing for Wales.
So will these two have played each other a fair few times?
I would imagine so, yeah. I think Claire's just moved across to international rules Welsh team.
Okay.
From blackball. Tatiana, I believe, still plays Scotland blackball, so I've played both of them internationally as well, and say both very solid players. They're both players on the team that you just don't want to be up against, you know. So it's good to see them both doing well this weekend.
Well, we're back underway on the main table. And that is quite a nice looking table, actually.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Shona takes the opportunity now to sort of get her arm going like Kel managed to in the last frame.
Yeah, case for both colour sets here, but those two reds close together, I think, have forced Shona's hand. Be tempted to drop this one into the centre now. It's a fiddly one, but
she's not likely to get a much better opportunity on it, I wouldn't imagine.
No.
But it is very thin though, looking at the overhead.
I can understand why she's not taking it.
Ooh.
But that's not the best bit of cueing ever. And I think the worst news there for Shona is she's now pushed a red close to the left centre, which is a lovely ball for Kelly to get on one of those two.
I think she's not got the best angle for it now. But she can get onto it later. There we go. Oh, a little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah. So that red that she's just pushed, that only really goes to the top right now.
Yeah.
This is still an opportunity.
Yeah. Once she removes this one from the equation, she's now opened that.
Yeah.
But she has left herself a little bit thin on these. She may well play to break into them now rather than to land on them.
I think she has to. I think she wants to hit the one closest to the cue ball quite full. Should leave her on a choice.
That's a very well controlled shot, that.
It is, yeah. Exceptionally so. Again, she's got the option now to play on a choice of reds. She can play this red on and off the cushion. She needs to avoid that yellow. And she didn't, but it's okay.
But she has still got it, but it's then just trying to get up to that last red if she takes this now.
Yeah.
It's whether she can hold it. If she can drop this in dead weight, can she hold it enough to not snooker herself on the last one? I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think it's too thin.
I think that the shot here is probably to screw this with a bit of right-hand side and try and actually nudge the 8 ball so that you hold on for the red. Oh, I tell you. Oh, no. She knocked the red possible, but she's snookered on it.
And the thing is here, even if she gets out of this now, she's leaving Shona a very open table to go at.
Yeah, there's almost no way that she can not. So it's a good hit.
That's a very good hit to do that with that. Oh, she covered it. Oh, no. That was a very good hit to hit that the way she did without hitting the yellow.
Yeah. I think it was difficult to tell from every camera angle we have, but I think that yellow will just slide past the red still.
Yeah, I think it does. She's looking at it now. And now, depending on the cue ball, these should be dot to dot for Shona.
Yeah, this is the kind of chance that Shona's been begging for the whole game.
Yeah. It's a chance to take out a comfortable clearance.
Little bit betwixt and between. She'd like to have landed on the one to the centre pocket first. And she's quite straight on this now, so if she screws directly back, it's not great.
I don't know, because I mean, I personally would probably want to take the one to the middle last as a sort of natural ball to land on the black, but it was difficult trying to then get on the other two.
Oh, that's no man's land.
Yeah, because trying to get onto the black from this one on the opposite side of the table is going to be tricky.
I think she might play a safety here. I sort of wonder if you could play it as a two-way shot, whether you could try and pop this in the centre and hold the cue ball so that if you miss it, it doesn't get there. But it's the safety.
Yeah.
It's a good shot.
Again, it's that experience of just knowing when to hold back, where most people would probably just keep potting and hope it turns out well.
Yeah. Now, can Kelly get through near the pocket next to the jaw? No, evidently not. Good hit.
Good hit. And she's actually left the cue ball in the right side of the table, really. I mean, she's left her quite straight on this one, but if she'd left her down the other end, she was leaving droppings, so...
I agree. Yeah, she's a little bit unfortunate to leave Shona dead straight on this yellow.
Yeah. It's just now making sure she leaves herself a good angle on this last yellow to be able to... Oh!
Well, how's your luck?
Sorry, I come with sound effects.
So Kelly really only has the back double here.
Yeah.
It's a big shot.
See, even if... I'm not sure about the way that Shona played that yellow, because I think even if she'd... that's a great shot.
That is
Where's
a
the
great
cue
shot.
ball? Mm.
She needs another one.
Yeah. I'd back her to pot this, the way she cues it, and back her to pot this, but... Yeah, I think the way Shona played that yellow before, even if she had potted it, where the cue ball was, it wasn't ideal for playing that last yellow to get onto the black anyway.
No.
It's a very good effort.
That was mighty close from Kelly Egan.
It's very difficult queuing over that corner pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, top effort, but not quite there. So it looks for all the world like we're going to go 3-all. Although Shona's overhit this a little bit. It's still okay. There's definitely some tension in the back arm out there, though. Three apiece. We roll on. This game is now essentially a best of 7.
This is why I don't place bets on games.
I mean, I definitely feel like Kelly's settled into the game, perhaps a touch better now than Shona.
Yeah.
But Shona got away with one in that frame, but then Kelly got away with a couple early doors, so it's probably evened itself out over the course of the match.
Shona had a couple of early opportunities in that frame where she probably should have cleared and just didn't string them together quite as well as she normally would. And like you say, you can tell there's a little bit of nerves out there, which, it's a final, there's going to be. But
yeah, any title is a big title.
Yeah, but hopefully that'll probably settle Shona a little bit, the fact she's kept herself in that frame and, she was looking at 4-2 down and now 3-3 starting again.
Both of these players, of course, previous Elite Ladies Tour winners. As Kelly goes in off from the break. Little bit unlucky. I'm not quite sure how the cue ball found its way through.
Was that a cut break?
All those balls? No.
No. I've just noticed that all the balls end up on one side.
Yeah, I don't think she struck it all that well. I mean, she hit it fairly firmly, but I agree. But as a result of that, it has led to quite a messy table, even with the free shot. There's nothing easy about this one. These yellows aren't too bad.
Yeah, I think she can get on this one now. The others string together quite comfortably, but it's just where that black goes, really.
Yeah, that's welded to that red, so she's got to move it, I think.
Yeah, she's not left herself brilliantly on this one, though. I think she was hoping just to be able to drop it into the middle, or...
She could take it long. Would leave her on the plant if she gets it, but she hasn't. But the problem is the same for Kelly, and Kelly's got more problems on the table than Shona at the moment. Can play a telling safety shot here, though. Wants to get that cue ball right in behind that red, and that's pretty good.
It's a good one to develop one of her balls as well.
Yeah, it's pretty imperative now, actually, that Shona gets a hit here, because one free shot and all the reds will be open.
Yeah.
The most awkward red will fly into the left centre. And she hasn't got that.
Well, I'd say the most awkward red is actually the one tied to the black, because that awkward red goes to the centre.
Oh.
That's the only one that doesn't go in a pocket. So
Yes, no, I completely agree. What I meant was, if she got a free shot, then she's going to open that one up. So then that will be, yeah. Just got to be careful, because you kind of want to slow roll the red and black apart.
Yeah, but you just got to make sure you hit a cushion, isn't it? I'd potentially move the white and play it from that side, just to make sure that you actually get a good hit on it.
Yeah, I would definitely be picking up, the cue ball. Because now you don't have to play any particular pace into this. You just need to get the red or the black open, whichever one you feel is best.
Yeah. Does that sneak past?
It would be really helpful if it does. Kelly definitely wants that red now. And she's down on it, so it looks like it. Yeah, quite comfortably, actually.
That's a nice shot. It's just what she leaves after this one. But I think the further back red in the corner does go past the other one. Maybe.
It's awkward queuing this,
awkward
though.
queuing over this yellow.
If she could get through to the one closest to the pocket, she'd love to be able to. I think she might just be able to. Nope, but it didn't matter. That's a good shot.
She's got a good angle as well to land straight on the one in the middle to then play the one down the rail, but it's just then... Don't know if you'd want that one as your last ball. Oh, I think she maybe wanted to be a little bit straighter on that.
It's okay. She could play it off the
Play
yellow.
it off the yellow and then she can hold and just... But she's got to hope that she's not left herself queuing over the yellow, because she's going to have to get some movement on the cue ball to get back for the black.
Yeah. Played it nicely. Played it off the yellow.
Yeah.
But this isn't an easy shot.
It's not.
She's going to be playing this with left-hand side.
But one good pot and the natural angle should be taking it across so that she can take the black in the opposite corner.
Yeah, that's
a
lovely.
great shot.
It's a little short of pace.
Yeah.
But she doesn't have to worry about the cue ball, because that yellow is definitely in the way of any potential in off. So she can just focus 100% on the pot here.
Yeah, nice pot.
Which she does. She gets down quite quickly on those shots, but
She does,
she gets them.
Yeah. I mean, I think she's particularly one of the players that very rarely has to worry about the shot clock. You know, sort of once she's decided what shot she's taking, she's down and she hits it and cues it so smoothly. It's really nice to watch when she's in a rhythm as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think she's good value for her lead here. I think 4-3 is probably a fair scoreline. I think early doors in the game,
Yeah.
it was Shona playing the better of the two, and I think it's now Kelly.
I think when the frames were a little bit twitchier and safer, that's Shona's strength, and she was able to sort of show what she was capable of in that side of things. And now that the games have opened up a little bit, Kelly's been able to show her potting ability, and she's sort of coming out on top in some of these frames. But then that's not to say Shona's a great potter as well when she gets going. She just doesn't seem to have sort of managed to get herself into it and get her arm going just yet. But again, these aren't a bad split if she can get if she can get a starter.
Yeah.
I mean, she has got a starter on yellows. It's just
she's got to take it as well.
Yeah.
But I think that's the shot that might need the rest.
yeah. So it's just tricky queuing, and it's also the yellow nearest to the right hand middle it's just landing on it nicely so that she can take it into the corner.
Yes.
Everything else should go quite comfortably.
If she can play that one that she's closest to now and land on the one in the middle of the balk line and get sort of straight on it, then I think she's got a good chance here. But this is a key moment.
Can she drop onto this one and play it off the red into the middle?
It looks like that's what she's doing. And it looks like it's quite a nice angle as well, because if she plays this, I think the cue ball's going to skip past the other yellow, and then that will be available to the left centre.
Yeah.
It did look tight, didn't it?
I say, as much as I could see her thinking there, I don't necessarily know if doing that was necessary, if that makes sense, like moving that red out of the way. All the yellows at the time went in a pocket, so it's almost, you just say, just get the cue ball on a string and play simple pool, and they sort of went together okay. But
and actually, I think the other...
Oh, she's been very fortunate there.
the look from Shona. I mean, she has been, very fortunate. I don't know what was she playing the cocked hat? I mean...
The way she played it and the pace she played it at made it look like she was.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a safety there that she looked like she was playing, so I think she had to have been playing it. She just got fortunate that she'd sort of initially missed it and got away with it. But
she really does look like she's in a flow now, in a rhythm, Kelly. But I do feel like she's
playing with more confidence, but
putting herself into trouble a little bit potentially.
Yeah.
Shona, she has got options here to attack this area. Now, if she can just thin off the yellow she's closest to, I think she's going to almost carom the other yellow in. So if she plays the yellow she's closest to thin, it'll contact
into
the red
into the yellow
and knock the yellow in.
Yeah. And will probably leave herself on that same yellow that she hits first as well.
Yeah.
To the corner. Good thinking that, Dan. You've done this before.
Thank you.
She's ignored you.
She has.
But you never know, she might be going for it now.
Yeah, and actually, in many ways, this is a better angle because now that yellow is going down towards the pocket.
Yeah.
So I do like that shot. Good shot. That yellow needs to hold up.
It's going to be tricky now. Unless she can play the one on the opposite side first.
Yeah, I think she can.
I think she might have to, because to be honest, if she takes the one over the pocket and if she's going attacking, then she's not going to be able to get out from that red, I don't think, to leave herself anything viable on that other yellow.
No, this is just all about pace control. She doesn't want to come too far back across the table with the cue ball.
Oh, she's held on the black. That's nice.
That is a peach. That's a lovely, lovely shot.
Again, she just wants to sort of put enough pace on this so it flicks out from behind the red and leaves her somewhere nice for the black.
Yeah, she can probably draw straight back into that red to the left of the cue ball as we look. And she's actually drawn straight back and overdone it. That's why I expected her to aim more for the red. She could have given herself a bit of a wider angle.
Yeah.
And now she's fully in between. So it's a thin cut to the corner or a thin cut to the centre. Cut to the corner it is. Has she got it? Is it going to get there?
No. But she has covered the pocket.
She has.
And now we're in for all sorts of fun.
She's gone seriously heavy favourite for me because Kelly's going to struggle to find a telling safety here.
If it wasn't for the fact she's got another ball on the cushion, she has got the angle now to play one of the ones in the middle to drop in behind a bad ball near the black. But it's just a very...
No, that was never... That shot wasn't on, I don't think.
What, the one she played or the one I'm talking about?
No, the one she played. I just feel like the angle of the cue ball was always going to go further away than the red.
Yeah.
So 4 apiece. I feel like Kelly played the right ball, but she perhaps should have tried to get the cue ball over behind. She had the 2 reds she could have landed behind.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that it's about areas. You had a very small margin for error in the shot that she played, whereas if she'd played to come back across the other side, it was a much bigger margin for error.
Exactly that. Here's Claire Biddle, and I think she's on the hill, isn't she? The ladies amateur first to 6?
If she gets the first to 7, I believe, same as the elites.
Ah, right.
It's the open is a race to 6.
Okay, yeah. My apologies. But either way, a 6-2 lead would be massive. And it looks like that's what it's going to be. As we turn our attention back to Kelly Egan, breaking off in the 9th frame. And breaking dry in the 9th frame.
Lovely split as well. Again, I think this is another one without me going into a attacking dish mode. It's the yellows are all there.
Yeah, it's a good split. You're absolutely right. It is probably an opportunity.
Yeah. I think you've definitely got to go yellows here.
Yeah, the 8 ball's not as bad as it looks either. That
No.
will go bottom right or left centre.
Yeah.
So if she drops this in, which she has nicely.
She's held well for the one in the middle or the one in the corner as well.
Oh, Shona Lucas. Well, if there's a good time to miss, it's early in the frame because it keeps problems on the table for your opponent, and there are a couple for Kelly here.
Yeah. Would be expecting Shona to clear up here.
Yeah, the one thing I would say is the 8 ball.
Now doesn't go in that corner.
Yeah, she's got quite a narrow area to land in, bearing in mind she's going to have to take at least one of these yellows away from this half of the table.
I was about to say
first.
she might want to leave one of them down here if she can. And yeah, I think that's good that she didn't end up playing the skill shot there.
It's not necessarily easy to get across the table from that yellow, though.
No. But I think it's better than potentially trying to get on it from the one on the cushion, for example.
Oh, Shona. Well, she's just struggling out there at the moment, is Shona Lucas. And Kelly Egan back to the table. But Kelly not able to take advantage, and this time you feel like Shona's got an even better chance. Just stretching there, but played that nicely. So I think the key shot will be she's going to leave that yellow over the pocket, and it is genuinely much more difficult than it looks to get on the 8 ball from that ball.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think almost the further it is into the pocket, the harder it is, because you're trying to avoid the knuckles and... Left herself quite thin on that one.
Yeah, and the further down table she comes here, further up table.
Yeah, I think she just wants to try and float this in, really, just not put too much on it to make sure of the pot.
Too thick, though. Too thick. So another chance for Kelly. All about that red on the side rail, you would think.
Yeah.
It's got quite a nice angle now.
Her long pots are very good, so if she can take this confidently
Yeah,
and screw across onto the cushion.
just going to top through.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
It's a lovely pot.
That's
She's
a lovely.
held it well, actually. At first, the pace she hit it at, I thought she was coming too far off the cushion, but she's hit it perfect.
I absolutely agree. That was that was exactly what I thought you were.
So I
What's gonna happen?
probably would have screwed that across, thinking, to almost the other side of the middle pocket,
Yeah.
just to guarantee that I was on it. Whereas she topped it and was risking if it went too far, she wouldn't be on it. But she played it perfectly.
Yeah,
Really
it was
good shot.
a lovely shot. She's now in prime position to take the lead.
And you can tell she's in a confident potting mode now. And I also think, to be honest though, she'll be very disappointed if she didn't win this frame, considering the chances Shona has given her.
Yeah. She's got to be careful here. I think she's better off just dropping this
Yeah.
red in. You can
stun it back a couple of inches, but
Yeah.
don't do too much else with it. That's a good shot. Now just float this in and let the white come down the table again for the black, and goes everywhere. Apart from the 2 pockets, it doesn't.
And that
Perfect
is
in the middle.
spot on.
Beautiful.
Great example of pace control there from Kelly Egan. And she punches in the 8 ball and she leads by 5 frames to 4.
See, that clearance is very representative of classic Kel when she's on form. Some of her potting, she just plays it so confidently. Really tough pots, but just plays them so well and so firm, like so sure of herself. And a cue ball can be great. Claire Biddle on the hill.
Yeah, we imagined that she would be, seeing she had the 8 ball over the pocket before we
Well,
left, but
Women's pool, you never know.
you can tell Claire you said that, because I'm not going to.
That's not what Shona wants. And these are very nice clearance, especially with ball in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a disaster for Shona Lucas, and this is an unbelievably good opportunity.
And the way Kel
For
cleared
Kelly.
up that last visit, I don't want to call it, but
She should get these. I think is what
I'll let you say it,
But
yeah.
that's what you're.
Yeah.
That's what we're both thinking.
yeah.
She should get these.
The way she was potting in the last frame, if she works out her pattern well, she should be getting these.
The yellows are quite nice. The
Yeah.
reds are quite nice, but the only reason I would be taking yellows is because the 8 ball doesn't really
Yes.
go anywhere.
I was
unless
gonna
you
say the same.
get rid of the yellows.
She's got the yellow out of the what would be her bad yellow that was in a sort of tricky area with the reds, but she's not landed well.
Yeah, she's got into the cue ball far too much there, and she's struggling now. Actually,
Yeah.
to the point where it might be worth taking reds because it's still an open table.
Oh, God, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. If she pots it.
And it's still an open table.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
But now, thanks to that red going over towards the corner pocket, reds are definitely the colour.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you said, it was the 8 ball that was making it sort of yellows for me, but, you know, now that she's got an additional ball to get onto it that she can just sort of drop in.
I mean, the 8 ball is still...
I'd still say it's the trickiest one.
An issue.
Yeah.
But it's not as much of an issue as that yellow would be if you were to go yellows.
Yeah.
Are we keeping you awake?
It's been a long day.
That's fair. Been a long weekend.
Too many gins.
Did you have a gincident?
It was a very severe incident.
And there is still not a colour decided yet in this frame. I suspect Kelly Egan's going to put paid to that now.
Starting to think these two have had too many gins. There we go. And Kelly Egan is reds.
Great commentary voice. You should do that more often.
Been watching you.
She's got quite a nice angle here. She should just be able to stun into the yellow, maybe knock it towards the cushion.
I think that's what she was trying to do. She might be all right here though if she can drop this into the middle.
Yeah, she is. I expect her to dig down at that cue ball a little bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. I think you drop this in the centre, and you can hold for the thin one. And now you play the one to the top right, which is quite thin, but it's a natural angle to get back out.
I think she probably wanted this a little bit thicker than she's got it, but
as a result, she's not going to take it. The only thing I really don't like now is how do you get on that 8 ball? How do you get
from that one to the 8 ball?
Yeah.
I think maybe she was trying to be on it now. And maybe didn't want to leave that one till last, but she might not have a choice.
Oh, I don't see how it's possible to get a shot on the 8 from that red.
No. But maybe we'll be surprised.
Well, just giving it a go. Round the back.
Ooh, hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah. She can screw this in the middle and screw it off the cushion. Can she come down?
I think she can almost top it round. You've got to be really careful not to get the double hit, but I think you can top it round the yellow and maybe try and come down for the 8 ball to the left centre.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if she had the angle to top it round and miss the yellow or whether she'd need to screw it off the cushion like that.
Which she can.
Stop.
It's a beauty.
That's a great shot.
It's a little bit fortunate the way she managed to get there.
But making my decider prediction less likely.
She's not going to care. Kelly Egan leads by 6 frames to 4.
She's firing on all cylinders now, isn't she?
Yeah. Yeah, she looks good out there. Oh, table 13. Has just caught my attention immediately. Bang,
what a lineup.
Bang centre of your screen is John McAllister versus Gareth Hibbert. A clash of world champions. And that's a pretty early draw for them two. I think that's in the last 32, I think. Gav Robinson on the hill against Luke Vokes. Haven't seen too much of Gav recently, in terms of on the stream table or towards the back end of tournaments, so it would be good to see him start to fire again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's some tasty clashes. An all-Welsh clash on table 22. Craig Marsh versus Curtis Lee. And Kelly Egan, just when you don't want anything off, when you're breaking for a title.
That usually seems to happen when it's the other way around, when your opponent's on the hill and then you're going off on your break.
Yeah. So I think for Shona, you've got the one yellow on the cushion.
Yeah.
So you've got 2 reds on cushions. So it's kind of got to be yellows. And you've got your free shot. So you just open that one up, don't you?
You do, but at the same time, if she plays this, it's what she's leaving herself afterwards. She just wants to play it in a way where she probably leaves the same ball again.
Yeah.
she doesn't want to play it, and because she won't really be on a huge amount else other than that one that she hits if she
Yes.
plays that one down the rail.
So get it to the pocket, but not in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If she pots it, she might only be leaving a plant then. Up
She-
to the top left.
Possibly could play it in such a way where she would leave herself on the yellow closest to the right centre, into the right centre, with a bit of angle.
Yeah.
But no.
Oh.
Okay, well, we'll see what her plan is, because if I'm honest, I'm not sure. Did she try to move it there?
Oh,
she's
that's
nowhere.
nasty. Yeah, I'm not seeing the logic really in taking a ball that was in the open first.
Yeah. So, I mean, all I can really see here is a double.
Yeah.
So if this goes in, it was close, but no cigar.
And now Kelly Egan's got a great opportunity now to play this red down the rail, and if it goes, great. If it doesn't, she's got the pocket. She's probably got the pocket here, so
Yeah, exactly that.
she's back in control in what could be the last frame.
Yeah, she will just... Oh, she played that with more pace than I expected.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it was... I think it was similar to the one we saw earlier, where it wasn't quite on, but you were guaranteed to get the pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, she just needed to sort of drop it over and not really worry about potting it too much.
Yeah. Still make it a pretty 50-50 game from here.
I think if Shona plays this well now and gets the pocket, now it's...
Yeah, now Shona's in more control, that's for sure.
Although, has she got the gap here where Kelly can play this red off the knuckle and off the yellow and either claim the pocket or pot it?
Yeah, again, I don't think she can pot it, but I definitely think it's worth giving that a go, especially while Shona's got a problem yellow down this end of the table.
Yeah. No, see, I think she's in prime position to play that now.
Yeah, for me, she's just given Shona a free go to get this yellow
Get
out.
a bad ball out, yeah. I mean, maybe she knows that red can go off the cushion and past, so she's not, overly worried about it, but I definitely would have played that as early as I could.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, because now Shona's got no issues left on the table.
And this is actually a very clever shot. She's got a bad ball out, but she actually hasn't really left Kelly anything.
Nope. I think it's a somewhat underused shot sometimes, which is just put your opponent close to one of their own balls so they can't do anything.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players miss that shot.
No, they're always looking for the actual snooker.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you don't necessarily need that. You just need to get back to the table.
Don't mind that from Kelly, but...
See, attacking brain would be smashing that top corner open now, but...
I think it's the right shot.
Don't think she's got a huge amount else to go at. And
No.
now all of Kelly's reds are there. You don't really want to be leaving her the opportunity to go.
This is taking a chance, but she's played
that really well.
beautifully. Yeah.
Yeah. If she takes this one nearest to the pocket now, she can drift round and either be on the one in the middle or the one into the same pocket.
The only care that needs to be taken here really is getting from the bottom of the table to the top. There's a wall of reds.
Yeah. It's getting onto that yellow in the bottom, which you would assume would be her last ball. But oh dear.
Oh, that's 3 or 4. You have to say, fairly straightforward pots.
Yeah.
That Shona Lucas has missed in the last couple of frames.
Yeah.
And this time, it could be curtains because she's left Kelly Egan in the middle of the table. All the reds are open.
Yeah. And this is Kel's playground now, really. I'll be honest, the way she's been queuing these last few frames, I can't see her missing from here.
Yeah, this... is looking very, very good for Kelly Egan.
Yeah, she's got the perfect angle.
This should be her victory lap. Little bit tentative on that one, but I don't think there's any issue.
No, not at all. I think this is curtains. Gotta love queuing off a cushion for a black to win.
Yeah, that's what I mean about the previous
This
shot.
is the one where I miscue.
This 8-ball for the title. Kelly Egan is the IPA British Elite Ladies Champion of 2026. Congratulations to her. Commiserations to Shona Lucas, who played her part in a very technical and tactical final. Rhiannon.
Don't ask me, I don't know about pool.
But Kelly, I think, deserving winner in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing is, Shona had opportunities and she missed what would be the kind of opportunity she'd usually take. So I think it's the right result, really, because, you know, Kelly got those opportunities in the later frames and took out really nice clearances. And Shona, unfortunately, in that final just didn't quite do that and wasn't as clinical as everyone knows she can be.
Yeah, I mean, but ultimately, Shona hopefully will go away happy with her weekend's work. Like you
I
said,
mean, she's already got an elite final under her belt.
Yeah, she won an elite title last night, so she'd love to have done the double here, I suppose.
Of course.
A title and a final, not a bad weekend's work.
No, absolutely not.
And presumably the potential to go on and win the Open as well.
And again, for Kelly, that's an Open win and an elite win over the last 2 tours. You know, there's nothing that either of them could be disappointed about. And yeah, they're both showing why they're 2 of the best players on the tour at the moment.
Yep, absolutely, they are. Well, thank you so much for watching. And as I said, the men's professional final will be coming up after this. But first, we'll head over to the arena, where shortly, I'm sure, Stephen Walker will be there for the trophy presentation. So thank you very much from myself and Rhiannon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what was a fantastic Ladies Elite British final. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the players a round of applause. And first up, our runner-up, Shona Lucas. I feel like you're in a lot of finals these days, Shona, but unfortunate you didn't go over the line there.
No, I don't know. It just wasn't happening for me there. I don't know. Kelly played great, just capitalised on my mistakes. There was just unfortunately quite a lot of them for me here. I was quite comfortable coming into the final, which doesn't happen very often for me. But I don't know what it was. Couldn't concentrate. Just fell flat. But, you know, I'm proud of myself for getting there.
I think that's something that I've kind of heard a lot of people that are coming into the finals. Maybe sometimes you're too relaxed. Do you think winning that final last night had anything to do with it, or is it just sometimes that's just the way it goes?
No, I just think that's just pool for you, isn't it? It just happens. Maybe a little bit of tiredness on my part, but no, that's just how it goes sometimes.
Not a bad weekend.
No, good. Yeah, I'm proud of myself for getting to the final.
Yeah, you've been flying lately, so
yeah.
I mean, you could do a lot worse.
Exactly. Yes.
Well, Shona, commiserations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shona Lucas, and our victor, Kelly Egan.
Kelly, some of that pool was absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, when in my semi-final against Jill earlier, I had a bit of a slow start and then played very, very well the second half of that. So I felt like I come into the final with lots of confidence, and a bit of a slow start in this one as well. To be fair, there was a couple of tactical battles in there, but Shona was missing chances, and like she said, I was capitalising on majority of the frames that I had to take. So, but I was well proud of the frames I did finish and taking out some very, very good clearances. So yeah, very, very, very happy.
I was going to say that some of the finishes you took were absolutely brilliant, positionally really good. Obviously the shot clock pressure and everything else, but you took them fantastic. You won the title last year, you won the Open this year, and then you went on to win this. You just seem to be getting more confident, and it's starting to show.
Obviously before Glasgow last year it was like the environment and everything else, but practice does pay off. I've put all my time and effort into it, with practicing every week and being committed, and just like a different aura about me, and just raring to go and enjoying it, and I'm getting the results. So I don't normally blow my own trumpet, but consistency is prevailing.
No, you deserve to. You deserve to. So long may it continue. You are the ladies' elite British champion.
Thank
ladies and gentlemen, Kelly Egan.
Thank you.
The standard in that final, mate, was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, she's in some good form this season already, hasn't she? She's, especially with the added depth that's come into the ladies' ranks this year. She's probably someone that goes under the radar a little bit, and she's already picked up a second title of the season. Sorry, maybe people need to start taking Kelly Egan a bit more serious.
It's funny because I've actually mentioned to her there, winning that title last year. I've always been a big advocate for winning breeds winning. You win one, then you seem to go on and win a couple, and we see it with the pros and some of the amateurs, like when Lee Shepherd went and stormed the amateur ranks not so long ago. The ladies are the same since Shona came back. Emma started as soon as she came back, and now it seems to be Kelly's turn.
And I bet she hopes that continues as well. I mean, shout out to Shona, she's playing the two finals this weekend, obviously one of them from the previous tour, so she's probably played a little bit more than everybody else, so maybe it's just gassed her out a little bit, but she can't complain at winning a title on a weekend, and she's still in the Open, I believe, so still another chance to taking another one down.
Well, she just mentioned there that she did feel a little bit tired, and it's no surprise. She was good at the Pictionary yesterday. She had done a wee interview. She's came and played the final last night. She's in another one today. It's been a busy weekend, but getting to finals, winning finals, there's no doubt she's going to be back.
Yeah, she's been brilliant since she's been back on the tour as well. I can't remember how many titles she's won, but she's definitely one of the ones to look out for in the draw when we see it. I'm sure we'll see her again on this table before the end of the season.
Well, massive congratulations to Kelly Egan, commiserations Shona Lucas, but guys, we're not done there. It's time now for Liam Dunster and Clint Ianson to go head to head for the British title here in Coventry, so guys, please stay tuned, it's coming in a few moments. Welcome back, guys. I feel like we were just with them a couple of minutes ago, but we're back again, and it is just a quick preview of the Liam Dunster Clint Jansen final. What a final I'm expecting here.
Yeah, we've got obviously the formidable Liam Dunster, who is on an absolute hot streak of form against Clint Jansen, that's returning to our English pool here at the IPA, and even though he's been on the circuit for the last 18 months again, but more full time. Who's come back and got straight to a final straight away.
I actually mentioned it earlier, it's good to see him back kind of pushing towards the tail end. He's been on the tour, but he hasn't really been putting the time in that's going to get him to the last stages. Liam, no surprise that he's there, but Clint's beat Marshy in the semi-final, and a couple of people tipped Marshy after his win against Mark Boyle, so he was playing well.
Yeah, I think probably everyone's had a little bit of a doubt about Clint because it's his first time back this season. And he's proved them wrong. And what to say he can't go and do it again? But you've got the difficult task of playing Liam Dunster, who done the double last time out, and he's at the start of one here if he can go and win this one.
It's as if when he comes here he's already got 1 foot in the final. He's just one of these guys. But that last match against Lee Shepherd, I had so many breaking dishes. Well, not just breaking dishes, reverse dishes. Liam had 7 out of 9. Lee had 6 out of 7, a 9-7 win. But it was an absolute classic.
Yeah, that and the fact that he just never looks beat either. Like, I know David Adenor was up earlier on against Liam in the round before that, and he just finds a way to grind through as well. So he can do the dirty work, and he can also do the stuff that we all love to see, which is the Liam Dunster clearing up at the table, like with ease.
Yeah, he does do it with ease. He was 3-0 down against Lee Shepherd as well. He won't want to be there again, but Clint will be hoping that he can get his nose in front. Andy Betts, thank you, mate. We're about to get a show on the road. So, guys, Clint Jansen, Liam Dunster is coming to you right now. I'm going to hand over to Wade Morley, who's with Dan Fairway.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stevie. The last act of what has been a magnificent British professional tournament is upon us. Liam Dunster versus Clint Jansen in the final. There is Liam's run to the final. Johnny McDermott, Robert Stephen, David Adnell and Lee Shepherd have fallen by the wayside at the hands of Liam. And Eddie Roberts, Jake Dillon, Newlove, Dan Davey, Mark Farnsworth and Craig Marsh have fallen away at the hands of Clint. So very good run for both players, but only one of them can lift the trophy at the end of the night. The question is, which one will it be? And I will ask that question to my co-commentator for this match. Good evening, Wade Morley.
Good evening, Dan. How are we doing tonight, mate?
Yep, not too bad.
I'm gonna go Clint. Even though Liam's playing extremely well, I watched his last game against Sheppy. I think he's missed one ball.
Not bad.
It's kind of what you come to expect with Liam now.
It's true.
Clint, he's just coming back to the English game after playing over in China. I expect Clint to do really, really well. He has been practicing a little bit for this. He's feeling confident. He's not really expecting much because it's his first event back, so he's kind of free rolling a little bit. He's had a really good tournament, and he just looks focused out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's still vaguely kept his hand in, hasn't he? He's played a few IPA events, but he's definitely been focusing more on the hayball side of things. But we saw he is coming back full time, I think, to English 8-ball, so that's good to see. And yeah, I think a Clint in full flow is very, very difficult to stop. And I suppose one of the few players that you might back to do it is this man at the table, Liam Dunster.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see tonight, I think this game will actually come down to who breaks the best. They both actually use the cup breaks. We all know that Liam's got one of the best breaks in the world. He's very consistent. Yeah, I'm going to go with just let's see who breaks the best. I mean, if Liam breaks like that all evening, he's going to get hard to beat. But also, Clint does have a very good break. So I think we're all in for a good evening. I think it's going to be a fantastic game. Don't think there'll be many missed pots or safety battles. I think it's going to be a bit free flowing.
Well, into the final. This is, of course, a race to 10, so a decent length match for these two to get their teeth into. And what you say, Liam with a decent opening break. It's not the loveliest split I've ever seen.
No, there's work to be done on either colour set. I think he'll probably go reds. Just because where the yellow is below the black. But look, just having a quick overlook at it, there isn't an easy route out here, so he's going to be going into balls, and that's kind of, Liam doesn't usually do that. He'll figure out a route. You don't really see him going into that many balls, so interesting to see what route he picks here. I was just saying to one of my friends there, Dan, when you said about coming into the commentary, said Liam's probably one of the hardest players to commentate on. I feel like he just goes different routes that you're not expecting him to.
He certainly, as much as everyone knows Liam for being Mr. Consistent and that sort of very patient style of play, his shot-making ability is unbelievable. Like, it's the little flicks and tricks that he sees that other players don't.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's the shots that you don't actually... we don't see them when we're sat watching. He'll play a certain shot and you think, bloody hell, what's he done there? And then a couple of shots down the line and it just shows you why he's done it.
Yeah. I do think that one's gone slightly wrong for him, though.
I don't actually think he went for the pot there. I think he just tried to cover the bag and come into an area where you're not leaving Clint a pot.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. But actually, he's got to find a really telling safety here because the yellows are more open than they were at the start of this frame. I don't know if that's great, you know. I think he can take the yellow he's closest to up to the top right and screw into that red and open things up.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be a reason that Liam's left him on that, you know.
Yeah.
Make no doubt about that. He's very calculated. There's a lot that's got to go right for Clint here. I mean, that's a good shot. He's played that really well. And he's actually landed absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
I think he can just drop this yellow into the right corner and go into the red he's looking at there, which in turn opens up everything for the frame. So I think a lot of this frame's going to be down to this next shot from Clint.
Yeah, he doesn't want to catch that red too full because he doesn't want to stick to it.
No, kind of half ball's okay. Even red and yellow at the same time. That's okay. You'll settle with that. Where the yellow's gone onto the side rail it'll act as a link-up shot with the yellow the yellow which the cue ball's closest to now.
Yeah, he can take this sort of diamond of yellows now in order, can't he? It's almost 1, 2, 3, 4 around.
He's under it that a little bit though. I think he tried to get on the side rail there.
I expected him to run through that and go for the one to the left centre next, if I'm honest.
Yeah, maybe it was a little bit thin. You know, it's hard to tell from these camera angles into it, but I'm sure if that shot was on here, they probably took it. It's just made it very tricky now because this ball is on now. You want it to be straight on it. That's come out nice, so take that.
Yep. I mean, it was very much played for, but it was also very much relying on luck.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong there. But he'll take it, and I'm sure he'll drop these two yellows in and go 1-0 up. Fully deserved as well after taking that shot on. Yeah, you see a lot of the lower level players there, Dan, they'd have tried to pop that and screw back to leave the yellow straight to the middle bag. You'll see with a lot of the top players, you know, that they're not looking to make any mistakes. Just simplify things, leave the long yellow to the top corner.
He's just backed himself for the slightly more difficult part, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, because you can miss it when you play it hard, can't you, down the rail?
Yeah. Yeah, it's very nicely done, this by Clint Ianson. It looked like it had gone wrong, but he recovered beautifully. And he leads by 1-0.
Yep, good evening, Andy. Hope you're doing well, mate. So I've been watching Clint's breaks over the weekend. I'm room sharing with Clint, so I'm obliged to watch every single one of his games for some reason. He's doing the cut break, but what I've noticed with him, he's not pausing on his backswing. He's kind of coming back and then delivering the cue really quickly. Just have a watch on this break and see what you make of it.
Okay.
It doesn't, I mean, usually, you know, we'd bring the cue back and would pause at the back, wouldn't we, even on the break?
Yeah.
But it seems like he's doing it even faster.
Right.
Just watch it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued now, eagle-eyed.
I mean, it's been working. He's been breaking fantastic, but it just seems strange. Good evening, Lukey boy. Hope you're doing well, mate. He's breaking from the front.
Let's see if he delivers it quickly, at least.
I don't really see where he can go wrong here, Dan, other than a bit of bad luck or a kick here.
Curse of the commentator.
No, surely not here. Not here.
No, I'm with you. It's got to drift this one over to the right-hand side. I mean, that's a lovely shot. He didn't... I don't think he needed to play that, but he's played it beautifully.
I don't think he landed as intended on the yellow to the top corner, did he, before? So I don't think he felt like dropping it into the corner.
Yeah.
He's always going to be on a ball into playing it that way. And this is one of them frames that at first they all look very easy. The way he's taking him, he's kind of going up and down the table. The cue ball's doing a bit of travelling. And it's probably just one of them layouts where, you know, you can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, you've just got to take your medicine almost.
Played that nice. Controlled that really well. You'd love a little angle on this, though, so he can just punch off the bottom rail.
I don't think he's got one. I think he could probably pinch it and top through and off the rail, but...
I think the way it looks there, it looks kind of just off the wrong way. You might see him screwed to the left middle bag here.
Yeah.
Just depends how he's feeling. If he's got a bit of an angle, he'll top it through. Yeah, he's got plenty. Yeah. Just milking it, wasn't he?
And he's come through far enough as well. It's a nice shot. Because it's quite easy to underdo those ones where you top it through on and off the cushion. Quite often the cue ball gets killed on that rail.
Yeah, I find myself sometimes kind of playing them with a bit of run inside and coming off two cushions.
Yeah, just to give that extra impetus to the cue ball.
Yeah, off that second rail, you've got that little kick with side. But yeah, Clint stuck these out very well. The cue ball was doing a little bit of travelling, but it was just one of them frames. Clint takes a 2-0 lead. Liam won't be worrying yet, though. Couple of frames. Yeah, what's it? Has he made one mistake and it was a safety shot?
Yeah, he was left with such an awkward table from that first break that actually it was almost one of those breaks where you kind of wish you'd gone dry because you almost felt like the person coming in second probably was going to have the better opportunity.
Yeah, it's funny how that happens sometimes, isn't it? You come to the table and you kind of... You don't want to be at the table, but you can't see a good safety shot to put your opponent back at the table.
Yeah, so sometimes you just end up sort of potting a ball and trying to work something out, and you just end up getting a bit loose, which I think isn't something that Liam would be accused of very often, but I think that's kind of what ended up happening.
Yeah, like you say, he's just played a bit of a nothing shot, hasn't he? And I think he did try and tuck up behind the cluster of balls, and he's underhit it by a few inches, so, you know...
Plenty of matches underway in the Open. Table 13 caught my eye earlier. It still has Gareth Hibbert, a man who looked destined to win this title. I have to say, yesterday when I watched him play Dean Shields, is the best I think I've ever seen anyone play. That game was 8-2 to Gaz with 10 dishes in the match. There was not a single missed pot. But he looks in good form against John McAllister there. 5-2 up.
Yeah, did you commentate on that game?
I did, yeah.
Bet that was a pleasure, was it?
It was wonderful to watch.
Nice flowing. Yeah, Gaz plays at such a lovely tempo, doesn't he?
Yeah. I did feel a bit for Dean, because he was breaking well but just not making a ball, and that's death in this game.
I don't. Dean gets everything he deserves. But Dean would have done that to plenty of people before, so
of course.
I kind of caught the back end of the game, and he gave Gaz a hug and he said, well, that was brilliant, you know.
Yeah. Oh, now then, Liam Dunster with a dry break at, well, not the worst possible time, but certainly not helpful when you're 2-0 down.
No, and look at the split as well. The yellows are absolutely beautiful.
Yep.
I mean,
the reds are all right as well.
Yeah, you could go reds if you really wanted to, but, you know, yellows definitely the balls. But they've split that well that both colour sets you can make an argument for.
I wonder if we'll see Liam maybe take a little bit off that break and start to play his slightly more reserved break.
Yeah, I think on the next break we'll see him mess around with the cue ball a little bit. I noticed he comes like a couple of millimetres to the left, couple of millimetres to the right. He'll play around with the pace. He'll sometimes move sides, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah. Yeah, he's not afraid to change things up, is Liam?
No. And the thing is, you know, he's, like we said earlier, he's got one of the best breaks in the world, and that doesn't come by luck. He's definitely works on that in the club. He'd worked over and over again. I was speaking to Stevie yesterday on about Mark Boyle's break, and he said he was at a competition last year, and he'd come down for breakfast. Boyle had come into the practice arena, and he was practicing breaking for an hour, and then put his cue away and went. And, you know, that just shows you, you know, that you've got to work on these breaks. They don't just happen by luck. You know, when you're talking about Liam Dunster and Mark Boyle's breaks, they're not just getting down and cracking it as hard as they can.
No, you're absolutely right.
like I do.
It's ultimately the players that are at the top are there for that reason. Yes, there's a lot of other factors. There's natural talent, but the work that they put in and the work that they have put in the years that they've been playing, and practicing things like the break. It's not something that everyone does, but ultimately everything in this sport is a percentage game, and if you can get that 1% edge on your opponent, you've got a much better chance of beating them.
Yeah, I'd completely agree, especially at the top end of the sport. You know, the complete top level. I think for me, the break is the biggest shot. You can argue the lag is the biggest shot, but for me, it's the break. And when you're seeing these players taking ball after finish after finish,
yep.
You just look back to the break and think, well, maybe if I learn how to break like that, or if I actually put hours and hours and hours in at breaking, I could get that consistent at breaking too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. And I think we quite often compare this sport to tennis because the break is kind of like the serve in terms of, it's the most important part. The most important part of the rally in tennis is often the serve. The most important part of the frame in pool is often the break.
Yeah, I mean, like you've just said, that's a good shot by Clint. Like you just said, in tennis, you can actually win the point from the serve. The same as pool, you can win that frame from the break.
Exactly. And the reason I bring that up is because I heard a really interesting statistic recently, and I suspect there's a bit of carryover with that statistic from pool. So Roger Federer, there's a huge debate in tennis over who's the greatest, but Roger's definitely in the conversation. He won, I think it's something like 85% of his tour matches. But if you break it down into individual points, he won 52%.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
But it just goes to show that 1% of being better than someone at something can translate to this enormous sort of difference between those two numbers.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back at the Snooker World Championships recently, the Sean Murphy break was such a big talking point, everywhere.
Yeah.
He was splitting them up off the third ball down, getting the cue ball in and behind the green, and winning frames from his break because the players had no good safety. They couldn't do the dump shot, and they was making mistakes from his break. So again, at the very top level of snooker, I think one of the biggest, well, I do personally think the biggest shot is the break again.
Yeah, absolutely.
How many frames of snooker do you see won from somebody dropping a long red in and clearing up?
Yeah, certainly at the top level.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that more and more and more.
Yeah, and like I say, it relates to pool a little bit with the break being the biggest shot. They master the break, they master the game.
Yep. Now it's Clint's turn to go dry, but he hasn't left Liam the table that Liam left for Clint, that's for sure. This is messy. That cluster of 4 over on the right-hand side is particularly horrible.
Yeah, I don't like them when they're like these, especially when you're on the match table and you've only got 30 seconds to figure out what you're going to do.
This is actually not dissimilar to Liam's first break, although that time obviously he made a ball, but this is that kind of situation where you almost don't want the choice because everything you do will make life easier for your opponent.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, even if he puts the red into the middle bag now, for example, and then covers the bag, he's handing the initiative back to Clint.
Yeah. He's run that. I mean, is he attacking here? I suppose if the cue ball can hit the top one of those 2 reds on the right-hand side after this shot, then he could land on the one on the rail, and actually it might open everything up.
Or we might see him go into it with a bit of pace here, because even if he hits the first one, he'll kind of clip off both, and he might even push the yellow closer to the middle bag. There's a lot of things that can go right here.
Okay, just holding things up. Yeah, I like that. But Clint's not going to be forced into anything silly from this position, is he? So Liam's still got work to do. I suppose for Clint, if you can maybe just the red to the left of the cue ball behind his sort of left shoulder at the moment as we look. Can you just dump that over to the other side? Maybe just run the cue ball into the yellow near the centre pocket. Hopefully that goes near a cushion as well.
Maybe. I mean, I think it looks like he's going to try and play the black in front of the yellow up the top. No. Yeah. See this angles that we're looking at. It didn't look like the red passed the black to do that.
No.
It's not a bad shot by Clint. Yes, he's covered the yellow to the middle, but it does go to both corners. Liam would back himself to land on that and pop that into one of the corners, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Liam's just going to take a bit more control here.
This is where I think the people that don't know Liam properly, I think he's a national chess champion, so he's got that strategy.
He's certainly very good at chess. Yeah,
I think he was national champion, wasn't he?
I quite possibly.
I might be wrong, but it's maybe something I'll have to look into later. Yeah.
This would be an error though if he's left this shot open to Clint to get the red in front of the yellow. Oh, he hasn't played it particularly well though, because I think that was on.
The problem with that as well is where Clint's left the red, he can't actually get the bag, and the yellow's still potable for Liam. So it's not turned out too good for Clint. That hasn't.
Is it worth Liam having a go, because he can cut this in and go into that bad area now, and he still have quite a lot of control in the frame? But he's a patient man, is Liam Dunster.
Well, I said at the start of this match, I don't think there were many tactical battles, but it's 4 framing and we've got a tactical battle. Sorry, guys.
I mean, it's just the way this break came out, I think it was inevitable. There was no advantage to either player to go game early doors. I don't know if Liam wants to pop this. He doesn't. Not at that pace.
The thing is with Liam as well, as much as he's very good at breaking and clearing constantly, he's so good tactically. I don't think there's anybody on the tour that can go toe-to-toe tactics with him.
No. But in some ways, you don't have to go toe-to-toe tactics. Sometimes you just have to play that one amazing safety shot.
Yeah. I just feel that Liam's going to keep every shot. He's going to chip away and get himself into a better position.
Yeah.
And he'll always be in front. And the thing is with Liam, like you said earlier, he's very patient. He's never going to go for a finish that's 50-50.
Yeah. I will say I have seen, and it's rare, but I've seen a couple of frames in his career where that's cost him, because people will take a Hail Mary on against him because they know how good he is at tying things up.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it where he's just frustrated people into having a slap at them, having a slap at the balls, and
sometimes it works. That's the thing.
Yeah, and Liam's never ever going to have that slap at the balls.
Yeah. The opportunity for Clint to do that now, is there? No, just staying patient. It's a good shot.
Nice shot by Clint. Keeps him in there a little bit longer, because I think Liam was totally in control there.
Yeah. I did half expect Clint to go for the skill shot there, to play that into the centre and come down and try and get control over this bottom left corner again.
Yeah, I think he's just going to push the yellow onto the bottom cushion now, and then next shot he'll end up taking the bag with the yellow he's just moved. He's just so good tactically. Does that red pass to the left corner?
I don't think so. It's tight. I think Clint can play this red he's looking at now, the one that's directly in line with the, and just flick it off the yellow maybe and still cover that pocket for both yellows. There's some mileage in this one yet.
Yeah, and it's just not kind of moving anywhere, is it, this frame? This could be another 10 minutes. It could be it could be 2 minutes. Like you just said, it could be one shot could turn the whole thing. That's a great shot.
That is a monster. And now for Clint. Is it worth taking on the skill shot he's closest to? I know how tough that is. And the red's probably too close to the yellow actually to even play it. There was a gap there. Okay. I don't know how much that helps him.
I think he's probably just going to drop that red onto the yellow now. Onto the top right corner. See, with this done, I just don't know. I don't know what to suggest for a shot, because what do you do? I'd say Liam's still favourite with having this bottom right corner covered.
Oh, Liam's massive favourite, yeah, I think. But this, for me, is where Liam now has to be a little bit careful that he doesn't allow that sort of hit and hope-esque finish for Clint. Because it would only take one shot for Clint to get into that area, and it could open absolutely everything up.
I think we might see it now. He might pop the yellow, the red to the left corner and see if he can find a gap back down there. He's got 3 balls where he can try and go into it.
He could also just drop that one in, and then he'd probably have like a thin cut back to the left centre, which is definitely going into that area.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays this one to the right corner now with a load of top and right spin hard, he's got a big.
Here we go. Here we go. Has it got the pace? Oh. Is there another way into that area? Can he drop the one in the left centre and then try and get there off the one over the pocket?
Maybe. I think if he was going to do that, he'd love to be on the top rail, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He can land on the top rail, but it's tough for me.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, wow.
There's the swipe you was on about.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of went skill shot, didn't he? I think he was playing the treble.
Yeah. Yeah, to people watching on the stream there, Clint's not just done a deliberate foul. I think he's definitely gone for the treble into the middle bag. And this is where we was talking about earlier, Dan. You know, that was a bit of a frustration shot. He didn't need to do that. I think he was a bit frustrated that the shot before hadn't gone right.
Yeah, he wasn't out of the frame at that point.
No.
But he is now, you feel.
Liam just covering another bag for a laugh.
Why not? Why not put all 5 of your yellows within 4 inches of the pocket?
Shall we have some predictions in the comments, guys? What do people think the final score is going to be and who to? I'd like to thank everyone for joining us tonight. It's going to be a fantastic game, this one. I've really been looking forward to this one from when Clint come through.
Yeah, obviously I didn't get to see his semi-final, but I'm assuming you watched a bit of it.
Yeah, I watched a bit. Obviously, I'm room sharing with Clint, and I've drew him in the Open, so was meant to be playing at 7:30, so that's been put back to tomorrow.
That's selfish. Well, so selfish of him.
What he should have done is just dropped out and concentrated on this.
Exactly that. I think he should give you the game. I think it's the sporting thing to do, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I might just bite his tip off tonight.
I think the less said about that, the better.
Alright, so Liam with 3 yellows over the corner bags now. Can't see much going wrong.
I mean, if Liam doesn't get these, then there is hope for the rest of us, I suppose. But
he makes me laugh with, the little shuffle he does before he gets down on his cue and his shot.
It's good though. Like he gives, we're watching a player pot 3 balls over the bag, and there'll be a lot of people at home thinking, just get on with it. But the reason he is as good as he is because he gives every shot the respect it deserves, and every shot deserves the same respect.
Yeah. I said years ago I used to practice with Jack Whelan. And Jack used to, in practice sessions, he used to take every single shot as if it was the deciding black in a World Championship final. And we always used to say that is the best way to practice, not going for silly trebles and doing silly shots. You're practicing for a reason.
Yep. We've got a result on our screen there. Rob Wilson is out of the tournament, 7-5 to Keir Monaghan. That's a great game.
Tell you what, Marsh is having a good weekend, isn't he? He's 6-3 up on Curtis Lee.
He is, yeah. He sounds like he is as well. I think you can hear him from my room, and I'm on the 4th floor sometimes.
Yeah, he's always good fun and good spirits, isn't he, Marshy?
He is what I think most people would describe as a character. He's fantastic. Yes, lots and lots of action ahead tomorrow still, so do tune in. We will be here all day. This is Steve Wall versus Matty Rowland. This is available on our second stream table. This is table 2.
Tasty draw for a round 3 match, that as well.
Yeah, it is. But this is the point where the pros can meet each other, isn't it? So you're always going to get a few in this stage of the draw.
I don't think it gets much harder than my open draw this weekend, Dan, to be honest.
Oh, you stop whinging, you.
Sorry.
It's only Boyle and then Clint. I mean, what more do you want, honestly? And you beat Boyle, so...
And I'm going to beat Clint.
Well then, there you go.
Because he's going to have no tip on. Anyway, another brilliant break by Liam there. I think he took a little bit of pace off that one, Dan. You can make an argument for both colour sets here, but I think where the yellow and red are together at the top left corner, the yellow doesn't go, so I think we'll see him go reds here.
Yeah, the reds are fundamentally fairly straightforward, aren't they?
Yeah, it's all about picking your route and then trying to stick to it. You know, them 3 reds at the top right corner, they've all got pockets.
What's really nice about those 3 is that the furthest left one goes to the left corner as well.
Yeah, I think when potting them 3 reds in the top right corner, I think the cue ball will do, it'll be within 6 inches or 6 inches and it won't go out of that square.
Yeah, basically, as long as you land straight on the first one, then they're pretty simple. He's got a nice angle on that now. He could take that now and then leave this red in the bottom half of the table till last. I think it does sneak past to the left corner, as well as obviously flying into the right corner.
Yeah, I just wonder whether he'll kind of stun the cue board dead here and then play the middle of the 3 reds.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
And kind of play it with left-hand side and drift back over to the side rail and take them 2 out the way.
Yeah, because he's got the gap now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I mean, he might not. He might, play the furthest right one into the corner first. But he's got a nice little angle to drop this in with left-hand side and come over to the left rail.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this is if you don't get the side on, you're still going to have another shot.
Yeah.
You can still take then the left-hand side of the 2 reds, but he's played that to perfection. He's got to be slightly careful when he takes the right hand of the 2 reds above the cue ball now, that he doesn't flick into the yellow, and that could kill the cue ball and send it to the top rail sort of thing.
Yeah, I think he'll be trying to land on this as straight as he possibly can and then screw back past the yellow.
Yeah. But if he leaves angle here, then that could come into play.
I think he's okay there. I think he'll be able to just pinch the bag a little bit and screw back across the face of the 2 yellows towards the blue spot.
Yeah.
Anywhere towards the blue spot and it's fine.
It's going to be mighty close to that yellow, but you're right. He needs to play this as far into the right-hand jaw as he can without missing it.
It's one of them, Dan. You can play this with bottom right and kind of spin the red in, can't you?
Yeah.
Just give it a helping hand.
He did catch the yellow, but he put a bit more on it.
He probably
for that
played
reason.
that.
Yeah.
See, from the angle that we've got, it looked like he could just screw across the face, but he clearly couldn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing that shot.
We'll say he's landed probably a touch straighter on this next one than he'd like.
Kenneth, I have not got a clue, mate. I'd have to look on Google for that. I assume it'd probably be back in the day of the old EPA rules when it was tippy-tappy.
Yeah, we've been asked a question in the comments about the longest frame of pool ever recorded. Well, I mean, we don't record the times, so that makes it a pretty difficult question to answer. But, I mean, certainly, as you say, back in the sort of old EPA days, I mean, frames probably could have taken hours.
Weeks.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. In blackball rules, you get the odd one that goes very, very long.
I've seen them like 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, same. I think I've seen one that's sort of 45 minutes, but
yeah, unfortunately, mate, we can't help you with that one, I'm afraid. Liam with this fairly simple black to bring it back to 3-2, which has been a bit of a long frame itself for these guys. Don't expect many more tactical frames, but you know, a couple of the early breaks have been a bit scrappy, haven't they, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the first frame was a little bit on the scrappy side. We've had 3 dishes and one tactical battle other than that, really. So I think it's probably as expected. I will say Clint didn't break particularly well in his previous one, and he needs to arrest that slide slightly quickly.
Yeah, I wonder whether he'll just go to the cut break now. You know, he has been cut breaking most of the weekend, so I was a bit surprised when I seen him go to the front ball break. Maybe he feels he just doesn't want to get dragged into tactical frames if balls go messy. 9 times out of 10, if you don't put a ball on the cut break, they do go a bit messy with balls on cushions and stuff. Any more predictions in the comments, guys, of what we think the score's going to be?
And Curtis Lee is hanging in there against Craig Marsh on table 22. 6-4 now in that one. Lee Shepherd, another player who's having a cracking weekend. He's 4-1 up on Zach Wilkinson. No mean feat to win that one.
So he has gone back to the front break like on the break before.
Cue ball's close but safe. He's made it yellow.
I think the yellow to the left-hand side of the cue ball as we look from the overhead, if that passes to the bottom corner, he'll be over the moon.
Yeah, exactly that. If it doesn't, however...
It's a little bit of a tricky ball.
Yeah. I think it does. I think he's on it. Just drift it in, I think. It wasn't a full pocket. You could see there how little of the pocket he had. He's slid it in off the knuckle.
He's played it just above dead weight, hasn't he? Just to give it every chance.
Yeah. The only problem with that is he'd love to have been able to play that positively and screw back for the one that's above the cue ball now. That's now a slightly awkward ball to land on and get the cue ball back away from because of all the reds around it. You know, you can't easily land in a sort of... You want to land in a circle around the 2 reds below it.
Yeah,
and it's not that easy to get there.
No, and he's left this a little bit awkward. He's right next to the cushion. He can't really do much with the cue ball other than, I think, maybe kill it where the yellow is. Yeah.
So is it worth taking the one near the pocket now and trying to land on that in the knowledge that you've got another go at it, perhaps?
Possibly. He's looking at going round the gap here. So if he plays the one nearest the top left corner as we look at it with a load of right hand side, he can actually swing off 2 cushions and round the gap. If you look where the yellow is on the right cushion,
yeah,
there's a gap with reds there.
He hasn't found the gap, but he's
got into it.
Yeah.
And he'd have had that in the back of his mind that, you know, if he slides past it, he's on it. If he goes into it, he should be on it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot actually, because he's played it in such a way that he's given himself the maximum amount of chance, no matter what happens.
Yeah, and he's landed okay as well, because you can just kind of soft screw this into the red below it. Yeah, leave himself fairly straight so he can top this in off the top rail. And then he'll be playing the black to the bottom right corner. And that'll be a lovely finish from Clint. He did break them well, they split well, but it took a little bit of working out.
Yeah, and it'll be a finish that, I mean, not one that he necessarily needed, but when you've gone 3-0 up against Liam Dunster and he's pegged you back, I think it's important to try and stay ahead as long as you can.
Yeah, as well, they've had that scrappy frame that's lasted, 15, 20 minutes, whatever it was. So to come out the end of one of them scrappy frames and get yourself a nice dish, yeah, it makes you feel so much better again, because it can bog you down a little bit.
Yeah. So just this 8-ball. Heart of the pocket for Clint Jansen. And he re-establishes a 2-frame lead. He leads Liam Dunster by 4 frames to 2. Here are the tour dates for this season on the IPA Tour. We have, of course, been to Newcastle already. We are currently in Coventry for the British Open. So we have the UK International Opens and the Grand Final Festival still to come. So if you want to test yourself, if you are interested in playing and you want to come and see us, then do feel free. Single entry events are available at ipapool.com, and as always, it is free for spectators to come and have a watch of some top class pool.
One I'm looking forward to personally is the Isle of Man this year.
Absolutely,
it's a new hotel. I've only had good things.
It was magnificent last year. A wonderful event and a beautiful hotel. Quite a nice golf course as well, if that's your bag. I had a round there last year. It was quite good fun.
And also with that event, am I right in saying we do the Festival of Pool that week?
Yeah, so the Wednesday and the Thursday, we'll have various sort of last man standings and 3-man team events. It is really good fun. So if you want a little bit more than a weekend away and you fancy doing that, then yeah, pop over to the Isle of Man. If you book the flights early, they're not particularly expensive either, to be honest. It actually doesn't work out much more expensive than a regular event.
No, and also the ferry as well. If you want to go over as a foot passenger, I think not last year, the year before, I paid £40 return or something. It costs more than that in fuel to come to some of the events.
Yeah. I mean, my flights from Gatwick are generally sort of 30-40 quid each way, and you think, great. It does cost me more than that in fuel to get to these events. So. Dry break from Liam Dunster, but Clint Jansen has some work to do here. That was tough. That was really tough. Has he fluked the red? Not quite.
And but he has covered that bag with the red, and I don't think Liam's on an easy red here. Will he take that red to the top left corner?
I think he's got to. I think that's his only choice here, really. So it's a tough pot, but it's one you'd expect him to make. But where's the alternative? He's got to be reds now.
I mean, if he wants to play the plant on the red to the yellow to the middle, and play the one in the bottom right corner as a skill shot, that's an option. But I think the yellows in the top left corner pose a problem. I don't think he's got a choice. He has to go reds.
Yeah, the other thing with that red onto yellow, you're right, but the yellow closest to the cue ball now, that would be an awkward ball to get back for. Because if you don't land nicely on that skill shot, if you play that skill shot, you've got to be perfect.
Nailed it. Centre of the bag. Did we expect any other?
I know I didn't, that's for sure.
And the thing is as well, he's played it so confidently, he's punched it in. A lot of players would have probably just been dropping that in dead weight kind of thing to give it every chance, every chance. But having playing it like that, he's popped the cue ball back out. He's perfect on the red to the middle. Again, I don't see much problems here for him. I think he'll play the plant now. And I'm not sure whether he tried to land on the the red above the cue ball there or not? Because that's kind of like, it is a tricky ball to get on as your last ball, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and he may now be considering maybe coming down the left-hand side of the table now to get on that, because you know the right centre's wide open for it. No, he's going to play it now.
It makes sense because the black ball goes to the top left corner. You don't want to be coming to try and land on this red later on. And as you can see from that angle there, from our amazing cameraman, he's absolutely plumb straight. So I think you'll find him just maybe screw back to anywhere kind of near where it is now.
Yeah, I mean literally anywhere past the yellow.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to play the plant on the red to the right of the two reds. So he'll try and leave himself a little angle here so he can run through and just leave himself on the plant to the right corner.
Yeah, that angle looks pretty good to me.
Yep. It's very important he lands straight on this plant though, because when you don't land straight you can flick a little bit of side on and you can end up just not catching the plant straight and the red just going onto one of the cushions and making it a little bit tricky for you. No, so he's actually straighter than we thought and he could just play the run through shot.
Yeah, just taking that out of the equation. I like it. One thing I will say is I don't love personally playing position on the 8 ball from a ball over the pocket when you've got, distance between the two balls.
Yeah, and the yellow that's closest to the red in the corner pocket, that poses a little bit of a problem because it's kind of on the line that you want the cue ball to come across.
Yeah. And he's actually taken that out of the equation now. So with him landing there, is he now thinking about coming down for the black to the left centre?
I mean, yes, I think so. It's either that or you kind of take your medicine and leave yourself a longer black.
A huge area to land in, haven't you, up at that top end of the table?
Well, he's queuing with left-hand side, so he's going up the table.
Yeah, there you go.
And that was a lovely shot. It was a lot better than it looked. He was just using the side for the pace of the cue ball as opposed to punching the cue ball up, which takes the element of over-hitting it or under-hitting it out of the equation. A lovely finish by Liam to take it to 4-3.
Yep, back to 1 frame in it for the duster. Clint Jansen did have a chance in that frame. It was a very, very tough opening shot. But ultimately, those are the things that can win and lose matches at this level.
That's the game I want to keep an eye on table 2. Matty Rowland against Steve Wall. When we last checked it was 4-4, I believe.
Yeah, table 3 as well. Dan Davey in a spot of bother. But the last time I saw that game, it was 4-0 to Jack Brown. So Dan Davey is staying in it. Oh, Steve Wall's just about controlled the cue ball there. Must have been a little bit of heart in mouth when he saw that cue ball travelling towards the 8.
Yeah, I think he'd have loved to be a bit straighter than he is on that.
Yeah, he's overdone it a little bit.
He'd be okay though. He just drop this in and leave himself as straight as possible on the red to the right corner.
Now here's Clint Jansen. Can he keep his nose in front in this match? That cue ball was tracking towards the corner pocket and was violently struck away from it. So that's a result for Clint.
Yeah, and these reds have come out absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's tricky opening shot, but I think, he'll back himself to play the red to the top left corner and screw off the side rail.
Yeah, it's one of those little jabby ones, isn't it? Don't want to hit this too hard. Very nicely played. Very nicely played. Probably a fraction straighter than he'd like.
Yeah, because now he's going to have to kind of punch out, isn't he?
Yeah.
He'd love just to get the cue ball to the left-hand side of the blue spot here. He'd absolutely love that. And land straight on the red to the top left corner.
He's going to have to punch this one a bit. That will do nicely.
Is that all right? just to the left of the blue start.
Just to the left, yeah. It's not bad. Not bad.
Now, do you risk screwing this back through the gap of the black and the yellow, just past it?
Yeah, I think I'd like to land on the red closest to the right-hand rail after this shot, because if you can do that, then that's all the work done, really.
Yeah, so you see there, he's just killed the cue ball. It's the same line we was talking about, but he backs himself to just pot this red anyway.
Yeah, probably felt like he had just a touch too much angle to screw back, so just killed it instead.
Yeah, I mean, take your medicine. He'll back himself to pot.
Yeah, I mean, I like this way too. It's overhit that though, considerably overhit that. I think he was expecting that side to kill the pace a lot more.
Yeah, and this is why I like trying to land on the red near the cushion first.
Still got a shot here, but this is mighty awkward queuing. If he gets it, you feel he's okay, because he's bound to be on the one to the centre pocket. I say that, is he? I think he's okay.
I think he's okay there. So a nice recovery shot by Clint there.
I expected the cannon on the yellow to be thicker than that.
A bit more, yeah. But again, we talk about the camera angles we've got up here.
Mm-hmm.
It's sometimes hard to guess, isn't it?
Oh, how has that dropped in? You can see he's trying not to smile on his way around the table because he knows he's got away with one there. That caught a huge piece of the near jaw.
I'm sure he won't be bothered now after potting these two.
I'm absolutely convinced that he won't, but my word, I don't know how that dropped in. It caught just enough of the pocket off the jaw for gravity to take over, but that was mighty close. Keeps his 2-frame lead though, and that is all that Clint Hansen will care about. If you can keep Liam Dunster a couple of frames behind at all times, then you're in the driving seat. He has dished his last 2 breaks, and if he does that from here, he will win the match. So that's got to be the aim for Clint, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Just again, we'll go back to the tennis that was on about earlier. Just hold your serve.
Actually, there's a bit of chat about the longest. It's the longest frame, isn't it? Not the longest match, but I think I was involved in the longest match in IPA history.
How long?
It was about 5.5 hours. I think it was 5:40 at the Worlds one year against Kev Barton.
Just getting his money's worth.
Honestly, it was unbelievably bad. Every single frame came out fudgy, and every single set was either 4-2 or 4-3, and it was just one of those awful sort of tactical bitty matches. Nothing came out nicely for either of us. But yeah, at the time, Pickers wasn't entirely happy with us. He was stuck in Coventry for the whole time.
So that yellow just going over the right corner, bag as we look there, the top right corner, I think that's just cancelled out the possibility of going reds. I do like the reds, but he's going to have to go for yellows now with that yellow going over there.
Yeah, the 2 yellows around the black spot, I mean, how plantable are they?
I don't think they need to. I think the yellow above the black spot goes to the bottom right corner, I believe, which then in turn opens up the yellow below it to the left corner.
Yeah, if that is the case, and as you say, it certainly looks like it is.
Might just play into the red here. Yeah.
He's played on that one now. it does look tight, this shot. I do think it's on, but I think he'd rather be right behind it.
Yeah, I think he was expecting a little bit more of a fuller contact on the red.
Yeah.
So we might see him reroute here. He might play one of the yellows to the bottom left corner and screw back out for it. You just don't know how straight he is.
He's taking it on. Oh, no, look, there's plenty of room. Plenty of room.
And he was much straight enough.
Yeah.
So I think just a simple 5 pots here for Liam will take him to 5-4.
Been a good standard this so far.
Yeah, a few dishes, a couple of safety battles in between. But again, the balls sometimes dictate how the match is going to go.
Yeah. I think Liam would have liked to have been straighter on this yellow, because then he could just drop it in and drop the next one into the centre. But is he forced to reroute now? Is he going to have to take the one on the bottom rail first?
No, I think he can just screw. I think he can just nip this and screw back up towards the blue spot.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Anything straight or just off straight either way, and he's okay. If he has got too much of an angle, like you said, he'll come down, but it looks like he can just nip it enough.
He's definitely taking his time over it, so I think he's considering both of those options.
Looks like he's queuing down.
Yeah, he's nipping that back. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was fine.
The thing is as well, these cloths play so, they're so reactive that shot actually is a lot easier than it looks. And he's got into it a little bit too much there. If you look at the angle, he's kind of coming away from the cue ball. I don't think he can get enough side on this to go towards the yellow. So I think he might just come away from the cushion, take his medicine there.
Yeah, he's loaded it up with side. He got as much as he could on. But yeah.
If he hit that any harder, he's going towards the reds.
Yeah.
Fully expect him to pot this, he's played it in that way, he backs himself. And where the black is at the top left corner, there's nothing to do with the cue ball.
I think that's the most important part of these shots, actually, is being able to play them at a nice pace. Not needing to force any position.
I think we're in for a good evening with this match, Dan.
Yeah, me too.
I can't see one of them running away with it.
All right. Clint Ianson's lead has been halved once again. Back to 1 frame ahead. Liam Dunster staying in touch, as he always does. So 5-4 now to the Englishman. But again, it's Clint's break to come.
I'm just wondering at what point will Clint possibly think about going to that cup break? He's not had that much success from his break.
Well, you say that, but he's dished 3 of his 4 breaks. So it's not been too bad. And he's had 1 dry, so...
Is it just the one?
Yeah, it is just the one. We've had 3 dry breaks in the match, and 2 of them were from Liam, so... but I know what you're saying, because Clint's break hasn't looked that good, even though he has sort of made a ball every time. It hasn't been like they've flown round the table and he's made 3 or 4. He's made sort of 1 ball that may or may not have gone in.
Yeah, and there's always been that little bit of work to do with his finishes, haven't they?
Yeah. But no, he's sticking with it. Cue ball's good, made a ball.
Yeah, I think that one's the best one he's hit as well.
And these reds are pretty glorious, aren't they?
Yeah, you'll settle with that.
There's a bit of work to do down this bottom right-hand corner, but not loads.
No, I mean, the bottom right corner, the red that's covering the bag, it's kind of gone in a little bit of an awkward position for him. I know to the people watching at home it's over the bag, but it's not actually an easy plant.
Yeah.
So I think we'll see him... he can plant the you see the two reds together on the right hand cushion. The red to the left of them does plant, and it might leave a big bag, but he has to be careful not to push the red behind the yellow and leave it in an unpottable position.
Yeah, you almost want to play that. If you're going to play that as a plant, you almost want to be in a position where you can play it with a bit of pace, so that you can screw the cue ball back and land on the one on the rail, and the other one comes back away from the pocket.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a positional shot to play here. Do you come down the right-hand side of the table, or are you coming down towards the black?
Personally, I think I'm coming down towards the 8 ball.
There's a lot more room for error there.
Yeah, and also the red furthest away from this cushion, apart from the one he's potting now, does go to the right centre. Doesn't want to be jawed here. Oh, he's just about all right. So is he now then going to play that plant, but from the one on the rail? But he can play it with a bit of pace and push the cue ball through, and then play the left of those two reds into the left centre.
Well, I'm just looking to the monitor we've got to the left of us, Dan, and I think that's a big bag. I think he can punch this in and come out, send the cue ball towards the black. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do nicely.
Yep. I think my only worry with that shot was where the red was going to end up, but he played it at such a pace that it was always going to come out relatively open.
Yeah, he played it to kick the yellow out of the way, didn't he? So he'd always have a shot on the red. And he's landed lovely.
Bit of a shot to play now.
Yeah, this is one of them ones. If you kind of de-accelerate, you can just really not got any screw into it, or you can over-screw it.
Yeah, it's
just wants to go to the right-hand side of the black here. There we go. I mean, he's overdone it a little bit, but he's okay. I think he can cut this into the centre bag and come off two cushions and land on the black to the right corner bag.
Yeah. Could also kill the cue ball with some check side, but playing running side, so it's coming around the angles.
Nice little
flick as long as the cue ball holds up, which it does. That'll do nicely.
And Clint Jansen takes a 2-frame lead again. We've got a few Clint fans in the comments tonight, Dan.
I think there's Clint fans everywhere, to be honest. He's one of the more popular players on the tour. Another break dish. That's 3 in a row for Clint, so he's doing everything he needs to do to win this final. If he can just keep that up. Now here's a bit of a story. Dan Davey, who has been in fine form in recent times. World Championship final, of course. But it looks like he's going to be taking an early exit from the British Open here. Jack Brown has this 8 ball to knock Double D out of the tournament.
Do you think Jack will be putting a post thanking his sponsors?
Oh, I hope so. There you go. Congratulations, Jack Brown. A terrific performance by the looks of things.
I mean, we've not watched the match, but anybody that beats Dan Davey 7-2, they must play well. Dan's not a rollover player. You've really got to play well to beat him. There's a good match on table 16, Dan. Christian Phillips taking on Mickey Oliver.
Yeah, that's a big game. Christian leading by 5 frames to 4. Another clash of the pros as well. Rich Swaffield, Gerard Boyle. 5 each. That one's going close. The Dunster break is working well. And how? That's a beautiful split. Take your pick, really.
Yeah, it's one of them again where they've opened up so well. You can take your pick. I think maybe red's favourable.
I think red's just because of that yellow on the side rail. That's the only. That is an awkward shot, no matter how good you are on it.
Yeah, and the yellow to the left middle bag as well. I'm just looking at the overhead now. It's not as easy as it looks on the screens.
No, I think if the 8 ball were to go bottom right, then you back yourself to just drop that in. But the fact that you would probably have to play some kind of positional shot from that yellow as well means it doesn't link that well with everything else. He could choose to go yellows. To be fair, he could take the left of the two now and drop on that one in the centre. That would be his second yellow. That's what he is doing.
No, he's going to take the one to the top left and try and land as straight as he can on the one to the left middle.
Yeah.
And then he will drop the one into the right middle and play the yellow long down the cushion and try and screw the cue ball back to anywhere where the yellow is over the right and middle bag now.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how he lands on that as well, if he's more confident, he could just run it through as well. It would be easy enough to run it through 3 or 4 inches.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying earlier with the way Liam takes his finishes. With the reds, the cue ball would have been doing a lot of movement. With the yellows, if you look now, he's got himself in a position where he's basically playing 3 or 4 stop shots.
Yeah.
So there's not much that can go wrong with the cue ball, and he backs himself to make every pot he looks at.
Yeah. So this is a fiddly little one.
It actually looks a lot easier on the screen that we're looking at now, but like I say, on the overhead to the left of us, Dan, that we're privileged enough to have, it's a bit closer to the cushion than it looks.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Slid it in a dream. Are you trying to leave yourself a slight angle on this one, or are you trying to get yourself arrow straight behind it to make the pot as easy as possible?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it as straight as I can. If you've got a little bit of angle, you kind of just want to drift the cue ball to the top to the top jaw of the middle bags.
Yeah.
That way you can't snooker yourself on the jaws, or there we go. Yeah, it's fine. I think it's just kind of stuck to the rail a little bit, so it's one of them. How's he feeling? Does he want to top it in, or does he want to just kind of punch it in with a bit of screw back to come back 3 or 4 inches?
The only reason I wouldn't want to top this is just if I was a little bit worried about like a kick.
Yeah. So he's going with the shot initially came up with at the start of the finish.
Yep.
You can just get his cue through the ball a little bit better there, and like you say, no kicks. Roll off, so anything could happen.
Exactly. You can play it that little bit firmer that way.
Yeah.
6-5. We truck on. That's 4 break dishes in a row between these two. It's been a hell of a final so far.
And I'm just kind of looking down the line here. Am I right in saying Liam won the lag?
Yeah, you are.
So if it did go to a decider, Liam would have the break, which, as the last few frames have gone, is a big factor in this match. So that's something to keep an eye on if it does go close towards the end, Dan.
Yeah, if Clint's break fails him at some point, then that could definitely come into play.
Yeah, I mean, Clint, he's just watched Liam break and dish there, but he won't be having any negative thoughts. All he'll be thinking is, if I can keep, like we said about the tennis, hold your serve. So if he can keep break dishing and win the frames that he breaks on, he will win.
I mean, yeah, Clint's playing beautifully at the moment. He's missed 1 pot really in the entire match. You could maybe argue he missed one in that tactical frame, but I think it would be harsh. And yeah, really, I mean, they've missed one ball each to a certain extent. Made another ball. Cue ball's gone a bit awkward, but that yellow has come to his rescue.
I think this might be another break and dish, Dan. The yellows are beautiful.
I do think it's possible. Wait, I do. They are lovely, aren't they? They're not bad at all.
At the moment, we're having a bit of a breaking masterclass from these guys.
Yeah.
I did say at the start of the match, I think this match may go down to who can break the best throughout the evening.
Yep. And so far, they're both breaking brilliantly. So, Clint has probably just had the edge because he's had one less dry break.
And we've had so many how many breaking dishes have we had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 8? 8 break dishes in 11 frames.
7 and 1 reverse.
7 and a reverse. And I think 3 of the frames, they actually broke really well. And then, one ball would have went in front of the cue ball or something.
Yeah. I mean, I think that long tactical frame was down to a bad split. But every other frame has been quite nice.
So you're coming down the right hand side of the table here and taking the yellow to the bottom right corner.
Looks like Clint is, but yeah, I think it had to be the shot, didn't it? Because the one ball that I sort of earmarked when I saw that break was that yellow on the left hand side, but the yellow closest to the centre pocket is such a nice link for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's any problem ball that I'm looking at now, it's kind of the one closest to the black.
Yeah.
He'd love to land on that now. Which he has. Yeah.
Yeah, he's come just far enough that he can run this on and off the side rail without too much problem, I think. A little bit thinner, and he may have had to think about that, but I don't think this is any kind of an issue for Clint.
I think he'll play it with a tracer left hand side as well, just to kind of kill the cue ball off that side rail. He doesn't want to be landing off angle on the yellow to the middle. I mean, he has come a little bit further than he'd like to there, because I think ultimately he needs to be landing on the yellow at the top left corner as straight as possible.
Yeah, I think he can play this with quite a lot of drag and just kill it in, and the cue ball won't go too far. But he's playing it on and off the rail. That's come just far enough.
My only thing here, Dan, does the black go to the bottom right corner? Because I don't think it does.
No, and if you're screwing this, the line is going almost towards the 8 ball, isn't it? It's not a lovely angle, this, at all.
No.
You can't really throw it much wider, because then you bring the reds into play.
Yeah, and this is why he'd wanted to land as straight as possible. This is a tricky shot here. No, snookered himself. And it all boils down to him not landing straight on the one to the left middle.
Yeah.
No, he was a bit unlucky. He didn't land as straight as he wanted to on the one to the bottom left corner. But ultimately, we say, Paul, it's a game of margins, and he was, probably a centimetre out of position there?
Yeah, no more than an inch, that's for sure. So he needs to come up with something pretty special, and he needs to come up with it pretty quickly.
2 cushions to the middle bag.
Whoa. Gone for it. It's good effort, but ultimately, how's your luck? Has he at least caused a problem for Liam? I mean, if he has, then
he'd be getting tucked up, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but at least he just killed to come back to the table here, wouldn't he? Really?
Yeah, he wouldn't have been expecting it when Clint was in the balls. Is this the first actual mistake of the match? As in big mistake?
Probably. I'd argue Clint missed one early doors there where he was sort of in the middle of the match where he was queuing over a ball.
Yeah.
And Liam played a pretty poor positional shot in the first frame. So I'd say it's sort of 1-1 at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, that mistake there, I'd kind of class that as the same as a missed ball.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
At this level.
Looks like Liam fancies these.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not overly difficult, are they? You just got to play one good shot.
Yeah, I think the red to the top right of the black as we look now, I think you can land on that to the top left corner.
If you can't, I think you can land on the one in the middle of the 3 reds to the left centre.
Yeah.
So I think there's options available either way.
I'm sure we'll see here, because he's got the perfect angle on the one to the bottom right corner to kind of, again, I keep using the blue spot, but float onto the blue spot kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, if he comes down this side of the table, he can take the one to the centre, and then the one to the right of that from this angle will then go to the top right as well. Or the bottom right from that camera angle. Try not to confuse everyone. But yeah, if he plays the bottom of these 3 reds into this centre pocket, you can see there that the one above will clearly go to the Clint Ianson corner. Nicely worked out. This pattern's almost been a bit of a snooker table, hasn't it? Where you've got to take the balls in the right order, and then it opens up another red and another red.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've just seen somebody in the comments there saying plenty of snookers coming up. But as I mentioned earlier, Liam's very calculated. If there's a finish there, he will go for them. And he's worked these out lovely. He's got one shot to play here. I think he can hold for the red to the left court, to the right middle bag. Sorry. No, he couldn't hold it, so he's decided to play on it to the top. Just as effective.
Yep. But yeah, I don't think Liam plays, he doesn't play safety or tactical battles because he enjoys them. He plays them because if he plays whatever the most effective way to win the frame is.
Yeah, I mean, by no means is Liam a negative player. He plays to however he thinks he can win this frame, that's how he will play. And that's the best way to play. And he's got these 3 balls now to level it up at 6-all for the first time since the start of the match, Dan, I believe.
Yeah, it will be. Yep. Yep, Clint has led from frame 1.
And I think the momentum has swung a little bit as well to Liam's favour. With Clint being 2 or 3 frames up before, and now Liam's got the bit of momentum with Liam to break next as well, which is a big factor of this match. Remember, guys, this is a race to 10 as well. It's not to 9. The final is a race to 10.
Yeah, so there's plenty more time for a momentum swing as well.
Oh, there's time for a couple, yeah. Liam just taking him time to steady himself. Same routine with every shot, isn't it, Dan? No matter what, even if it was over the bag. We're seeing that earlier on when he's had 4 yellows over the bags. He's not played them any quicker than he usually does.
Yep. Yep, exactly that. Liam Dunster levels the scores at 6 apiece in this British professional final. This will, of course, be the last action of the day here on the IPA stream, but do join us tomorrow. My understanding is that we are kicking off proceedings with the amateur final, and then we will be into the business of the Open. So the amateur final scheduled for 12 o'clock midday, and that will be between Ben Clayton and Kyle Brown. So we're thoroughly looking forward to that.
Yeah, and nice to see Ben Clayton back playing. He's a fantastic player. He's good enough to be pro.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, clearly, if you make an amateur final, I think that's proof enough of that.
Yeah, I mean,
but he's not a player I know about. So
no, well, a lot of the pool world do know him. I remember when I was 14, he was in the England youth team as well. He's been around a long time, but he doesn't play on the pro tour, but he's more than capable of playing as a pro.
Fingers crossed for him that he shows that pedigree tomorrow as Liam Dunster breaks in frame number 13. Will it be lucky for the Duster? I think that noise tells the story.
Yeah, a little bit messy. I'm just wondering whether he's got a free ball plant.
I was looking at exactly the same thing, because if he has, then these yellows are okay. They're not great, but they're okay.
No, they're okay. The yellow at the highest yellow on the table, as we look at on the camera, that poses a bit of an issue. I don't really think it cuts into middle unless he's directly behind it.
If you get behind it, I don't think it's too bad. But yeah, I'm with you. And there's no obvious link for it either. There's no obvious way to get right behind it, and there's no obvious ball once you've potted it either.
No, I mean, there's probably an argument to try and land on that last.
Yeah, absolutely.
But again, if you land just off straight the wrong side, you're up against it to punch the cue ball out. So I mean, you might play on the double.
Yeah, quite possible. Although the 3-ball plant was there, that's opened up nicely. So it is all about that yellow in the top half of the table.
Just wonder whether he's got an angle now to kind of top through and nudge it off.
I think he's a fraction straight. You might be right. I'm about to find out. Yeah, how's he lining it up? He's lining it up with the little top. You might have the call there. Yeah, he could. Perfect. What a shot that is.
Well, that's come out all right, hasn't it?
That has come out an absolute dream.
I can see these shots, you know, Dan. I just can't
Play
them.
them.
Yeah. So now, do you play the yellow to the left, the closest to the middle bag? Do you play on that to the middle bag, or do you play on it to the corner?
6 of one, half dozen the other, that, isn't it? So it depends what position you land in now. Probably a little bit straight on this, the one sort of down the rail-ish. So you might have to just draw it straight back and land roughly where he is now. Or he could play the furthest left into the centre as his last ball. He could just stun the one into the right corner.
Yeah, play them as a little triangle as such.
Yeah. It looks like that's the way. Because now he can stun this one in and he'll have the perfect angle just to top that into the centre and land on the 8 ball.
Yeah, you just want to be landing straight on this yellow to the middle, don't you? So you can top it through a couple of inches.
Yeah.
No fireworks.
No. Anything close to straight as well, really. There's actually quite a bit of margin here.
Yeah, he's perfect.
Might just have to play this with a touch more top than he would have wanted, just to make sure he skips past that red.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of pace on this.
Don't be getting a kick.
No, a kick here would be fatal. Did he get a kick? Is that what happened? Because he doesn't throw his arms up like that very often, Liam.
No, and he's missed that to the top jaw by a lot.
Yeah.
I think we need to have another look at that, Dan. And Clint up out of his seat like an absolute rocket. Because this is a chance that he wasn't expecting to get. Liam sat in his chair there, looks quite amused with himself.
Yeah. It did look like that cue ball threw wider than I expected it to.
That cue ball couldn't go behind the red without getting a kick. It was impossible. Unless he screwed it.
Yeah, not that far. I did expect... I thought he had a bit more angle than he would have wanted, and I did think he would probably slide off the side of the red.
Yeah.
But to hit it that full...
There was no way he could get that side of it. For me, I'd like to see it again, but I'm saying definitely kick. Fraser, yeah, commentator's curse. Sorry, Liam. But that's what we're here for. That was the only thing that could go wrong. And Clint will be absolutely delighted. Will it be another swing?
It could well be. Landed a bit straight. He would have liked to have gone across for the one on the rail now, I think, but I don't think he can.
No, and I think he's quite straight on this one as well, so he's going to have to punch this across.
Yeah, it's not a great angle, that, is it? It's okay. So just pace control on this. He's just going to screw this, I think, to widen the angle. And that's very nice. But these are never easy. Because he wants to play this with a bit of bottom as well. Can't just roll this in. Just when it looks for all the world like Liam Dunster was taking the lead in this match for the very first time.
Yeah, and we see Clint leaving the arena there. He may not need the toilet in this situation. He might be having a professional break.
A little bit of gamesmanship, perhaps. Let Liam stew on that one. I don't know. I don't think Clint would do that. But you know him better than me, so if you tell me. Lots of action for you. Corey Reese flying at the moment. He's up against Keith Robertson, the world champion, of course, on table 8. Robert Stephen and David Admiral. Dave's been in top form lately, but Robert Stephen, who again actually himself has been in brilliant form so far this year, he's 6-4 up in that one.
Yeah, I've been speaking to a couple of lads over the weekend, and for me, certainly since I've been back on the tour, the standout player is David Adenall of what he's been doing over the past season or so. He's always there at the latter stages of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for a man of his talent, he has absolutely no self-belief, and I sort of hate him for it. Because, after he won the World Seniors, he made the final of the... Was it the Pro last time out, or the Open?
Yeah,
where he lost to Liam.
Liam, yeah.
I think it was the Pro, and you talk to him, and honestly, it's just like he's just got no sort of belief in himself sometimes, and I think he's started to turn a corner on that, and I think that's why we're seeing an upturn in his fortunes.
Yeah, do you think it's self-belief, or do you think it's just because he's Mr. Humble, because he's a very humble guy as well? I mean, at some point he has to start believing in himself with the achievements that he's had of recent.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a little from column A, a little from column B. But yeah, I do just wish that he would, I mean, look at that. That's a fantastic run, and to only lose 9-7 to Liam. Ultimately, I think what Dave actually genuinely needs is to beat Liam Dunster.
I mean, he was 5-2 up today against Liam as well.
But that doesn't necessarily mean anything, because we know that Liam can just play perfect pool, and you don't actually have to do anything wrong to lose from 5-2 down to Liam.
No, and I'm saying this, I know it sounds silly to say it, but you've never beat Liam until you've actually beat him.
Yeah. But I do think he's somewhat of a bogey player for Dave Adenall. I've seen they seem to play each other quite a lot, and I don't think Dave's ever got the better of him. Well, that was the match earlier between the two of them. Doesn't tell us a huge amount, that, to be fair, does it?
Frames stolen.
Yeah, that's where I think that statistic is where you win off your opponent's break.
Anyway,
back to this.
Big break coming up here for Clint.
Oh, brutal. It was travelling that way anyway, but I don't think it quite had the pace to get there.
Look at these reds. I mean, it was a dry break anyway, even if the cue ball hadn't have gone in. And to me, at this, at the top, at this level, even if it's a dry break, it's just as
Now there's the stat I was wanting to see. That is the head-to-head between Liam Dunster and David Adenall, and that is brutal reading for the Manxman. And I hope he's not watching.
In David, we believe.
I do genuinely believe in him. He is a top player and a top fella as well.
And a good commentator as well. I've heard him on the comms quite a few times. He does well in that.
Yeah, he does bits.
It's not as easy as people think.
That is, yeah. That is definitely true. Slightly awkward table this for Liam. The free shot is helpful, but it's not going to be the one that wins it, I don't think. Is he playing the plant here? Yellow onto red? Yeah. Love that shot. So that probably has won him it, actually.
I didn't see that shot.
I saw it at the very last second.
This is where he's so good at working finishes out. He's played one shot there, and he's basically opened up the whole frame.
Yeah. Yep, and he's landed on the only yellow that you could even consider semi-awkward at this point. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what he's so good at. He's just unlocking. He's just found the key to this frame with that one shot. And it's a shot that 99% of even professionals, I don't think would have necessarily seen.
No, not to play the plant. They'd have kind of been looking to move the red out the way.
Yeah.
That's not gone completely right for him. I think he's okay though. He's landed on the one to the left corner. Can he just get out and land on the one to the right of the cue ball now? Or will he be leaving that till his last ball?
Yeah, it looks a little bit thin, this, doesn't it? I think he can pinch just enough of the pocket that he can get the cue ball back out.
He might play the gap in between the yellow and the black here as well. Yeah, that gap, like kind of any hit like that, and he's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd love to hit it a bit thinner and be a bit straighter on this yellow. I'm just wondering whether the yellow directly above the black, does it go to the top left corner? And if it does, he can screw the cue ball onto the right rail and try and land as straight as possible.
That is a big question. He's just had a good look at it. And his body language suggests to me that it does. So that's the ball he's played on. I don't think he wanted to hit quite as much of that red as he did. Definitely making work of this frame, that's for sure.
I'm just wondering now whether he's going to have to do a little bit of a reroute and play the yellow to the left middle with a bit of check side and come back down.
Yep, looks like it. Thin, this.
As long as he misses the red on the way back down, he's going to be okay. He could go round the back.
Oh, you say that. I mean, I do think that yellow goes, but I don't think it's a full pocket, and I don't think it's one. Look at that. You don't want to. You can't put any pace into this.
No, he's in
and
no
he
better.
Needs to.
He's in no better position now than he was the shot before.
Yeah.
And he's not got the reassurance of having the yellow over the middle bag either now.
No, I think he's in trouble here.
I think he's got to chop the other one in. And possibly try and hold the cue, but maybe go into the red on the side rail.
This looks tight as well, though. No, look, he's
a safety.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure that one went either. I think they were both tight on the red, but either side. And if you look at that camera angle, I think Clint could cut that red back in, and if he doesn't get it, he might get the pocket at least. It's going safe. If not.
Yeah, this is one of them shots that you kind of want to overcut it as opposed to if you hit it thicker.
Yeah, he's not playing it, so.
He's playing the snooker. Played it too hard. No, he's left it.
Yeah, he's left the. Has he left?
Yeah, I think he can get through to the one at the top corner. He can.
And I think it's touching the red. I'm not convinced, you know. If I'm looking at the overhead.
He can hit that. And he's not got to do anything with the cue ball either because the yellow in the centre of the table goes to the middle bag. He can pot that.
Yep. Yeah, comfortably.
All right, Liam, don't drop it in, just punch it across.
That's a big missed opportunity for Clint, I feel.
And just as it swung back in Clint's favour, we see another swing back into Liam's favour now.
It was a very difficult snooker that he took on. And far be it for me to tell Clint Hansen how to play, but I am surprised he didn't try that little cutback. Yeah. Maybe it was thinner than we thought.
No. Just what angle has Liam got here? Can he punch out for the black in the same bag? Nope.
Ooh. Now then. It's not over. Because he can't cut that back, not in a million years. What do you play here?
Skill shot.
I mean, have you seen the Ronan McCarthy one from years back where Mark Boyle played a similar one as well? I think he's...
In this one, it's kind of the pendulum swung in both directions. In this one, it's kind of the pendulum swung in both directions.
Liam will be livid. Liam will be absolutely livid. How often does he miss 2 bites at the cherry?
No.
2 good bites at the cherry as well. Let's make no bones about it. He's had 2 good chances to win this frame.
And he had that kick to the ball to middle bag as well.
Yeah, that
2 big frames.
May well be playing on his mind.
Thanks for the nice comments about the commentary, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we're not used to it. There was a tiny little shake of the head from Liam Dunster when that ball dropped. It was minuscule. I immediately looked at him, and it was like the smallest shake of the head you've ever seen.
He could have done with a little bit more of an angle here because he's got a puncher. I'm sure he's going to be fine.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot.
Well played.
Against all the odds, Clint Jansen re-establishes his 2-frame lead. At no point in that frame until the last few seconds of it did I think that was going to happen. That's interesting. This is the head-to-head between Liam Dunster and Clint Jansen. And Clint has got the
4-3 up.
He's 7-4 up. Across all their Darren Maidment doing a fine job. A big break now, you feel, for Liam Dunster. His break hasn't let him down for a while in this match. He's broken really well. I feel like I've just put the mockers on him. But this is not an easy table. You look at it and you go, yeah, actually those yellows are lovely, but where's the opener? Where's the opening pot here? You could take the red near the black spot, but that's awkward. You're queuing over the red. Don't think you can take a yellow on.
Does the red above the black pot to the top right corner, and he can kind of play that and come off the top cushion and go into the red on the left side?
Potentially.
He's going to cut this back.
This is a snick up to the top right. And he's missed it. He's missed it by quite a way, actually. Hasn't left a nice table. I don't think that's going to be fatal because, I don't see a nice route for either colour yet. The fact that he didn't play that red that you suggested suggests to me that red doesn't actually go. So that red's going to need some developing.
Yeah, especially where the yellow's gone. It's come to land there. It's just stopped directly in front of it. If he can get the cue ball to where the yellow's landed, that would be perfect.
Yes. But it's hard to see a way to get there now.
Yeah, and with that yellow on the red on the left cushion as well, that makes things a bit more difficult. Maybe he's going to drop on it now. He can drop this red to the right corner, and he might try and land on the one on the left rail and cover the bag. Does it go into the middle off the yellow?
Yes. Yes, it does.
And if that red does go to the top right corner, he can land on it now.
Yeah.
The red closest to the black as we look on the overhead.
From the overhead, it looks all right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just surprised Clint didn't take it on. I suppose at the time he felt like he really needed a yellow. That's the only thing I can think.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes after you break, you feel like you're kind of obliged to go for a certain colour set, and then, which in turn, you don't look at the other colour set as well as you could. Liam's just taking a few moments here to figure out what he's going to do. I think it does go into the middle off the yellow. You'll have to punch it quite hard, though, to widen the angle on the red.
Yeah, I definitely think that does.
It's just, does that red closest to the black go to the top right corner? Yes.
The way he's played that, it has to.
And it looks like he's landed a lovely angle just to drop onto the one onto the top cushion as well.
It depends how much of the pocket he's got and how hard he can play this. Because if he can only sort of drop it in because he's only got half a pocket, then this angle isn't great.
No, and there was a little grimace on the face of Liam there, so possibly he could have landed a bit straighter than he'd have liked to.
Yeah, we saw him land too straight in the previous frame. Has the same thing happened again? Yes, is the answer, because he's tried to pinch that and it wasn't there. But he was so straight he had to play it. I think he was forced into it. I think he probably, in his heart of hearts, knew that that wasn't going to go in. But sometimes you just have to take the chance that maybe you catch the knuckle and it slides, or... Particularly with the shot clock pressure, I just don't think he had a choice there.
No, and again, Clint's come to the table with a chance that he wasn't expecting to come back to the table. Two yellows to the left. I think if he pots one, he might go into the yellow above it and kind of just push it over the middle bag.
Yeah, I mean, he could consider playing that after this one, so that he might leave himself either a cut or a double on the yellow on the right hand side if it goes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be looking to leave an angle as such so he can screw into it, and the cue ball will come back out towards the blue spot. No, I don't like that shot.
I am massively surprised he's got away with it, sort of, because the cue ball's not gone in. But I don't understand why he left the yellow in the middle of the table, because that doesn't go to either corner. Surely you get rid of that first. He could have given himself a nicer angle to then play that shot if he wanted to as well.
Yeah, and he's tried to go into it with a bit of pace. So to me, he's relying on a little bit more luck of where the balls are going to come out and the cue ball is going to go. He's actually landed. If he can pot this, he's back in.
Oh, it's a great double. It's a great double. His position is... It's not nowhere. He's got a shot, but... Oh, this is tough. And I don't like the angle either, because I feel like he's going to sneak past the two yellows and then leave himself nothing.
Yeah, I don't think he can hold, so you might have to play it with a little bit of pace. If he can go into the yellow full ball, he'd be... Let's see how he plays it. There we go.
Oh, yeah. It's a peach. It's a peach. And it's a dagger through the heart of Liam Dunster. Doesn't have the right angle on the yellow to the centre pocket here, so can he just nip into it and screw back into the other one?
I think he's
got to take the other one first, yeah. Just screwing across.
He's underhit it a little bit. He's left himself a shot, but it's a bit harder than he'd have liked. But the beauty of this shot, he's not got to do anything with the cue ball.
Yeah, I think worst case he can sort of come twice across here, can't he? And the cue ball should end up roughly where it is now, I would think.
Yeah, I don't think he's got to play any side or anything on it.
No.
Just fully concentrate on the pot here, Clint. Looks good to me. Yeah, lovely shot. Well done.
And I'd say that cue ball is roughly about where it... That's lovely. Lovely from Clint Johansson. Well, he rode his luck in that frame. But ultimately he's got over the line. That is all that matters. He leads Liam Dunster by 9 frames to 6. Do you think it would be fair to say that Clint has had just a fraction more of the run in this match?
Yeah, I completely agree. If you ask Clint, he never gets any luck in the world. He's never had any. But I completely agree. In this match, he's had, a few little slices, but he's deserved it. He's took some very good pots out. He's played a few gutsy shots.
Our director is not helping you out there.
Yeah, and I also play him again tomorrow in the Open.
Well, you've beaten him once. I have every faith that you can beat him again, Wade. But maybe get him a few vodkas tonight if he does win this. Just make sure he's not too fresh in the morning. Clint Johansson is 1 frame away from the British Professional Championship title.
Is he going to have a good break and give himself a good chance to get over the line? Yes.
It's a great chance.
But there's work to be done again. The yellow is covering the red to the bottom left corner as we look. There's a red that's gone safe onto the right hand cushion, so there's a bit of work to be done here, Dan.
This would be Clint's first IPA Tour victory since 2024. Just having a look at my stats. It does feel like it's been a while, because it has.
Yeah, but you can argue that he's not actually played for a long time either.
No, I mean, he certainly hasn't been as regular at events, has he? I don't think he's missed every single one, but...
No, but I know when he was playing in China, he didn't, his full focus was on Chinese 8-ball.
Yeah.
Nice to see him back playing English pool and at the top level as well, winning competitions, what he does.
So this red on the right-hand side, that's a double, right? That's what he's got to be playing on.
I just wonder whether the red does sneak past the yellow. It can't, can it? Excuse me, Clint.
We might be able to find out. I think that must have been the ref. It doesn't look like it would to me from here. No chance. So
it's a double.
He's got to play the double.
I think we'll see him play this double with quite a bit of pace.
Massive shot, this. Oh, he's nailed it. It's an absolute beauty. He was actually perfect. Didn't have to really put too much into that. And this should be the moment for Clint Jansen. This 8-ball for the 2026 British professional title. No problem whatsoever. Congratulations to Clint Jansen. A terrific performance. Commiserations to Liam Dunster, who has been superb as well, Wade. It was just a great match.
Yeah, great game by both of them. There was a few mistakes that we probably wouldn't usually see Liam make. I don't think the kick to the middle helped. It kind of swung the momentum back into Clint's favour, but nevertheless, Clint fully deserved the win. I think he was the better player over the full match.
Yeah, I think you've pretty much hit the nail on the head there. I do think Clint deserves that. Liam can consider himself a little bit unlucky, particularly with the kick. Also, the couple of times he landed dead straight on a ball when any angle will do. We've all been there. That's happened to every single one of us.
Yeah, like I say, I think also Clint broke the better out of the two.
Yeah.
He's actually not left himself the best finishers, but he's worked hard, and like I say, I think the better players come through and won tonight, so well done to Clint Jansen.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Clint Jansen, and thank you very much to Wade Morley. It's been a pleasure.
The pleasure's always mine, Dan.
But for now, we will leave you with the trophy presentation, and we will, of course, be back from the commentary box tomorrow. We're still, like I said, starting with the amateur final. But for now, we'll hand over to the arena where Stevie Walker is just getting ready for the trophy presentation. Good night from the commentary box.
Welcome back, guys, to what was a pulsating final. It had a little bit of everything. Guys, please give it up for both players. And it feels quite unusual to say this, but the runner-up is Liam Dunster. It's not very often you're the runner-up these days, but just one of the nights.
Yeah, Clint played really well. He broke really well as well. Like you say, I felt really good up till 6 each, and then that thumping kick I got was just my head just burst, to be honest, and just didn't feel composed at all after that. I just head wrecking stuff, completely in control I felt, and then ridiculous kick at 6 each. But that's what it is. That's cool.
It's such a big moment as well, because you were kind of, well, you were behind for most of the match, and then all. Well, commiserations. Cheers, Liam. Ladies and gentlemen, Liam Dunster. And with that runner-up, we have to have a winner. It's Clinton Jansen. I know you're back playing the game kind of full time, but that was all right.
Yeah, it's a bit ropey at times. My white ball's normally pretty good when I was like playing full time, but it was a little bit ropey there. Like, to be fair, in the other rounds it's been pretty good, but just don't know, just seemed to get away from me a little bit at times. And I had a couple like where the tip on the cue, it's like slid off the white ball and just.
I actually heard you say that it was kind of sliding a wee bit.
It's happened twice already, and then it's happened twice there. It just, don't know, maybe just need to like prick it a little bit or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, to win any title you have to pull off some big shots, and you pulled off some really big shots towards the tail end of that match, ended up getting you over the line in the end.
Yeah, I think the big turning point was where Liam had a kick on the head. He won that frame really, didn't he? He had that horrible kick, and then that just swung it my way, and I managed to hold my nerve together and pot a few off decent balls.
Well, he actually mentioned the kick there, but he said, listen, enough about that. Clint just played really well and he deserves his win.
Yeah, no, fair play. I thought he played well, really. I think he made one mistake late on. Other than that and the kick, he played pretty flawless himself.
Well, mate, it's absolutely amazing to see you back in the winner's circle. So, ladies and gentlemen, the IPA British champion is Clint Jansen.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. We'll get some pictures of you. Well, Lee Shepherd, cheers for joining me. You've been in here tonight. You're back in here. What a final!
Yeah, unbelievable. The two players of the week, really, aren't they? I mean, Hibbert probably wasn't far behind, obviously, on his first day's performance, but the way that Liam's played today has just been ruthless, and Clint coming back now and playing sort of English full time again. He's going to be a match for anyone in every tournament he plays, because he's unbelievable, isn't he?
He actually said there he felt his cue ball was a bit ropey. He felt it was better over the course of the weekend to now. But if you can pull off the kind of shots in the big moments, you know yourself, playing against the best players, sometimes your back's to the wall and you have to do it. Liam should have went 7-6 in front. Can't obviously forget about that. But some of the finishes towards the end there from Clint were just absolutely world class.
Yeah, obviously the finish where he left the white in the bottom corner, and he's played the double, he's left the white on this bottom rail, and then he's knocked the one in the corner, and you just like. So I was saying to one of the lads there, sometimes it's harder, like there's more pressure getting to the hill than he actually is getting over the line, and when he went 9-6 up, I just thought, well, I was saying, I didn't see him not getting them, so he's unbelievable, mate, and it's good to have him back playing properly again as well.
Yeah, I mean, I said to Liam there, it's a wee bit different getting you up first when you're the runner-up, but that's just how good he is. You just you expect him to be in the final, and most of the time you expect him to win.
Yeah, you do, and I think he's probably lost count of how many titles he's won, but it's kind of nice to see a different name on the trophy sometimes, and especially, I think Clint's done things like this before, or when he goes away and plays other forms of the game, and then he comes back and he wins an event within sort of like a short time scale, let's say. But it's good to see his name on the trophy. He's been unbelievable.
Well, if that's him putting a bit of time in again, and that's him back full time for this, who knows what the future holds?
Yeah, I think he had dropped down the rankings a little bit, because obviously he hadn't been playing as much, but that's obviously propelled him right back up there again. I think he was around 10 or 11 before this, maybe. It must be up towards 7 or 8 again now, so unbelievable, and good to see, like I say, it's good to see his name on the trophy.
No, you're going to have your work cut out, mate, to get firing back up there. You want to get to the top, boys, you need to start doing this.
Yeah, obviously, semi-final at this event, and I think I might be in one behind Clint, so he's just bridged that gap again. But yeah, you just keep chasing him, don't you? And I think the standard this week, what I've seen this weekend, it's been as good as I've seen for a long time.
Yeah, it has been. Cheers for joining me here, Lee. It's been absolutely exceptional, guys. Clint Jansen is the British champion. We had Kelly Egan crowned earlier on tonight. We've already crowned 2 winners, but we've got a lot more to go tomorrow. So, guys, join us tomorrow. But Clint Jansen is our IPA British champion.